On the night of May 12, 1999, I went to Tommy Jefferson's home. I knocked on the door. He answered. He allowed me entry. After entering, I pulled a gun. I tried to rob Tommy. There was a struggle. I shot Tommy 4 times in the head.
And we're about to watch the parole hearing for a man who did just that. He broke in, shot the man 4 times in the head, and yet somehow only got manslaughter, a 35-year sentence and up for parole. But before we watch this 2025 parole hearing, we're gonna take a flashback to the past, his 2023 hearing. So with that, let's jump in.
Ronald Smith, DOC number 434598. You're a first class offender. Parole eligibility date 1/28/2023. Good time date 8/16/2029. Full term date 9/24/2034. 35-year sentence for manslaughter. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you answer Mr. Renata's question?
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
Mr. Smith, how long have you been in jail?
23 years and 7 months, ma'am.
And you have a birthday this month. How old will you be?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be 45 on the 28th of January.
Good. Well, happy birthday. So did you go to jury trial?
No, ma'am.
Had a plea agreement?
Shannon Early.
You had a plea agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
And you served, as you said, 23 years and 7 months of a 35-year sentence. So you did
Yes,
good
ma'am.
time. I want to congratulate you on your GED. I see you got that in 2018. You worked
Thank you,
real
ma'am.
hard on it, so congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I noticed too that in October of this year, you signed an agreement for the Blue Walters program.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get to go to that program yet?
No, ma'am. I would like to, though.
So were there drugs involved in this crime?
Yes, I was high on drugs, ma'am.
What kind of drugs?
Cocaine.
When did you first start using cocaine?
Maybe at around the age of 16.
You started with cocaine? Is that the first illegal drug you ever used?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything more than cocaine, or that was your drug of choice?
That was my drug of choice. I smoked marijuana every now and then, but my drug of choice was cocaine.
I noticed you were on parole. I think you were on parole at the time when you committed this offense. Were you on supervision?
No, ma'am. I've never been on parole before.
Were you on supervision at all?
No, ma'am.
Were you on probation?
I was never on probation before, ma'am.
Well, tell us what happened. Tell us about the crime. What happened?
I went to Mr. Jefferson's home with the sole intention to rob him. Things went wrong. There was a struggle. I shot Mr. Jefferson.
So you went with the intention to rob him, and you shot him 3 times in the head, point blank range.
No, ma'am, it was a struggle. He tried to grab for the gun, and I just shot him.
3 times.
Yes, ma'am.
Shot in the head. You remember
Yes,
that?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about what you've been doing since you've been in jail. Programs. I know GED. What other programs have you been able to do?
I've got Living in Balance, phase 1. I'm in phase 2 right now. I've completed Cage of Rage, Victim Impact, and I've been baptized also, ma'am.
Good for you. What you've learned from I noticed when I look at your conduct record, it looks like you're doing pretty good, but then in 2020, you got 41 total write-ups, I believe. And then in 2020, you lost, I think you had 3 write-ups in 2020, but you lost a total of 90 days in 2020. What happened in 2020?
2020, I had a simple fight with Michael Liesel. It was just a simple fight that resulted from some name calling, and I take full responsibility for that.
All right, then you had a contraband in you lost 30 days for that. You had aggravated disobedience also in 2020, and then early in 2020, you had a contraband.
With the contraband, I was part of a 10-man road crew, and there was something that was found on our van that I had nothing to do with, but we all went down because ain't nobody want to say anything about the situation. So if I would have known something about the situation, I would have said something. So
What was found?
we just basically all had to.
Van, or are you in the van?
If something was found on the van, not on my person, something was found in the van.
Cell phones?
On
Cell
the road crew
phones?
van.
Cell phones, what was found?
Cell phones, cell phone chargers, a knife, all kinds of stuff.
And you lost 60 days. Good time for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You have opposition to an early release, particularly from the prosecutor's office, based on the plea agreement that you made with them, and that you received less than the maximum sentence. So why do you think we should grant you an early release?
I think that you should grant me early release because I'm a changed person. You know, I'm not the same person that I was at 21 years of age. I've advanced myself mentally and spiritually. My family loves me. I love family. I love my family. I just love and respect life today, man. And I just pray that you give me a second chance, that you all give me a second chance of doing the right thing, because I definitely have it in my heart to do the right thing.
What would be a transition plan? You thought about about that?
Mr. Stelly has a transition home set up for me for the stay in. And I have a job that is set up for by my brother-in-law working for the Department of Public Works. So
Where's that at?
That's in Baton Rouge. But the transition home is in Donaldsonville, Louisiana.
So the programs that you mentioned, I see KJ Ray, Living in Balance 1, were all completed this 2022, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So recently, in pre-release also, you did 1 and 2 pre-release. Is that recent accomplishment?
Yes, ma'am.
So you really, before that, were concentrating on working on your GED?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Concentrating on getting my high set. I've also taken a couple of college courses too, ma'am.
What were they?
Business management, Wiley College University.
Morgan, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Smith?
Well, he's done a lot better in the last couple of years. No write-ups. Happy with that. I'm very unlike you. I'm happy to see you got his GED. I think it's going to go a long way in helping him. I want him to complete phase 2 of Living in Balance is my main recommendation for him.
All right, would you like to, we'll hear from Miss Shannon Early now. Ms. Shannon, would you like to make a brief statement?
All of us.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
What about now? We can hear you. All right, looks like we have some technical difficulties. I think she was there in support. Mr. Ronald, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
I'd like to say to the victim's family how extremely sorry and regretful that I am for the actions that I caused Mr. Jefferson, and for the trauma and the pain that I caused to that family. I'd like to say to my family, I'm sorry for letting them down, for my behavior. And sir, I just want to say that I'm a good person. I'm a really good person. taking that man's life was the worst decision of my life. And it's something that I have to live the rest of my life with. And it's something that I'm definitely not comfortable with. But that doesn't define the person that I am today. The person that I am today loves life and loves those who have a life just like I am. Because we are all human. And I just pray that you can find it in your heart to allow me the second chance to doing the right thing.
All right. Thank you, sir. Panel prepared to vote? Mr. Knox?
Well, Mr. Smith, I think you're a good person. I do have some concerns. What concerns me is you've been in jail 23 years and 7 months. And I do understand that you were focused on getting your GED, but some of the other rehabilitative programs are very recent. And it concerns me that perhaps you waited a while before taking advantage of those programs. I'm really glad that you signed the Blue Walters Agreement, acknowledging that you could use some help in that regard. But I believe my vote today, and I don't want to discourage you, but my vote today is to deny your parole. I believe you need to complete some more programs, particularly finish the Living in Balance 2 that the warden says you're enrolled in. And then I recommend that you participate in and complete the Blue Walters program, and then reapply for parole once you're eligible to do so, once you've completed those programs. I wish you well.
Ms. Jackson?
All right, Mrs. Smith, I agree with Mrs. Reynolds. I think you need some more programs. I think you need to go through a long-term substance abuse treatment program. So my vote today is to deny, encourage you to get some more programs under your belt, reapply when you're eligible, and you will probably have a good enough. Today, my vote is to deny.
Two votes to deny. I'm going to deny your parole for the same reasons as stated. Good luck to you.
It was always a tease when I see Miss Bonnie Jackson there in the stand, and then it's not her case. I was so disappointed that it wasn't her case. But anyways, yeah, it was a denial, but we're going to go and jump forward straight into 2025 and see how they handle it. This board has pretty much been saying no, 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 but there are a couple surprises here and there. So with that, let's jump in. I'll unpack it with what details Lady Holly found.
All right, this is the Committee on Parole. The time is 9:23 in the morning. The date is still the same, August 5th, 2025. We're here to discuss the parole request of Mr. Ronald Smith. Ms. Carolyn Stapleton has the case. We're going to take care of some preliminaries to begin with. Mr. Smith, what's your DLC number?
434598.
Okay. And who's the staff that is in the room with you from Raymond LaVord? Would the staff introduce yourself, please?
Brent Thompson, Warden.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Stephen Bordelon, Deputy Warden Operations.
Okay. We appreciate that. The way we'll get started, Mr. Smith, is we're going to give you a chance to tell us about the crime, about what you've learned from having committed this crime, what you've done in prison, why you think you're worthy of a parole. And then we're going to ask the warden or the assistant warden one to give us some comments about the kind of fellow you've been. Then we'll see what Mr. Kerry Myers with Parole Project has to say about it. And then we'll turn it over to Ms. Stapleton to ask any questions, and then we'll follow up. So let's go ahead and begin with Mr. Smith. Tell us about yourself and the crime.
On the night of May 12, 1999, I went to Tommy Jefferson's home. I knocked on the door. He answered. He allowed me entry. After entering, I pulled a gun. I tried to rob Tommy. There was a struggle. I shot Tommy 4 times in the head. After doing that, I went into one of the back rooms to make it appear as if Tommy had been robbed by trash in the room. I came back out front. I opened the front door and I kicked my way through the burglar bar doors and I ran home.
Okay. Tell us why that's the crime. Tell us why you feel like you're worthy of being paroled back on the street again.
So I've accomplished a lot since I've been incarcerated. I've got a lot of self-help programs. I'm a man one trustee working on the road crew Monday to Thursday, picking up trash in neighboring communities. I'm just a transformed person than compared to what I used to be. My attitude was a bad one at one time in my life, and today is just, I'm just willing to do what I have to do to better myself, sir. And I'm just asking the parole board to consider all that I've accomplished since I've been incarcerated. I have a family that loves me. I'm just basically trying to do the right thing, and regardless of the outcome of this parole hearing, I will continue to do the right thing, sir.
Okay, Mr. Smith. Well, I appreciate that and your words. Warden, or Assistant Warden, what kind of fellow has he been?
Yes, sir. He's been doing pretty well as far as his disciplinary concerned. He hadn't had a write-up in 5 years. His last write-up was in 20. So he's been doing good in that area. He's currently doing pretty good as far as the job concerned as well. He's working on a road crew that's been working on for 2.5 years. So he's doing well in that area as well. And like you said as well, he actually he's completed a lot of classes. He's applied himself well in that particular area. My one and only concern, which I mentioned to him just on yesterday as well when I interviewed him, he did have at one time a substance abuse concern. So that would be my recommendation, maybe a Stevie Hall program, something like that, to continue trying to help him out.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Okay, Ms. Stapleton. Well, excuse me, let's go to Terry Myers first. Mr. Myers, tell us what y'all be willing to do to help.
Good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. And we're here today essentially to let the board know that we're prepared to provide reentry support on a longer term basis if needed. We certainly aware that he has done 26 years on 35. That's about 75% of his sentence. And while he does have a good time date in 2029, the board would have the option, just going back to what the warden said, to impose any particular conditions prior to his release or upon his release. We do feel that based on the programming, the overall record, that the board should grant parole today, considering the time served, but also if the board feels that he needs a long-term substance abuse program, we're also certainly would agree to that based on the warden's recommendation. Our programming, as the board knows, will provide transitional housing, will provide programming and technology and social norms, financial management. You'll have a mentor on a full-time basis. I believe that Mr. Smith is ready to come home. And if this board would see fit to grant him his parole today.
Okay, fine.
Mr. Myers, have you personally or anyone on your staff personally spoken with Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you found his attitude for compliance to be in line with what you're looking for?
Yes, ma'am. In the last 5 years, particularly just based on his record, but in the interview itself, no, he showed in the interview, showed his maturity as far as we're concerned, that he'd be in compliance.
I was just concerned about the disciplinary. I know, of course, he went in at 21, very difficult, and has leveled out, but I just was wanting to hear from you if he's spoken. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Stapleton?
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask you, and I know Ms. Ledoux was alluding to this earlier, you had 41 disciplinary write-ups and you lost 414 days of good time that was never restored. Can you explain that?
I've tried to get it restored, but they told me that I had to do a 2-year period without a write-up. And I did that, and I just kept writing it in. They never responded, man. They never responded. I've been doing what I have to do to try to get my good time back.
Okay, so actually you're, so we're talking a 5-year change in your, disciplinary attitude. Prior to that, there were problems.
Yes, ma'am, Deborah.
That's not really that long, not really. So, okay, let's go back to the crime itself. This man, and you said you were knocking on his door. Neighbor says you were kicking on his door. Did you know this man?
Yes, ma'am, I did. In the neighborhood.
So you said you wanted to rob him. You knew that he had money or something?
Oh, ma'am, I was on drugs.
Okay, well, people on drugs don't just walk up to a house and say, I think I'm going to get money from this person unless they think they've got some money.
I'm not
Did you-
using it as a, ma'am, I'm just saying that I needed money and I just robbed him. I tried to rob him and it just didn't go as I planned for it to go. Things went south. And I'm taking full responsibility for my actions. I had no right to do what I did. And I'm sorry for doing what I did.
All right.
Truly,
It was you by yourself. There wasn't two people there. It was you alone.
it was me by myself.
Okay. The man opened the door, you said.
Yes,
You had
ma'am.
it bumped. And you shot him point blank in the head 3 or 4 times.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it 4 times or 3 times?
I think it was 4.
4, that's what I thought I heard you say. And then you proceeded to, I guess, what, empty out his pocket for money and look around the house for more
Just
money?
went to one of the back rooms and trashed it real good to make it appear that it had been robbed. And I came back out front, opened the front door, and I kicked my way through the burglar bar doors and then ran home.
All right. So how did you get caught?
A couple of months later, I came to jail on an armed robbery charge. And I guess they ran my fingerprints and they matched them to the murder that I had committed.
I was going to ask you about that. You did have an armed robbery charge, and you already had a pretty extensive criminal history. In '98, you had charges, then you had the armed robbery charge, and then you had the murder charge.
Yes, ma'am.
And all of this you said was because of drugs?
It was because mainly me making bad decisions, man. I'm not blaming anything on drugs. I made a lot of bad decisions.
You were 21 years old when you were arrested for this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's get back. You have victim opposition, as you can understand. You have law enforcement opposition from the DA, the sheriff's office, and the police department. I do see the different classes that you've taken. We did speak about the substance abuse situation, and that would be a good thing. I see living in balance and cage rage. What was your favorite class to take?
Probably victim impact.
Victim impact?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know anything about your victim? You said you knew him.
Yes, ma'am. I knew him from the neighborhood, just passing and seeing him, speaking to him now and then.
Did he have children, a wife, things like that?
I don't think so. I'm not sure though.
As far as you knew, he was just by himself.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are my questions.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, where are your family members today? You indicated you had did they know you were having this hearing?
Yes, ma'am. My sister Shannon early did know. I gave her the information. I don't know why she's not here, but I expected her to be here. Yes, ma'am.
So what were your plans if you had not gone to the parole project? Where would you go if you were paroled? What plans did you have?
My plan was to go probably to my cousins, and I was just hoping that he would allow me for to use his address. And I would just try to find me a job, hopefully, just try to do the right thing.
You have questions? Okay, I have no questions, and I think we're prepared to vote. Ms. Stapleton?
Mr. Smith, your plea bargain of 35 years for a man's life was, pled down to manslaughter, and it was premeditated. So you got 35 years, you got a deal, and you're gonna be getting out in just a couple of years. So, I do not approve your parole today. I deny it.
Okay. Mr. Dew?
Mr. Smith, you have to have a unanimous vote, but I was leaning towards granting because you need to have some time to figure out a long-term game plan. And you don't have much time left, and go into the parole project to stabilize your reentry and give you good transition skills. You were 21. You have corrected your misbehavior within the institution. I am in no way negating the seriousness of the crime. It was horrible. But my vote would have been to, after completion of a long-term substance abuse program, to grant to parole.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so you need a unanimous vote from this board. So as of today, your parole has been denied, but we are going to. Yeah, but we're also going to recommend, as my vote would be, that you be denied, but that you be recommended to a long-term substance abuse program, so that when you come back before us again, you will have had that under your belt, and it might sound a lot more advantageous for your ability to get out. So as of today, your parole has been revoked with the recommendation of long-term substance abuse. I mean, excuse me, not parole, your parole has been denied. All right, that'll be the end of the hearing at 9:38.
Okay, and I think this is like one of the biggest differences between Louisiana and Connecticut. Connecticut, they would have granted for the reasons that Miss Ledoux stated. I want you to have supervision. I want you to have the support of the parole project. And that logic is not wrong, especially when you don't have a family that's sitting there saying, please let him stay in. You know, that's where I draw my line in the sand. It's like, don't re-victimize the family. But if you don't have objection, and the question is, well, he's going to get out in 4 years, so you let him out now, at least he can have some hand holding. This is going to be important. It can help increase that he'll be successful. I hear that. I hear that side of the argument, and I thought they were going to go that route. Now, if you're curious about how it is that he got the plea deal, put together some puzzle pieces. So Lady Holly has in the research, which was quite interesting because it says, so not sure if this is him or not, because it's only half the doc, but the dude was originally done for first-degree murder, and it was vacated and sent back, but can't see what happens next. So what she's referring to when we drop in the link that she has here is that it actually goes through the information. You see, we're able to figure things out. And it shows that he was found guilty and charged on both counts, but he won some type of appeal. And it doesn't say in here because the document runs out, but my guess is that, see, he filed a new motion for new trial, and on March 16, 1989, he was sentenced to 35 years. So it doesn't go into the details, but apparently something happened where they were going to have to give him a new trial, and they said, "Screw it, that's going to be too costly. We don't want to deal with this." And they gave him the plea deal, and that's why he even has a chance. And gosh, he has been locked up a long time, right? It's not like he's done anything impressive. He's had all those write-ups. He's only started to get his act together, maybe because it was Act 122, because I don't think he was supposed to have any parole eligibility, but because of Act 122 legislation that was passed in Louisiana, bipartisanly, by the way, because I've gone through this a bunch of times, but in a nutshell, Louisiana is always criticized as, wow, it's the state that locks people up and their prisons are overflowing and so many inmates, and the ratio is crazy. And Louisiana got together and said, yeah, that kind of makes sense. let's pass a bill that says anyone who served more than 20 years of their sentence and has a certain length of a sentence, it can't be X, Y, and Z, but it could be, manslaughter, for example. You would get parole eligibility, like magic poof. All the sentencing juries, everything's been thrown out. Let's do that. And Parole Project was a big part of pushing that legislation. And it kind of sounds all good and nice until you really dig deep and realize that this just the amount of pain and suffering that it causes to victims when victims do show up, it's crazy. And really, a lot of it was also had different agendas. Some prisons are partially owned by the state. Some of them are privately owned and have a lot of lobbyists because they make a lot of money. And guess what's really expensive when you're trying to run a prison? I was going to say boomers, but that one, I know a lot of my audience. aging inmates. It's expensive. You get older, it's expensive. So they're like, how can we pass a bill that and it really is just manipulation of even the balance sheet. It's still taxpayer dollars for the most part that is funding these inmates, now parolees, but it's a different part of the balance sheet. It's not DOC, and it goes to like the Parole Project. I mean, he's not there out of the goodness of his heart. He's there because it's a business. He gets paid to house these inmates and to do whatever he does with them. And it serves its purpose. I think that this would have been a good use case for it. And he was. It's like, but I don't know. But where I can't get his cover is when you have victims crying, saying, "How can you let this person out? They did all this pain," and he goes on his little speech. I love that Miss Ledoux asked Gary, "Did any of you actually interview him?" And he said yes, but I was hoping she would dig further and say, "When was the last time?" How many because I've always wondered that question, because one thing that we notice, there are exceptions to this rule, but there are so many hearings that the Parole Project represents someone and the person gets up there and you can tell that they had no coaching, they had no advisement, no one sat down with them and said, "All right, this is going to be the process. Here, you should make a written statement. When they ask you to cry, be honest. Make sure you say sorry." And you don't, it just, a lot of the hearings, it doesn't look like that ever happened. And yeah, but I don't know. I feel like this parole hearing should have been, because I guess he can come back if we saw him last in 2023. I guess he'll come back in 2 years. They could have made that more clear to him. They could have said, "Come back in 2 years," or they could have said, "Upon completion of Steve Hoyle, will parole you to the parole." I know that they don't use the word Steve Hoyle anymore. Did you notice that too? I don't want to get on another. I mean, we're about to end another tangent, but they've stopped saying we will for the most. Maybe they've slipped a few times, but I think it's a new policy where they do not say go to Steve Hoyle. What they say is, we are going to send you to a DOC approved long-term substance abuse program. Used to be, they would say, we're sending you to Steve Hoyle. And I'm just speculating on a situation like this, Dr. Grandi, right? I'm just speculating that Steve Hoyle is also privately run and makes a lot of money. And someone woke up and said, "Whoa, you can't, this is not cool. You can't keep sending inmates to this privately run program that's probably getting paid who knows what to run these 9-month, programs, probably a fortune." So someone made noise and said, whoa, we can't do that. And that's why they don't say it anymore, Steve Hoyle. It's just speculation. But I think in this case, it would have made more sense to do that because he's getting out anyways. 4 more years. This is the kind of case that, though, if he was paroled, I would also feel very strongly that we would see him in a revocation hearing. He just doesn't seem to have it, doesn't have the support. Family didn't show up. I mean, just being thrown out into the world, man, it'll just be too easy to go back on the stuff, you know? But we can finish with Lady Holly's fact of the day. And if you want some more hearings like this where we connect the dots, make sure to check out the Return of playlist. I wasn't always a playlist person, but now I am. They are pretty awesome. So as you can see, Lady Holly lists everything here, then lists different, because Ronald Smith is an incredibly popular name, so she had other links, but it wasn't him. It's a big problem when you have really popular names. You see, none of this is easy. Some people I see, they come, why do you Google things? Well, really, go Google Ron Smith and see how many appeals pop up. So yeah, so basically we found a heap of Ronald Smiths who killed people, but not our dude. But Lady Holly, you did. This is our dude. Now in Provincetown, it's illegal to sell suntan lotion until afternoon on Sundays. And she wouldn't know that without watching the hearing, you know? You have to watch the hearing. So let's look at this crazy law. This is crazy. In Provincetown, it's legal to sell suntan lotion until afternoon on Sundays. It is probably best not to open up your suntan lotion shops in Provincetown until afternoon on Sundays. So this is obviously like a religious thing. Right? Or is that even? Wouldn't it be if it was a religious thing that you couldn't open it up at all on Sunday? Why would afternoon make it better? Huh. Weird. These laws are weird. I do love to know how these laws are passed into place. But anyways, there you have it. With that, I'll let you go.
Robbed him. I tried to rob him, and it just didn't go as I planned for it to go. Things went south. And I'm taking full responsibility for my actions. I had no right to do what I did. And I'm sorry for doing what I did.
Hi, Mr. Lewis. My name is Brennan Kelsey. I also have Ms. Pearl Wise and Mr. Keith Jones. I'll explain the process to you, read some information to the record, have a parole interview, ask some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
All right. Neil Lewis, DOC number 106647, fourth class offender. Simple burglary, indecent behavior with a juvenile, habitual offender, authorized entry of inhabited dwelling, since 6/15/84, revoked on 2/9/1990, 6/2/1997. Sentenced on 2/9/1990, revoked on 6/2/1997. Since 10/24/97, 6/2/97. Sentenced 6 years, 7 years, 30 years, 4 years, hard labor. Parole date 9/9/2016. Good time date 5/27/2027. Full term date 7/23/2029. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you please answer Ms. Pearl Wise?
Good morning, sir. How's it going?
Good morning. How you doing?
All right. How you?
I'm okay.
How many of these hearings you been to?
This is my first one.
Hang on a second. Hey, we can hear you guys. Somebody's talking in the background. John, Teresa.
Yeah, he just turned it off. He just muted it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. This is your first parole hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Call out for the record how long you've served on this 34-year sentence.
20. 20
years on the 34-year sentence. And how old are you today?
51.
51. Okay. And I see that in 2007, you completed a sex offender treatment program. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You completed all phases.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me one or two things you learned.
I learned the high risk factors.
Okay. Anything else you learned?
Yeah. Not to be around kids in the playgrounds or in school.
Okay. Did you learn what is your risk factor?
Yeah, my risk factor.
What is yours?
Mine is not to be around kids, period.
Okay, okay. I see you had the hypertension class in February of 19. So
Yes, ma'am.
You have high blood pressure?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a diabetic.
Okay, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you have to be careful. You have to take care of yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me why I should vote to let you out.
Well, I learned my lesson, and I learned to respect authority.
Mm-hmm. And when was and speaking of that, when was your last write-up?
About 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, it was in 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a 21C.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Anything you want to share?
Okay. Well, I can't read or write, and I'm letting somebody fill my conversation stuff out, and they were putting what they wanted on the conversation slip, so I took them off. I quit letting them fill my conversation slip out, and then they said they're doing sexual favors for me. And that's to get back at me.
Wow. Yeah, because I see before that it was 2016. You hadn't had anything.
No, ma'am.
Wow. So how are you now on your reading and writing?
Well, I can't. I was born this way. It's a disease I got.
What's the name of it?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, okay. You just have a hard time reading and writing.
Yes, ma'am. I can't read or write, period.
Okay, okay. If you are successful today, where would you live and how would you support yourself?
Well, I got a job at Goodwill, where I used to work at in Lafayette. They want me back.
Did they send a letter? Did they send a letter?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't remember seeing that. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I'm gonna leave in Lafayette with my brother. They're supposed to be here on a video camera, but I don't think they fill it out in time.
Okay, okay. Now you guys see any kind of documentation? I didn't see anything from Goodwill or a residence plan from your brother. Or I see a residence plan from your brother. Yeah, in Lafayette.
Well, I'm gonna be working with his wife.
Oh, she works at Goodwill.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's
okay.
a supervisor there.
Oh, okay, yeah. And Goodwill is an awesome program. It really is.
Yeah,
Awesome. Huh?
Well, they cook food and they help the homeless people.
Okay, okay.
That's what I do.
Okay, okay. Well, where are they today? Why are they here today? So where are your family today? Did they say anything about being at the hearing?
Yes. When I mailed the letter off to my sister.
Oh.
And she wanted to be at the hearing. I ain't got but one sister, two sisters, and one brother left. All my other family died off.
I'm sorry to hear that. And
Yes,
you don't have any children either, do you?
No kids.
No kids. All right, that's all I had, Chairman.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Warden.
Yes, sir.
What can you tell us about that 21C in May of 2018?
I was just reading the report.
Okay.
Basically, sexual favors was exchanged for canteen items, coffee and cigarettes, where offender Lewis gave coffee and cigarettes to another offender for sexual favor.
Okay. And the evidence for that was testimony by another offender?
No.
They did an investigation.
They did an investigation and offender Lewis admitted to it. by giving a statement to security.
Okay. Thank you, Warden. What else can you tell us about Mr. Lewis?
He's been with us since about 2004. He's haven't really given us a whole lot of problems, really serious disciplinary problems. He does have a learning disability that kind of hurts him as far as getting his GED and getting into other programs, completing other programs. The only thing that really concerns me is the sex offense, honestly, and his history with juveniles.
All right. Thank you, Warden. Mr. Lewis, it concerns me too. And
Yes, sir.
You told us about how you learned your lesson.
Yes, I did.
And when was it you learned your lesson?
Well, about when I got through with the sex offender program,
yeah,
I learned what I was doing was wrong.
Right.
I was thinking wrong.
Right.
I was making some bad decisions. I'm older now, and I feel I can make some wiser decisions with my life.
But the warden told us that you gave a statement admitting to the exchanging sexual favors for items back in 2018. That was long after you finished sex offender treatment.
But I was afraid they was gonna give me some more time. So I did what they told me to do.
All right, I don't have any more questions. You're muted, Mr. Kelsey.
Thank you. Would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Well, I feel I learned my lesson after doing all this time, and I can make wiser decisions, and I have a job waiting on me, I have a little family waiting on me. I ain't got but 2 sisters and a brother left, and I'm trying to get out there to my family.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes, I just have one question to the warden before I render my decision. Warden, is there any way we can do some kind of basic reading with him? Are you thinking that that's not even plausible? That's what the education staff is saying. He can even get to the point of like a 3rd grade reading and writing.
What long was it?
Let me see here. He scored very low on the TABE test. He would have to start in the literacy program at a low level.
You're right. That's what I mean by the literacy program. Yes, that's what I couldn't think of the word, but that's what I was thinking of. But is that even feasible right now with COVID-19?
Right now, it's pretty difficult.
Okay.
We're not really allowed. We really can't mix the dormitories and come to class and stuff like that. So
yes, sir. Yes.
With the offenders at a little higher level.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Lewis, I just want to I want to commend you on on the work that you've done.
Yes, ma'am.
You have a lengthy sentence. You have a 34-year sentence.
Yes,
this is your first time before the parole board.
Yes,
and you made some good inroads. But however, I'm just a little concerned about the write-up and the statement that you made to us and versus the statement you made to staff. I don't know what you mean when you said I did what they told me to do. But I don't know I'm not sure what that means. But my vote is to deny today. I want you to just take more programs as the opportunity comes. As soon as you're eligible for a rehearing, write back. Make sure you stay out of trouble. Stay in contact with your siblings so that you can have a good residence and employment plan upon your release. But just hang in there. Just hang in there. That is my vote.
All right, Mr. Jones.
My vote is likewise to deny Mr. Lewis, and and I'm sorry to cast the vote, frankly, because
Yeah.
I believe your heart's in the right place. I'm concerned about that write-up. It's hard for us to accept the explanation that you admitted to doing something wrong so that you wouldn't get in more trouble. And because that's about as much trouble. 21C is an awfully serious write-up. So my vote is likewise to deny. Good luck, Mr. Lewis.
All right, you have 2 votes to deny your parole. I agree with my colleagues. I'm going to vote to deny your parole today. You have 3 votes to deny. Your parole's been denied. Thank you.
Yeah. You have law enforcement and victim opposition.
Yes, ma'am.
Hang in there.
Yes, ma'am.
So I really have nothing much to add except for the fact that the victim, the child, is completely ignored in this scenario. Completely ignored. And it bothers me. What has he learned in prison? This is how he starts. I've learned not to be around kids. I've learned not to be in playgrounds with kids. Oh, that's great. I'm glad you learned that. He was denied. And as far as I know, he is still locked up. Let's just double check it here. Thank you, Richard, for always making the information easily available. Yep, he's still in custody. So this hearing took place in 2020. So he actually might be having a hearing sometime soon. And if he does, we will show it. But what's interesting how they talk about that write-up. It's like, I assume it's consensual. He's trading, right, commissary with an adult who can make a decision who doesn't have the money to get the commissary, so he's trading it for favors in return. That's totally different than the offense of what he did to a child, but I guess why it's so scary is that it shows that he doesn't have the impulse control to even not do that because he knows it's wrong. But I wonder if there's anything else to it. Anyways, let's go on to the next hearing.
Rule number 4. Officer Ward read from the bill of particulars on 11/1/2019. Your wife came to New Orleans probation parole officer to speak with Agent Ward reference to you harassing her while going through the divorce. You called your wife during she and the agent's interaction, at which time Agent Ward advised you to cease contact with her. Come into the office on 11/7/2019 for a scheduled office visit. You arrived at New Orleans probation parole office on 11/7/2019, at which time Agent Ward advised you to cease contact with your wife, in which time you stated you would stay away from her, cause no more issues. On 3/2/2020, you allegedly arrived at the victim's residence, banged on the front door, unwelcome, and as documented in New Orleans police item C-034-1342-19. On 3/3/2020, a protective order was filed against you in which you were never located or served. Agent Ward received a copy of this protective order on 3/9/2020. Okay, on 3/11/2020, you allegedly arrived at your wife's residence unannounced, knocked the door, telling her to come outside. When your wife did not answer, you allegedly smashed her front vehicle windshield, as documented on the New Orleans police item C-13049-20. On 3/13, you allegedly arrived at the victim's residence again and followed her, as documented in New Orleans item C-15861-20. You were arrested on 3/23/2020 for violation of protective order, domestic criminal damage, and reference to the above police items. On 4/2/2020, Agent Onstadt attempted to serve you a notice of preliminary hearing to which you refused to sign without attorney present. On 4/7/2020, Agent Onstadt attempted to serve you a second time. You allegedly refused to sign all paperwork again and implied that you were going to violate yourself. you would kill your wife upon release from jail. You also allegedly implied you would harm Agent Ward as well. On April 11th, 2020, the violation of protective order was dismissed, and the subject currently is only being charged with criminal damage to property. How do you plead?
I plead not guilty.
You plead not guilty to that.
Yes, sir.
See if there's any more. Okay. All right. Something's coming up on my screen. Hey guys, y'all got me reviewing headquarters stuff.
Yes, sir. We've got to get him to confirm his signature on that form. Since he doesn't have it in front of him, we're displaying it for him.
Okay, all right. Well,
Give us just a moment.
All right, let us know. They're going to send you something to look at, Nicholas.
Yes, I seen it already. My signature on
Is that your signature?
it. Yes, I seen it. Yes, sir.
All right, for the record, he sees it and it's signature. That's his signature signed on the parole revocation questionnaire. You got it? Staff?
Yes, sir.
All right. He agrees. All right. All right. Well, tell me, so were you ever arrested on any of these charges?
No, sir. I was not arrested. I was not informed of none of these charges, sir, until the time I got pulled over and they ran my name and they said I had attachment out on it.
So you're denying any of this happened with all these case documents, all these New Orleans docket numbers. So none of that happened. Are you saying that that's the case or not? What do you say? Did you go over to your ex-wife's house? Did you have a contact with her?
No, sir. I have no contact with her, sir.
So you never were threatening to anybody.
No, sir. No, I'm not that type of person, sir.
So you're currently being charged with criminal damage to property, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the status of that?
I was being pressured to plead out to that charge because it was saying if I take it to trial, I was going to wait till all the way to next year because of the pandemic.
So you pled to that charge?
Yes, sir. I had to. I didn't have no charge.
Okay. So that charge is that. All right. Okay.
Yes,
Mr. Jones. Yeah.
Counselor, can you shed any light on this for us?
Yes, I can. I'm happy to, Mr. Jones. So yes, I know there are several item numbers that were listed by Agent Ward, but he has not been arrested on any of them. And as far as I know, he does not have any arrest warrants stemming from those item numbers. The only one for which he was arrested was the one that included the simple criminal damage to property that's alleged to have taken place on March 11th. And for that, he was arrested on a violation of a protective order with the simple criminal damage to property. But upon investigation, the district attorney's office refused the violation of protective order because they found that there was no valid protective order on file. And so that's why the case proceeded with only the simple criminal damage to property, which he did plead guilty to on July 2nd. And he received credit for time served by the judge.
Okay, so all that's holding him now is the parole revocation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Ms. Wise.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
The reason why the protective order was dismissed was because he was not served. What is the status now of a protective order as it relates to your wife? Have you been served?
No, ma'am.
You have not. Okay, so if you are fortunate today and you get released, you're saying that you could actually go to your wife's house and there will be no repercussions. That's what you're telling me?
No, ma'am, I cannot go around at all. At all.
How you know? Why you say that?
It's because I know there's that struggle, and me and her haven't been together in a while, and just put everything behind me. It's time for me to move on. I'm too old for this incarceration. I'm 41 years old today.
Don't go off into that. Let's not go off into that. I just need you to kind of answer some questions. Now, your attorney said in the preliminary hearing that mere words do not constitute an assault. So therefore, there was no charges filed, but words are indicative of thought. And you made threats to your wife that you're going to kill her if you get released. And you made threats to the probation parole officer. So tell me what's going on with that. Help me understand that. That I would feel safe to let you back out on the street and there will be no repercussions. Help me understand that.
Yes, ma'am. The only way I can see this is that when the parole officer came to see me to get me to sign the paperwork, he must have mistook my words in the wrong way, because I told him that I wouldn't sign the paper without my attorney being present, due to the simple fact reason that I was confused. I didn't know what was going on, man.
Okay. And what about the statement towards your wife that if you get out, you're gonna go kill her? What about those statements?
Oh, no, certainly, man. I would never say nothing like that, man.
All right. So you're saying you didn't say it?
No, I didn't, man.
Okay, Chairman, that's all I have.
All right. Would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
I'm pretty fine, sir.
Okay. Counsel, would you like to make another statement?
Yes. So good morning, members of the Parole Board. My name is Cynthia Mesqua, and I am a public defender with the Orleans Public Defender's Office. It has been my privilege to represent Mr. Nicholas Alexander over these past 4 months, during which I've had the opportunity to see who Mr. Alexander is as a person. I'd like to say upfront, clearly and unequivocally, that the board would be making the right decision in allowing Mr. Nicholas Alexander to return to our community under parole supervision. And I hope that this statement, after this statement and after considering this matter, you'll agree and lift the parole hold on Mr. Alexander. I'd like to first briefly address the violations alleged against Mr. Alexander. As a housekeeping matter, I'd like to make sure the board is aware that there are a few typo errors in the preliminary hearing report. The only individuals that gave testimony at the prelim were Agent Ward and myself. Agent Ward did testify to others' statements, but no one else called in or made any statements. Specifically, there's no one involved in this matter by the name of Shawanda Artis, and I think it was just a small typo when preparing the report. So I just wanted to clarify that.
All right.
From reading the narrative in Mr. Alexander's parole paperwork, he's accused of violating the condition of not engaging in criminal activity due to his arrest and implied threats while in custody. As to the arrest, Mr. Alexander was arrested on March 22nd on an arrest warrant, which I already explained, so I'll move past this. But I did share the relevant communications with Agent Ward from the DA's office certifying that there was no basis for the violation of protective order charge. And so I'd ask that the parole board consider his plea to the simple criminal damage to property as the first technical violation. As to the implied threats that Agent Jeffrey Onstadt reports, I'd like to highlight that these allegations are stemming from what Agent Onstadt interpreted based on Mr. Alexander's words and demeanor. The key word that I focus in on are implied threats that might help us, visualize what were the actual statements, that they were not direct threats, but merely implied threats. And Mr. Alexander, we've spoken about this matter, and he does apologize for his word choice and the tone in which he spoke, as he did not and does not intend any harm to Agent Ward or to Ms. Beatrice Ducre. As a legal matter in regards to criminal activity, Mr. Alexander's words do not rise to the level of even a misdemeanor simple assault. Louisiana courts have made abundantly clear that mere words do not constitute an assault, but only when there is a combination of threats, present ability to carry out the threats, and reasonable apprehension of receiving a battery. So the courts have clarified that there should be some attempt to carry out a battery in order to rise to the level of simple assault. And here we can easily and quickly see that Mr. Alexander's words do not rise to the level of criminal activity. And moreover, the allegations, they really do concern implied threats, not actual threats. And that does not negate the impropriety of such comments, but it does reflect that Mr. Alexander's language did not constitute an actual immediate threat of harm and does not therefore violate his parole. I'd like to turn to what Mr. Alexander would do if he were released on parole supervision. As for where he would live, Mr. Alexander would resume living with his two uncles, Mr. Thomas Kraft and Reginald Kraft, in New Orleans East. Mr. Alexander's uncles are further along in life, and Mr. Alexander assists them with various tasks, such as cutting their hair and helping them stay on top of their medication. And these are actually the tasks Mr. Alexander regularly does for his family. His mother, Ms. Cheryl Alexander, and father, Mr. Vernon Alexander, they both live in an elderly facility. And while Mr. Alexander was on parole, he visited them multiple times a week, and he helped them maintain a tidy living space. And he would actually cut his father's hair twice a week. Mr. Alexander also has two siblings. However, they both have young children, which is why Mr. Alexander has taken on the primary responsibility of visiting his parents. He would also help them pay the expenses of living in an elderly care facility, as we know they can be quite expensive. His older brother, Mr. Vernon Alexander, is a manager at a restaurant in New Orleans, and his younger sister, Ms. Rogine, is a licensed pharmacy technician. Mr. Alexander has a single daughter, Ms. Ambria, who is currently in college with aspirations of being a doctor. I'd like to remind the board of the context of the times we're living in. The coronavirus pandemic has been an incredible disruptor and source of anxiety for many. In times like these, family and community support make all the difference. If released, Mr. Alexander will return to his family in New Orleans, where he will immediately get to work to provide them with his support so that these hard times can be at least a little lighter. And I mean get to work quite literally. Mr. Alexander is something of a Renaissance man. He loves to work, he loves to expand his skill set, and he is a go-getter. Since his first job at 15, Mr. Alexander has not hesitated at any challenges and has continued learning new skills. At just 15, he got a job cleaning ballparks and drawing the lines on baseball and football fields. Then he started doing fender and bodywork on cars. In the interest of brevity, I'll summarize that he has completed the training and is licensed in checking ships' tanks for explosive materials or fuels that could lead to accidents before members of the Coast Guard board and inspect. He has worked in a shipyard operating forklifts and doing industrial painting and sandblasting. He completed a minority program at Dillard University, where he received a certification for asbestos abatement work from the Department of Environmental Quality. And he began coursework for a massage therapist license, but had to withdraw when a work opportunity came up. These skill sets tell me that Mr. Alexander.
Are you your car?
I'm sorry, was someone asking a question? Okay.
Go ahead and wrap up, man.
Okay, yes, I'm about to done. Thank you. These skill sets tell me that Mr. Alexander is not afraid of a hard day's work. He understands the value and importance of hard work. With these various skill sets, I'm confident that Mr. Alexander will find work, even in a pandemic. In a sense, Mr. Alexander is the best prepared to find work during a pandemic because he has a variety of skill sets that he can turn to. He's not dependent on jobs in a particular field. In fact, Mr. Alexander's goal is to save enough money to go into business for himself. He wants to save up for a small truck and trailer that he can then use to find work. He's explained to me that with just a truck and a trailer, you could find work removing scrap metal from construction sites, you could deliver lumber, steel, or other large amounts of food products. And in a worst case scenario where work is scarce, with a truck and a trailer, you can even do smaller jobs, such as helping deliver large appliances or taking such appliances to waste sites. And his business plan and idea demonstrate that Mr. Alexander is a problem solver and ready to be a productive member of our community. So in closing, I'd like to express my earnest and sincere support for who Mr. Alexander is. When he was first arrested and we met, he was in the midst of experiencing anxiety attacks regularly. On arrest, he was first taken to UMC for chest pains, and he has since started medication, which has helped. But what I noticed most is that Mr. Alexander has turned inwards to find peace and resilience. During our months of working together while he's been in custody, which is 142 days or 4 months and 20 days, Mr. Alexander has exhibited patience, faith, and resolve. I don't mean to suggest any of this has been easy because it hasn't. And I'll remind the board of the weight of knowing there's a pandemic, particularly impacting elderly folks when your own parents are in an elderly facility. But through it all, Mr. Alexander has remained hopeful. And so I ask that you give Mr. Alexander an opportunity to return to his parole and adjudicate this matter as his first technical violation. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chairman, at this time, I recommend we go into executive session to discuss confidential matters related to this case.
I've got a motion for session. I got a second. Roll call, please. Roll call, please.
Mr. Kelsey?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we'll be back in a minute.
Well, okay, so I actually do have information on this case, and we'll go through it at the end. I really do wonder what they're talking about here at this executive session. It's going to be interesting when I share with you what he's even in for, and it's mind-blowing. But the wait was about 4 minutes, so I'll skip it for you, so you don't need to sit through that.
All right, I think we're back. Is everyone here? Is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Wise?
Sir, we've listened carefully. There was a lot of case material, a lot to think about, a lot to process. However, when it comes down to your conditions of parole, you've been around a while. You know, with the conditions of parole, you need to be within the lines, and you were not. You pled guilty to criminal damage to property. For that reason, my vote is to revoke your parole, and that the original original sentence be imposed.
All right, Mr. Jones.
Although you pled guilty to simple criminal damage to property, I'm not certain that we would be here if that were the only thing that were ever involved. But as to everything that did get us here, all we have is some allegations that the police either didn't investigate or didn't act on, and the DA chose not to pursue. So my vote today is to not revoke your parole.
All right, you have one vote to do not revoke and one vote to revoke. I also, read and go carefully through the information that was provided to us, listen to counsel, all the information that was read. You did plead guilty to simple criminal damage, which is criminal activity, and I'll vote to revoke. So you have 2 votes to revoke, 1 vote to do not revoke. Your parole's been revoked.
Kelsey, Mr.
So here's my understanding of what he was initially charged with and what he was revoked for. So he only got 180 days in probation for terrorizing an ex-girlfriend. Now, it's not clear to me, because so this sentencing took place in 2020. Now, this revocation hearing is also in 2020. So it's a little confusing, but he has the same first, middle, and last name and similar charges. So I'm pretty sure it's him. But so he avoided further jail time from a domestic violence case from 2020, but he got his tongue lashing from the judge. Now, the county circuit judge told the convicted abuser, Nicholas James Alexander, 40, that he was lucky to get a plea deal, recommending only time served. He also took issue with several of the defendant's statements in court, including that the devil had a hand in the case, that everything happens for a reason. It happened for a reason. Yes, it did. It happened because he chose to terrorize her, the judge said in sentencing. What the state described was nothing short of terrorism, and the devil didn't do it. It's interesting to hear the judge gave a real, bashing, but then agreed to time served. At Alexander's sentencing, the prosecutor, Bitney Haver, and the Dutchess County, and the Dutchess County District Attorney's Office outlined the background of the latest case. December 13, 2020, the victim had been trying to stay away from Alexander. He located her in a Walgreens parking lot in Redmond and used his vehicle to block hers. He yelled at her and he broke one of her car mirrors. She was forced to use her car to push his out of the way and flee. Later, she was outside the Walmart when he approached her. She ran to the store entrance, but he grabbed her, tossed her phone to the ground, and started dragging her to his vehicle. Multiple witnesses called 911. So he's doing this in broad daylight. And employees intervened, but then he escaped before the police would come. Then officers agreed to keep watch in the woman's hotel room that evening as agencies worked to find him. And around 7:30 that night, sure enough, he parked near the hotel and slipped past the law enforcement officers. Can you imagine? The police are there stationed, but he gets past them. He enters the woman's room, but she wasn't there. He spotted her outside the hotel and chased her into her van, then back to her room. And meanwhile, the police are there. Just imagine they're like eating donut or something. And he sneaks in. Can you imagine the terror? The terror of that? Like, he's terrorizing her all day. And then even with police sitting outside her hotel room, he sneaks in and then chases her around the hotel, and she has to call 911. Then he smashed a hotel window, causing $258 in damage, and chased her out of her room. He was eventually tracked down the next day in an attic in Culver and arrested. He was charged December 20th with 14 counts, including Class A felony, first degree unlawful. What does that mean? Like, like what does that even mean? And why would he not be charged fully for that? He came to court Wednesday having arranged a plea deal involving 180 days in jail, time that he already served, and 3 years probation for the incident in Walgreens and Walmart. He pleaded guilty to one count of each of coercion for the hotel attack. He pleaded guilty menacing and endangering someone, protecting by restraining order, and all charges were dropped. I lost everything when I met Nick, the victim told the court. The ripple effect of his abuse are way too much for me. I went into one letter. The problem with Nick is that he follows through on about half the threats he makes, and I never know from one day to the next which threat he was going to follow through on. Over a rambling 1-minute statement to the court, Alexander blamed, a rambling 9-minute statement to the court, sounds like his attorney. He blamed his problems on drugs and the devil. I said, everything happens for a reason. Don't you love it? Everything. That's not the first time we've heard that. Everything happens for a reason. He said the victim had tried repeatedly to contact him despite the restraining order she had against him. Now the judge says, I think Mr. Alexander had made about 500 excuses. The judge said after Alexander was finished, really, I'm not persuaded by anything he said. I hope I'm wrong. I hope a scintilla of what he's saying is accurate. I hope that he does make improvement for everybody's sake, not just his, but all the victims he creates with his behavior. In the end, the judge went along with the plea deal, the caveat that if he violates probation, he'll serve a minimum of 4 years in prison. So here's a judge that's really giving it to him. It seems in his best knowledge doesn't really believe anything that he says, doesn't appreciate it, and then he gives him just 4 years probation, 4 years, if he is revoked. And again, this is my understanding because the dates are a little, interesting, but the dates just don't really add up for me here, which is why it's concerning because this hearing took place on August 2020. it's not clear. It's really not clear to me if it's the same person, because a parole revocation hearing took place on August 11th of 2020, and it says that this happened on December 13th, 2020. So it's, yeah. And, Richard didn't provide this link. This is what I found on my own. So it would be interesting if it's not him and it's just someone with the same name in a similar situation. But otherwise, it would add up to him being him if the, could be the dates in the article are wrong. And I'm sorry about that. There's just not much. I'll put the link in the description if you want to check it out yourself. But it kind of is similar, same name, similar dates. But if it is him, then what it would mean is that the judge did let him off easy, and then we see him basically immediately getting revoked for doing something pretty much similar to what we had seen. But it is interesting when we do these hearings, we do see a lot of very similar, a lot of identical names, similar ages with similar crimes, and it can be quite confusing at times. But then, my last thought would be on his attorney. She graduated from Stanford, which is I think the number 3 school in the world maybe. And I thought at the beginning she was doing a good job bringing up the facts and the laws based on New Orleans legislation, but then she just kept going on and on and on and on and on. And maybe that's part of her strategy, but not a good look in my opinion. Keith looked pretty annoyed by that. But what can you do? She had her work caught up against her. Can you just imagine though, you graduate Stanford and then you choose to become a public defender? I mean, how do you I gotta tell you, that is saying something. You have to really have ideological views to do that. But anyways, with that, I'll let you go.
Incarcerated right at 26 months of a 57.5-month sentence. You are a second felony offender with 5 adult arrests, 2 for theft, and 2 for drug charges. Tell me, tell me how the simple escape happened.
The simple escape. I had just been arrested, and I was, just to be perfectly honest, I was still, I was high, and I was really just out of my head. They had taken me to the hospital, and I was in the bathroom, and I just decided to run, and there's no excuse other than I was still coming off of drugs, I guess.
Okay. Now, you've been incarcerated for 26 months. I see no good time credits, no programs. Why in 26 months haven't you at least tried to enroll and enter some classes?
I am, sir. I am enrolled in Living in Balance and reentry.
So you enroll right now?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Yeah.
Outstanding. And so Living in Balance, have you finished part 1 yet?
Not yet.
So the Living in Balance has 2 parts to it, right?
Yes, sir.
And what other classes are you in?
Reentry.
So you're going to get 120 days for that reentry class and probably 180 days for the Living in Balance.
Yes, sir.
Which would make you an immediate release upon completion of those programs. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions. Madam Chairman, would you like questions?
I just have a couple of questions. When did you start using drugs?
I was probably around the age of 23.
And what'd you start using?
I was on pills, like opiates, Lortab.
Prescription?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So how'd you get started on all that?
Really and truly, it was through a friend that just she was using, and she kind of turned me on to it. You know, you could do this better, you could do this, and so
Right. So it wasn't because of an accident where you were prescribed and began abusing because of that. Okay. And so what's your longest period of sobriety? This period of time right now?
probably so, yes, ma'am.
And you've been to rehab before a lot of times.
I have had another period of about a year's sobriety on the outside, you know, when I'm not, I've been to rehab a couple of times.
How many times?
Gosh, I couldn't even, I've probably been to rehab, I don't know, at least 5 times.
Well, I'm looking at some information in the record, and it's
It's been, you know, I can't remember exactly.
27.
27. Now, if there was something in the record about that, that would be with hospitals, psych wards.
I just said rehab. So
No, not that many. Not that many rehabs. No, ma'am.
so you've been in what do you mean psych ward?
Like, I guess detox facilities or.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the same. I mean, we talk, it's all relative to your substance abuse, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I meant. So I'm really worried about you. I'm glad you're enrolled in programs. There's been opposition expressed to an early release for you, but you're going to have an early release anyway because you're going to earn all those good time credits with those programs. But I want you to give some thought about how is this time going to be different?
Right. This time I'm going to Physicians Behavioral Center when I get out, and
Good.
I'm going to get them to refer me to a sober living.
Good. Well, you've given it some thought. I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Renaz and Ms. Wise.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bauer, would you like to make any comments?
No, sir.
Ms. Would you like to make a final statement?
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
I just like to thank you for this opportunity, but I'm doing my best.
Great. Is the panel ready to vote? Ms. Dean, based upon your enrollment and living in balance, pre-release and anger management, I think that's the spot where actually pre-release and living in balance. Is that correct?
Living in balance and reentry.
Yeah. And the proximity of your good time date, and we want you to finish those programs before release. I'm going to deny you based on the proximity of your good time date. Madam Chairman?
I do agree. Natalie, my vote today also is to deny, to allow you time to finish the programs you're enrolled in, and then you'll be an immediate release anyway. So I wish you well, good luck, and I hope you do get to the sober living house.
Thank you.
Ms. Wise.
Miss Natalie, I just appreciate how alert you are today. I see that you are, working on you this time, and that's good. My vote is the same for the same reasons. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Dean, we wish you all the luck in the world. The basic reason that you've been denied this morning is to allow you to finish your rehabilitation And good luck with that. And the decision of the board this afternoon is to deny your request based upon proximity of your good time date. You have a good day.
Thank you. Y'all too.
27 rehabs. Wow. Well, that's it's just the fight that you got to keep on fighting and keep on fighting and keep on fighting. It's interesting though. She's so this hearing took place in 2021. I don't have any notes on it to share with you. I just don't have. I don't have anything. But I guess that means she's not back, and that's really good news. That's excellent. It's 2 years later, and she's not back. So maybe programs did help, or maybe she was just tired. But it was nice the way that they showed compassion when they denied her. They said nothing to do with you. We wish you the best of luck. You'll finish your programs. You'll get out. The escape, I kind of had like a picture of it. She's in the hospital and it's like, I don't want to be here, and she skedaddles. But she doesn't have DUI. She doesn't have those type of charges that make it more dangerous for other people. So I don't have like this. It's more like just a struggle that she's been dealing with, which is what I kind of see here. But I wish her the best. Definitely do.
Asir Butler, DOC number 118776. You're a 5th class offender. Parole eligibility date 6/15/2021. Good time date 11/19/2050. Full term date 6/16/2051. 40-year sentence. Obscenity 3 counts. Please answer Mr. Alvin Roche's question.
Good morning, Mr. Butler. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Mr. Butler, I'm going to put some information into the record. If anything's incorrect, please stop me and correct me, okay?
Yes, sir.
After I enter the information into the record, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Butler, you're currently 59 years old, and you've been incarcerated for 19 and a half years on a 40-year sentence. You're a 5th felony offender with multiple sex offenses and convictions. You have multiple write-ups throughout your incarceration, the last one being only 15 months ago in October of 2019. 75% of all your disciplinary write-ups have been for sex offenses. You have at least 8 or 9 21Es on your record, and you have 2 disciplinary write-ups for fights. Your static 99, which is your risk assessment for sex offenses, is a +5, which is a very high risk. You have a terrible supervision history, an extensive criminal background. Does all of that sound pretty accurate?
Yes, sir, pretty much.
Okay. Tell me about the programs you've completed since you've been incarcerated.
Okay, I have the certificates that I've completed.
Sir, I don't want to see certificates.
Yes, sir.
If you took these programs, you should be able to rattle off the programs that you've completed. Tell me about the programs.
They're actually on the certificates, being that I completed the programs. Wouldn't know them exactly by heart right now, but I could look at the certificate and let you know what programs I
Did you complete sex offender treatment?
I was on the backlog for that, but I have never got into it yet as of that. But when I was on parole on the street.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Did you complete substance abuse?
I want to say that I got into it. If I have the certificate, yes, sir, I completed it. But
okay, go look at your certificates, okay?
Yes, sir. Okay, I have one here for Cajun Rage.
Anger management.
Okay. This one here is for the House of Yahweh. No, it's not the House of Yahweh. It's a watch care program that they had here that I completed.
Okay.
This one is for the 1-year anniversary. Okay, this is my religion as far as the House of Yahweh.
Yes.
And this year, I'm actually a cancer survivor. I had prostate cancer, and this is from the Our Lady of the Lake, Marybird Perkins Cancer Center.
Right. Tell me about your programs, Mr. Butler.
And this is the last one that I have, which is the Peaceful Solution Character Education Program. And I would say the only program one will be the Cajun Rage and the Watch Care, which would do.
So basically you do, there's no substance abuse and no sex offender treatment. Okay. What's your job at the facility?
I'm the Rec Room Orderly, Rec Room 2 Orderly.
Okay. And what's your transition plan?
Actually, that you stated and that you understand that I'm 59 years old, and all of my offenses, and I can go from day one, had been childless, and something I had learned in prison because I had did an early prison time.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Where do you plan to work and where do you plan to live?
Okay, I plan to work at, I filled out an application for a job out in Lake Charles, Louisiana, doing construction work.
Okay.
And this parole that I'm granted, it would help me out that I can get there and work,
Okay. Where do you plan to live?
There too, they have a housing, okay, for that as well. Here's the housing thing.
So what you're trying to say is that if you're employed with the construction company, they will supply you some housing.
Yes, sir, correct.
Thank
That
you.
I granted
Thank
parole.
you. Warden Booty, would you like to make any comments or remarks?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that completes my interview.
Mr. Renato, would you like to ask any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right, would you like to go ahead and make a statement on your behalf, Kashmir?
Other than what I was just fixing to explain to him, as far as I'm 59 years old now, and all the things that I've done in the past had been childless, and I didn't take responsibility. But as of now, I'm 59 years old and a cancer survivor. I've lost my parents, both mother and father. I have one daughter out there now. I have 4 granddaughters. And I'm looking to help them financially, I know my situation that I can't stay with them at this time because of my previous charges, but that I'm out there working, I can support them financially, with money, as I did when I was home when I had 2 granddaughters. Not blaming anyone but myself of my past, but I know now that I have a future, and I was actually a Christian for 51 years, but now I've studied the House of Yahweh, and it's my strength, which is my Heavenly Father. And the things that I need to do coming forward is nothing that I've done in the past as far as my character and my ways of life, sexual ways. Earlier, I was fixing to state that as far as the obscenity charges, I've learned that at Angola when I first fell, but that's quote, quote, not an excuse to do it, and I am an adult. At the time I was performing those things, I was childish because I didn't take responsibility and own up to not doing that because it wasn't something I was taught at home. I was a Christian all my life, and that's not something I taught, but something I learned and thinking that was the right way, but for sure it wasn't the right way. And I know that it was not the right way. And for now, I know that I would never do that again in life. Surviving cancer is my blessing. They caught it early in the earliest stage. So now that I've survived that, I know that I need to go out there and do positive things. It's going to be easy for me because I know who is my strength now, and I know where my strength comes from to do positive things, and meaning to do the right thing rather than the wrong thing. Yes, I have a bad history, and from day one, and I can say 8 years now when I've learned about Yahweh and learned who my strength was or who my strength is. The things that I've done in the past, I don't need to do anymore because it's not great for my health, and it's a disrespect to the person that was doing it to. So I know that that's not something that need to be done. And I just look forward to going on with my life. At 59 years old, it's not old, but it's of age, And my life ambition, I was a student athlete. I attended the University of USL at the time from 79 to 83. My life ambition was to become a professional football player, play 10 years, and take on what they call entrepreneurship. My major was health and physical education, my minor hotel and management in the marketing department. I took business administration, accounting, and business management, looking to invest in that lump sum of money I would have made in a 10-year period. Also in high school, I played for Mandeville High School. Nationwide right now, my name is in the book for high school All-American. I made All-State, All-Parish. There again. And if I was to draw a line, that middle where I have the criminal history of the sex offenses, that line, that period there, or that gap, I would hope that I can call it a black hole in my life that has really damaged me because it's not the person that I am at all. Anyone that knows me personally will know and see that they know, as I know in my heart and my mind, that I'm not that person at all. But I realize in that black hole, I painted a picture that I am of that character, but I know that I'm not, And as of now, I know that you all will make a decision, and then I know that I have made my decision to continue on to what I'm doing now because this day and the days forward, I'm going to do all that I can to better myself rather than continue that black hole that once, was in my life. And I can't change.
All right. Thank you, sir. It's well said. Thank you. Thank you for your statement.
Yes, sir. And thank you, sir, for giving me that opportunity to make a statement.
Sure. All right. Is the panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Alvin Roche?
Mr. Butler,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to deny your request this morning.
Yes, sir.
And that denial is based on the following things. You have a very terrible supervision history. You've been revoked multiple times. You have an extensive criminal background. You have a general disciplinary conduct that's totally unacceptable. You've had multiple write-ups for sex offenses while incarcerated. You've had multiple write-ups for fighting, the last one being in October of 2019. Your risk assessment is a moderate level, which tells us that you have a moderate chance of reoffending. Your sex risk assessment is a +5. I've never seen a +5 5 in 5 years of me sitting on this board, which is extremely high, saying that you have an extreme chance of reoffending and committing a sex offense. You have no sex offender treatment, and you have no substance abuse treatment. These are the reasons why my decision is to deny your request.
All right, Ms. Renata.
Mr. Butler, I too am going to vote to deny your parole based on the fact that you have a high risk assessment score on the risk to reoffend with a sex offense, and you haven't had any sex offender treatment. So my vote today is to deny your parole based on those factors, and reapply if you are able to get enrolled in this and complete the sex offender treatment program. Good luck to you, sir.
All right.
Check two votes to deny your parole. I vote to deny your parole for the same reasons as stated. 3 votes to deny. Today your parole's been denied. Thank you.
Okay. No, see.
Go back in there and have us.
You know, so I looked him up, and he actually was a high school football star, and the way that his career suddenly ended was through an offense of a sexual nature. But it is disturbing because when I'll share with you what he was caught for, and then hearing about the write-ups, it's like it just has an obsession with doing this. So the 21, and thank you, Jen, for sharing this Angola handbook. 21E is for obscenity. No offender shall deliberately expose the genital organs and or do the deed in view of non-incarcerated persons. So he has, as Mr. Roche said, 7 or 8 of those offenses. What he was locked up for, and I'm going to have to read this because it's kind of like the information for you, but it's when the judge gave him a sentence in 2011, this long sentence, it was after already having been sentenced many times, but I'll tell you what, I'll read it, paraphrase it. So he told the judge on Tuesday that his propensity for undoing his pants and doing the deed before passerbys puzzles me to this day, he said. At the time of his sentencing, he was 50 years old, and he was sentenced to spend 4 decades in prison on 3 obscenity charges. And that's pretty, they just got him because he's an habitual, and he kept doing it because 40 years in Louisiana for doing that is, it's a lot. I mean, people have spent less time for taking lives, spent less time for doing worse things to their grandkids, to their own kids. But the thing is that he couldn't seem to help himself. He'd been a high school football star and hoped to play professionally, which is just high school, and I mean, you got a long way to go. You got to go through college, and then you got to, so even then, even being a superstar, it's the odds of ever even making it out of college are still tiny, but it was enough where they seem to talk about it. But this is what happened in 1987. He tried to sexually assault a pregnant teenager. So she pulled a knife out on him, and that didn't work. Here it is. So he'd been a star running back at Manville High School. He knocked on a friend's door in 1987. And it was the man's 17-year-old wife. So it was a different man's who was 5 months pregnant answered. So he knocked on his buddy's door. His buddy's wife, 5 months pregnant, answered. The woman told police that he tried to kiss and fondle her. They fought. Then, feigning submission, she suggested they go into the bedroom to do it. And there, she swung a knife at him but missed. And then she pulled a .22 revolver from under the mattress and shot him in the stomach. And that's what ended his high school football dreams. So, you know, this guy has been very dangerous for a very long time. He pleaded guilty in 1989 for attempted forcible and burglary, and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Then he was sentenced to David Wade in 2001 after he exposed himself to 3 correctional officers and began doing the deed in front of them, according to records. In October, he exposed himself to a prison nurse. He was charged again with obscenity, which was another 6 months charge. And it says he was released from prison in 2010 before he was resentenced. And the judge imposed the maximum, so he'll never do it again. We'll never harm him again. The judge had had enough, because after then being released in 2010, when he was out of prison for less than a year, he was working for an auto repair shop next to a physical therapy clinic. And for 3 mornings in a row, as a woman next door arrived at work, he stepped out from behind the fence, unzipped his pants, and yanked it and winked it in front of her. She was scared. She was embarrassed. Her father told the court at the sentencing. After the second morning, she told her parents. They went to work with her that day, and her father hiding around the corner, and her mother hunkering by the car with a video camera. And they caught him in the act. And that's when the judge threw the book at him. So there you have it. You understand why he got the 40 years, and it makes complete sense. You know, at that point, that's a good move by the judge. I mean, this guy literally has an obsession. He has an obsession. He can't help himself. And hey, if you didn't see, you might not believe it. But starting when you're a high school football star, running back, and to then go do that to a buddy's 5-month pregnant wife, and that just kicks off your career of basically spending your life in prison. Anyways, with that, I'll let you go.
Thank you. Very good. Now, Mr. Cohen, you are here because you've been accused of violating your supervision conditions. I'm going to read each violation. You have an option to plead guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty with a statement. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
The parole board is conducting this revocation hearing because you have been accused of violating the conditions. Condition number 2, you violated this condition in that you failed to report as directed to your office. How do you plead?
I plead guilty with a statement, sir.
Thank you. Condition number 4, you violated this condition in that on October 31st, 2019, you were given a drug screen and you tested positive for meth and MDMA. On October 20th, 2020, you voluntarily admitted to the consumption of alcohol beverage. How do you plead?
I plead guilty with a statement, sir.
Condition number 8. You violated this condition in that you failed to attend sex offender counseling for the months of August, September, October, November, December of 2020. In addition, you violated this condition in that you failed to complete substance abuse treatment as directed following a positive drug screen in October of 2019. How do you plead?
I plead not guilty, sir, with a statement.
In condition number 10, you violated this condition in that you are $1,008 in arrears and you've never made a payment towards your supervision fees. How do you plead?
I plead guilty with a statement, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Now, you pleaded guilty to condition number 2 with a statement.
Yes, sir.
Let's have your statement.
My statement, sir, is that during the time that I was told to come into the office to see my parole officer, we was under COVID-19, sir. And at this time, I did not have any transportation to make it into the office, which was a Friday around about 10 minutes after 4. The office closed at 4:30. It was impossible for me to make it there, sir. So I asked the officer, can I come in following Monday? And he told me yes. The Sunday was the time of the freeze or the frost. We had a little snow. And that Monday morning, everything was shut down. I had an eye doctor's appointment that following Tuesday, the next day, I mean. And as I come from my eye doctor, I reported to the office. When I reported to the office to see my PO, Mr. Weatherford, he was not there. So I was told to go in and see the supervisor, Mr. Paul Cryer. When I got into the office, Mr. Cryer told me that he had a warrant out for my arrest. And I was placed in custody. Okay.
How long have you been on supervision, Mr. Cohen?
I've been on supervision now, sir, like 2 years and a little bit, 2.5, maybe 2.5 years now, sir.
Okay. And you're in arrears on your supervision fees, $1,000. So
yes.
When was the last time you reported to the office?
I report every month, sir, as I'm told to do. During the COVID-19, sir, everything was on telephone, okay? During the time of me going to the office and everything, I was dealing with this here with my mom. She's chemotherapy.
Okay. Let's go on to condition number 4.
Number 4.
And this is the condition with a positive drug screen.
Yes, sir.
Make your statement.
The positive drug screen was Halloween night at the fairground. I take medications for high blood pressure, ulcers, lump lord in my neck. When I took the drug screen, they stated that I test dirty for methamphetamines and MDMA, which was true. I seen the screen. He told me he wanted me to be placed in a substance abuse class. I attended the substance abuse class faithfully, never missed a day, and I was told almost at the end of the month that I have to have a Medicare card to stay into the class to participate. So I told him at the time that I was getting my card, it was in the mail. So the lady stated that, hey, you can't stay in this class because we need the payment of $125 a month. So she referred me to Vernon Outpatient Clinic, and I got into the Vernon Outpatient Clinic with Mr. Vernon. When I went to the outpatient clinic with Mr. Vernon to enroll in that substance abuse class, we was under COVID at stage 1. Mr. Vernon did an orientation of me and stated that to see what level I was on and being in a participant of his class. And I never was given a schedule to come back to the class, okay? And I stood, doing what I was supposed to do and everything. I called up there and everything was still under COVID-19, sir. So, I never attended back to the class at all.
Okay.
Okay.
Condition number 8. Failure to attend sex offender counseling.
It's a counseling class, sir. I participated. That's where all my money was going to. From day one that I come home, I had to register all this. I'm up to part in my registration, up to part in my fees. I fell off one time because of COVID-19, no money. I was waiting on my stimulus check. We had the hurricane. I had no money. I was dealing with a sickly mother coming out of a coma and going through chemotherapy, and funds was very bad, but I managed to, do what I had to do to continue doing my classes. All my classes with that, Mr. Christoph counseling was online. I stood online with him, and during the time my mother really took sick, I didn't have no more funds to pay. So I talked with Mr. Christoph counseling, and he stated to me, Corning, I will put you on suspension right now for August the 13th. When you come up with $350, then I'll place you back into our class. I said, thank you, sir. Ms. Candace and Mr. Christoph counseling. He stated that I didn't go August, September, October, November, and December, which was not true, sir. I have the copies right here from Christoph counseling, stating the only time that I was in the rear was only for August the 13th for $350. But for the time that I've been on the streets, from coming from my Steve Hall program, prison, I've been faithfully attending my classes, doing everything that I'm supposed to do. And I think I've been doing great. I'm doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Condition number 10, you've never paid anything towards your supervision fees.
I never had an absolute job to continue to even get extra money of funds to pay on the fee. I talked with Baton Rouge online, and they told me that as soon as I had FEMA, we had the hurricane, I was trying to get jobs, but at the time, sir, I have right here that what I was actually going through was dealing with when I come home from prison. I came to
overall, you just didn't have the money to pay your fees.
Yes, sir. I didn't have any money at the time to pay my fees.
Your case has been signed to Mrs. Renasson. Mrs. Renasson.
So, Mr. Cornyn, why'd you test positive for at the Halloween thing at the fairgrounds?
I was on various medications, ma'am, meth, and they had said for methamphetamines and meth. Mm-hmm. When I come home and I saw my mom in a situation that she was, I'm not gonna lie to you, I backslid. And
okay, that's what I needed to know. That's all I need. That's all I need.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about the counseling and the substance abuse. You say you have paperwork.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we get that faxed over to us? How much did it cost to go to the sex offender counseling every month?
$125 a month, ma'am.
And you were behind $350?
Yes, ma'am.
So how many sessions is that?
That's like, well, if you go and if you don't have all the money, you pay what you can and to stay in your class. So at times I might come and have $100. They'll let me stay in my class. Just not paying anything would just put you in the rear. So, this is how I got a little behind to the $350. Okay, so I would say 2 classes.
So you're saying you missed only one class in August.
Yes, ma'am, in August 13th.
So what about September?
September, they had me for, I was placed on suspension until I came up with the money. I got the suspension.
So you have that notice?
Yes, ma'am, I have it in front of me.
All right, we want to ask the folks at Vernon to fax it over to us.
Yes, ma'am. You convenient.
Yeah. Staff, could you give the fax number, please?
Fax them. 225-342-2289.
You got it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. That's 225-342-2289, correct? Okay, back
yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Cornyn, you've been on supervision before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Wise.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
At one time I read somewhere you said you didn't report because you was worried about your property. What was going on?
At the time, I had took sick and I went to the hospital and for my ulcers and stuff and my high blood pressure. And when I was at the hospital, I got a text on my phone stating that someone had broken into my trailer. When they broke into the trailer, they went in and ransacked. They snatched my televisions off the wall and stuff and stole all my mom's jewelry boxes out of the home. Okay, so I called the Vernon Parish Sheriff Department. They had an officer come out to, you know, secure the property and everything. And I was kind of like, you know, terrified of that, you know, of just coming in and people just, you know, doing the hurricane and everything. People was like really in a rage out there. And I stayed in a trailer park. And a very dark part of my trailer park is very, very dark. Okay. And I kind of was like paranoid back there. And that's what I was going
So
through.
that house is where your mother lives?
Yes, ma'am. Me and my mom stay together. 1231 Jean Chapel, lot 62.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, that's all I had. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would Mrs. Mason please unmute your mic?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Mason is the aunt of the offender. Would you like to make a statement?
Yes, sir. I would like to say we wasn't there to help because we were under COVID-19 here in Louisiana. Well, I live in Louisiana, Slidell, Louisiana. My other sister lives in New Orleans, so we couldn't travel to help my sister at the time. But we felt Blake did an outstanding job trying to secure and make sure that his mom was taken care of. During that time, you know, well, before that, 3 years before that, when my sister was diagnosed at the second and third time of having cancer, she couldn't walk. She was bedridden, vomiting, diarrhea every day. And also she had a colostomy bag that he was taking care of her. We could not visit to go and see her at all. So I felt he did the best that he can. Blake did an outstanding job with his mom, and I just wish that we were there to help him to make sure he was on the right track also, and also helping her. But a lot of times when he would call, I can feel the frustration and that he needed us to help him, but it was nothing we can do at that time. So he did the best he can. And I know just coming out of prison, I know it was hard for his adjustment and then trying to adjust and then coming home to adjust to see his mom in the situation that he was in. So I just ask that, you know, that he have another chance and that we can work with him more also to make sure that he's on the right track. You know, I think he did an excellent job this go round because before, we didn't play the part that we needed to play in his life.
Thank you, Mrs. Mason.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Does the staff have the information?
Sir?
Has the staff received the information?
No, sir.
Mrs. Renasa?
No, I have no comments.
Can I get a motion for an executive session so we can go over the information when it arrives?
So moved.
I second.
It's been properly moved and second that we go into executive session to discuss confidential matters and to look at the information that was facts from the offender. Teresa, would you call the roll? Mr. Cohen, would you like to make a
Yeah, I can.
would you like to make a closing statement?
He's probably muted.
Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen,
Sir?
would you like to make a closing statement? Would you like to make a closing statement?
Would you like to make a closing statement?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My closing statement to the board, sir, is that I want them to know that I had enrolled in college and everything to go and get my carpentry license. I just been, got my grant approved. I got everything approved. I'm to the level now where I know my wrongs and I know my rights. And I'm asking the board to give me another chance to, turn that into reality. Okay, sir. And I'm pretty much on the straight level of doing the right thing now, sir. And I don't feel that I really did a lot wrong from 19 up until now, sir. I've been doing pretty good. And basically, I just want the board to, keep that in consideration, I know I'm behind in my payments, but I feel now I can get everything together, Putting me back in prison right now would I'll lose everything, all my mom's stuff, and that's gonna tear her apart. I have a daughter that's 14 that's on a roll 4 times in a row, and she's proud of me, and I'm proud of her. And, this is the best I felt in a long time from being in and out of prison majority of my life. And my mom was my biggest motivation when I came home. To see my mother like that, it really put me in a very frame of mind to where I knew I had to do the right thing. And I'm going to continue doing the right thing if I'm given the chance, regardless of the fact. I'm going to do the right thing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Is the panel ready to vote?
1 minute, sir. Barely can hear.
Ms. Renazzi.
I can't hear you, sir.
Mr. Corning, can you hear me?
A little bit.
Oh, you must have to turn the volume up or something.
Yeah,
Okay.
the volume's all the way up. So.
Our volume is all the way up.
Oh, goodness. Well,
I'll put it to my ear.
Okay, good. Mr. Corning, I'm going to go ahead and vote. We do have in the record where you were approved for the Pell Grant and you were pursuing that education. We also have in the record your unemployment with the CARES Act. And you just have had a lot of bad luck, it seems.
Yes, ma'am.
With the hurricane and the pandemic and all of that. I'm willing to give you a chance. My vote today is going to be do not revoke, but we're going to add a special condition to your conditions of supervision, and that will be that you must attend either AA meetings or Celebrate Recovery 3 times a week.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
Understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not going to put it as a condition, but I do want you to pursue that education. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mrs. Wise.
Mr. Coleman, I just want to appreciate you for your honesty this morning. You admitted that you slipped up, and that spoke volumes to me. I concur with my colleague. My vote is the same for the same reasons.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Cohen.
Sir.
You have received 2 votes not to revoke your supervision. I too will agree with my colleagues this morning, and my vote is do not revoke. You have received 3 votes to do not revoke your supervision, and as soon as the paperwork is done, you should be released.
Thank you very much.
You have a good day.
You too, sir. Thank y'all very much. Y'all have a blessed day.
Mr. Ray?
So this hearing took place on 2/23/2021. It was a revocation hearing, and as Richard had pointed out, he was then rearrested on 7/14/2022. So he's got a new charge. It was for distribution, possession with intent. So basically the same kind of thing that he was initially charged with. If we find his revocation hearing, but it's like we'll play it for you. But it could be that it's just taken as a new charge. I'm not quite 100% sure though on how they handle that. But man, some people just, I guess it's now he was in for what they call simple, the R word. That's his charge why he has to register as an offender. And of course, we don't know what that means. Oftentimes they take plea deals, so it could be that he's done the worst kind of thing to someone. It could be, and that's probably what it is. In my opinion, it's probably a bad charge. They just plead it down. But I mean, overall, from this revocation hearing, how do you feel? He did have an excuse for everything. We've seen parole boards not really care. Like they'll just say, well, you have an excuse for everything. Now, in this case, because of COVID, and he did show up a day late, he claims, to do his registration, and he was kicked out of his program because he didn't have the money to pay. And it is a strange, I do have to say, regardless of how you feel about, it's like I don't have empathy for these offenders that do these things to end up on a registry, but the system makes it really difficult for them to I guess be successful. I mean, to $125 every month just to attend a class, it seems like a lot of money. I mean, these are people who get out with no money. It's hard to get a job, and you have all of these additional burdens, which add up to thousands and thousands of dollars a year, which could be a huge chunk of their income. In many cases, it might be even 30%. I'm not throwing numbers out there, but we have seen people in arrears of $15,000 after a year, and they're only making so much money. So, you do wonder. It definitely affects more people than others, and I don't know what the answer is for it. I don't know how I think ultimately you might just say, well, screw it, let them just go back in prison. And hey, that's an argument to have. I wouldn't necessarily, remember we're talking about offenders, people who offend other people of a sexual nature, right? But hey, let's do another hearing. But yeah, he's locked back up, and he lasted less than a year. Well, actually about a year, I guess a year and a half. 7/14/22 is when he got arrested again. He was let out in 2/23/21. So yeah. Okay, here. Anyways, let's do the next hearing.
Is a first felony offender. And your offenses are fourth offense or greater DWI. The second charge of fourth offense DWI or higher. You were sentenced on March 10th, 2020. You received a 10-year sentence on both charges, and those two are running concurrently. Total sentence 10 years. Your parole date is 10/11/21. Your good time date is 10/11/22, and your full term date April 11th, 2029. Is this information correct?
Yes, sir.
Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Wise.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
I see where you got plans to return to Colorado.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell me about that.
I've been living there for 20 years.
So this offense occurred when you were visiting Louisiana?
Yes, ma'am. I came, my daughter was having double mastectomy, and due to cancer, she's gone through the process. She's gone through chemo. She is currently doing her therapy.
Okay.
They reestablished her breast.
Okay. So how long had you been? I'm sorry to hear about your daughter. That's so unfortunate. How long had you been in Louisiana when this happened?
3 days.
3 days. Okay. Okay. And so you were able to bond out. So you were still able to be with your daughter, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me, what is your plan to stay clean and sober?
My plan to stay clean and sober is to get into therapy with the group in Pueblo, Colorado, that had been part of my groundwork before I left.
What's the group name? What's the group?
Colorado Blue Sky.
Okay. Now, and you made a statement before that I read somewhere that you failed to use your tools.
When I was here, I got in a tangle with an ex-associated friend. I had not seen him in quite some time. And he is the reason I ended up here, because he assured me total confidence that there would be no problems between us if he allowed me to spend time with him. And that did not go well.
Okay. No, but do you know how many DWIs arrests you have?
I don't.
8. Do you know the first year of your DWI?
I don't.
1983. Now, I'm a little concerned about you. I'm a little concerned about your awareness, of how serious the drinking is. You have 16 years of education. Tell me about that.
When my daughter went to college, I got a CDL, and I drove over the road to pay for her education. When she completed her college, she went on to the university on her own account.
Miss Louise, I was asking about your education.
I stayed in Colorado due to my grandmother's health, and the people there convinced me to get my GED and then go into the college, the community college, to get my associate. And then I went on to get my bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had, Chairman.
Ms. Renazzi.
Ms. Rodriguez, how long had you been involved with the Blue Sky program?
Since 16.
Since 2016. So how did you end up in Colorado? Because of your grandmother, you said?
Yes, ma'am. She was.
Because you were originally from Louisiana.
No, ma'am, I was born and raised in Pueblo, Colorado.
Okay, and you, but I see, Ms. Wise mentioned your 8 DWIs, and I see many of them were here in Louisiana.
When I got married in '79 and moved here with my spouse.
Okay. So you were involved with the Blue Sky program. Did you ever do any inpatient treatment with them?
Yes, ma'am.
How long of a program was that?
I believe it was 2 years.
You were inpatient for 2 years or outpatient?
Outpatient for 2 years.
Outpatient. Did you do any inpatient with them?
Maybe for 2 weeks.
Okay. And so you say you started since 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were, so what was it like before you came to visit your daughter? What kind of programs, meetings, or whatever were you doing?
They were meetings with the Catholic Church. I was involved in community service there, and that was my immediate circle of friends.
Did you go to, I'm looking for things like AA meetings or whatever, whatever they may have.
Yeah, that the church I attended had AA meetings.
And how often did you go?
I went on Wednesdays, Fridays, and sometimes Mondays.
So at least twice a week?
At least.
And so when you came to visit your daughter, did you find an AA group or meeting?
I didn't think it was going to be necessary. I got here on the 9th, and I had intended to fly back on the 12th of April.
Right. And then now you know.
Yes, ma'am. Now I know.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
This is Rodriguez.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand how dangerous an individual you are?
I do now, sir.
You have been arrested 8 times for DWI and have 8 convictions.
Yes, sir.
DWI.
Yes, sir.
In my 5 years on the Committee on Parole, I've never seen a person charged twice for 4th offense DWI. That's the highest offense in Louisiana is 4th offense. And when you reach that, you go back 1st, 2nd, 3rd. So you've been 4th offense DWI twice, once in 2002 and in 2019. You have a problem. And you are like a person waving a gun, and it might go off at any time. Have you injured yourself or anyone while drinking?
No,
or
sir.
driving while drinking?
No, sir.
How fortunate you are.
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, something is going off at my house, but I don't know what, but let's continue. It is an accident waiting to happen. You need some help.
Yes,
Evidently, the Blue Sky program is not working.
it is, sir.
Have you attempted to have any substance abuse treatment after your incarceration?
I've never left jail. I've been here the whole time.
But we do have substance abuse programs within the Department of Corrections. Have you requested any help?
They haven't offered any help.
Have you requested any help?
Yes, sir.
So you've written letters, you've talked to your classification officer and asked to be placed in substance abuse?
The substance abuse they had already established did not follow through because of COVID.
I understand. So tell me exactly what, if released, what is your transition plan? Where do you plan to live and where do you plan to work? I know it's been discussed, but I want to put it on the record.
I plan to go back to my home state and reestablish with the Colorado Blue Sky, where I kept a constant sobriety, and I do have a home office where I do my work on the daily basis. I do maintain a schedule, and my circle of friends is very, very small.
And have you applied for out-of-state compact?
Yes, sir, I have.
Has it been approved?
According to Mr. Yeah, I believe it has been. I've sent in all the information. I've not gotten a response as of yet.
Thank you, ma'am. Would the staff at St. Tammany like to make any remarks or observations?
Since Ms. Rodriguez has been with us in our facility, she has not received any disciplinary action against her.
Thank you. And how long has she been there?
She was booked into our facility on April 12th, 2019.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Rodriguez, would you like to make a closing statement?
Yes, sir. I would like to apologize to the city of Covington and St. Tammany Parish for my destructive behavior. It was not intended to occur during my visit, and I hopefully accept my apology.
Thank you, madam. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes, sir. After we, can the staff confirm the status of the compact staff there at St. Tammany? Do you all have any idea?
What are you needing?
She had indicated a compact to Colorado had been submitted. Do you have that in your records?
I do not have that.
Okay.
With me. I don't even know where I would go to get that.
Okay. All right. Thanks for your honesty. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and vote. Ms. Rodriguez, I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned. As my colleague has already indicated, the public safety standpoint, you have law enforcement opposition. The DA and the sheriff's office is opposed to your early release. So my vote is to deny because of the lack of treatment programs through no fault of yours. However, that's the circumstances that you're in. You have law enforcement opposition and your history of multiple DWIs. It's very concerning to me. I encourage you to reapply, whenever you're eligible. And again, just continue to write and ask, for programs.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Mrs. Renaz.
Mr. Rodriguez, I do agree. I believe right now you pose a public safety risk. You have multiple DWI arrests and convictions, hadn't had the treatment that would help and the opposition that Ms. Wise has indicated that's been expressed to your early release, my vote today is to deny.
Ms. Rodriguez, you have received 2 votes to deny your request. I'm in full agreement with my colleagues without substance abuse treatment. Since you've been incarcerated, I deem you a public risk safety, and the legal community is opposed simply because of your record with DWIs. You have received 3 votes to deny your request. Your request has been denied. You have a good day. This completes our business with St. Tammany.
This is someone I do not feel bad for. As Mr. O'Shea said, it's like someone waving around a weapon, waiting for it to go off. And she really didn't seem to have any understanding. It was almost as if she was resentful for being there. Claimed to not know her DOC number, claimed to as if the whole thing was just some big misunderstanding. 8 DUIs. 8 convictions. That's what we have on record. To think that she actually had a CDL license and drove a truck at one point is terrifying. You know, if something would have happened, and we have seen those things on this channel, the worst of them. I have a playlist for it called DUI. I'll add this to that playlist and you can check it out. I think we would, you wouldn't even be, it wouldn't be even just about blaming her, but it would have been about blaming the system. You would have said, how is it possible that she's in a car? How is it possible that she's in the position to get in the car and take someone's life if it had happened? And you got to ask the question, yeah, how is it possible? Where's the system failing everyone? The idea that she can just, there needs to be like certain things in place. Now, we don't have the details, but was it her boyfriend's car that she drove? Did she rent a car? Like, there needs to be, you know, I'm not for big government. I actually hate that. But for certain use cases, you would think there has to be something in place that would make it impossible for someone that has 7 DUIs to get an 8th DUI. Now, you can't control people, right? So maybe those laws do exist. Maybe she doesn't have a license and she just got in the car. But I have no empathy for her. We live in the age of Uber. It's literally in the history of the world has never been easier and more affordable to get from wherever you need to be from point A to point B. It's never been easier, and it's never been more affordable and convenient. You have no excuse, yet she makes up excuses. She in this parole hearing, it was her daughter, which yes, you can feel bad for, but her daughter doesn't need you to fly in so that you can then get a DUI while she's going through treatment. You think that that's what she needed on her conscience, on her mind, on her stress? She blamed the guy she came to see or something.
don't put yourself in the position to do it. Don't put, if you at a certain point in your life, in your age, you can just say, I'm not able to do it. I shouldn't have keys. I want to drink, fine, go drink, but don't have access to a vehicle. You can make that decision while you're sober. I'm glad they gave her a 10-year sentence. Her full term date is 2029. This hearing took place in 2021. She's got, as of today's date, she's got another 6 years on her sentence. They gave her a 10-year sentence, which I am very glad about. It's actually quite, you might even say, well, what's going to happen after 10 years? She was talking about the program. She was great in Colorado. She was, okay, sure. This is the amount of times that she's been caught. I think in one parole hearing, they said that you drive 30 times or 40 times. I forget the number for every time that you're caught. And look, people make mistakes. I think a lot of us have stories about this stuff, but 8 times? There's something, you got to say there's something very wrong with her. It's it has to be rated up. People, the idea that it took so long for the system to give her a 10-year sentence says there's something very, and this was her first felony offense, right? So she got 4 DUI, as Mr. Shea said, and then it got it again before they finally gave her a felony. So they kept giving her breaks and breaks and breaks and breaks. And maybe because some of it was in Colorado and some of it was in Louisiana. I don't really know. But, I think you got to give Louisiana a lot of credit here because she's lives in Colorado. She's born in Colorado. That's where she's, has her home and whatever. And she was here for just a few days. And the judge didn't say, the DA didn't say, yeah, I see you're going, just don't come back here. No, they said, you know what, enough's enough. They said, we're going to protect not just everyone in Louisiana, but we're going to protect everyone in Colorado. Enough is enough. And I give the credit a lot of system. Yes. Sorry, drunk. I'm not officer. She is just a danger, a ticking time explosion thing. Sorry, I'm lost with YouTube right now with what you can say and can't say. It's really quite an impossible task these days. But I'm not even sure how to title this hearing. But anyways, this has fired me up just as much as some of the other cases. It's disturbing to see that there are people like this, and then when you match it with a system that doesn't really seem to be doing its job, it creates a really dangerous situation. But I'm glad that they did lock her away, and people are safe up until 2029. And hopefully she can come down to earth out of it. She didn't give me the impression that she has any of that ability here at this hearing, but hopefully she can realize that she is a danger and figure out why it is that she does what she does and start to heal. Wish her the best in that way. With that, I'll let you go.
621.
Mr. Leblon, you're classified as a first felony offender. Your sentence November 18th, 2013, in Jefferson Parish, attempted aggravated incest. You received a 10-year sentence. Then in, I think this must be St. Tammany Parish, November 21st, 2013, 300 counts pornography involving juveniles. You received a 5-year sentence. Parole eligibility was October 4th, 2018, and you don't earn good time, and your full-term date is July 13, 2023. Mr. Leblon, is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Leblon, we've read the information that was provided to us by the DOC. I have a question. So the victim in this case, in the incest case, was your biological daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
How old was your daughter at the time of the incident?
5 years old.
And do you remember the incident involving your daughter that sent you to prison?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I had invited her into the shower with me, and it was a grave mistake. I fully regret it today to put her through that situation. And it's been eating at me ever since. And I know the pain and suffering she's been feeling, and I've been feeling it just as bad. And it's something that I truly regret. And no father should put their kid through that. And
She was
I know,
5.
ma'am.
She was 5 years old, you say?
Yes, ma'am.
And then 22 months after that incident, there was this 300 counts of the child pornography in the home. Is that right?
It was actually on my laptop work computer. Yes, ma'am.
So tell us, how would you come to put your daughter through that?
I was in a bad place. I was not thinking. I was only thinking for myself, my own self gratification, being selfish. And I was not thinking about all the ramifications it would put my family through, the hurt and pain my daughter would feel.
Were you under the influence of
being-
anything?
Ma'am,
Were you under the influence of anything? Drugs, alcohol?
only pain medication from injury I was treating myself. That was it.
What was that?
I don't recall, some type of I think it was non-orc. I don't know. It's like Percocet or something. I don't really remember. It just I had a shoulder injury at the time, a separated shoulder.
And were you taking that medication as prescribed?
Yes, ma'am, as prescribed.
Can you tell us about your conduct record? What's that look like there?
In 9 years, I only had one write-up, which I admitted to. I made a mistake. I admitted to it.
What was that for?
Say again?
What was the write-up for?
A general prohibited behavior.
What did you do?
I had permission to look up paint guns on a Votech computer, and I did. And they also had a sidebar pop-up menu, and I saw someone's name, an inmate, and I went to and clicked on it. It was a news site about something that person did, and my mistake was clicking on it, and I admitted to it, and I accepted the charge. And I set out to keep my behavior good.
What other programs have you been able to take advantage of? You've been in jail 9 years?
Yes, ma'am. From day one, I wanted to make myself a better person. From day one at DCI, I enrolled in a faith-based program. I did 2 years in that, and I became a mentor teaching other ones and new members in the faith-based dorm classes. I also enrolled in Votech in the auto body trade, and I needed to get more job skills so I could be a more productive citizen when I do return to society. I became a tutor in the Votech, teaching younger guys the trade. And after that, I enrolled in college because I only had a few hours of college. I wanted to finish my college. And I believe at my last hearing, you advised me to graduate and finish my education and stay away from write-ups, and I did that. Not only did I get an associate's degree in 2019, I kept going, and I graduated a bachelor's degree in December 21.
So, Mr. Lyon, I need you to sit up a little bit. I can't only see there.
I'm sorry. I'm hard of hearing, so I got to lean into the speaker.
but we're
I'm just
hearing.
thinking
it.
They can hear you fine.
Okay,
We can hear you fine. You don't have to lean in.
okay,
It's all good.
yes, ma'am.
When was your last hearing? 2 years ago?
February 2019.
Almost 3 years. Well, 3 years. All right, Mrs. Jackson has some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Leblon, I saw in your record that you had completed sex offender treatment,
Yes, ma'am.
all 4 phases, is that correct?
That is correct.
What was the biggest takeaway you got from sex offender treatment?
The biggest takeaway, all the definitions pretty much, just the blame, the denial, the justification, the self-gratification. I just realized how many things are out there, and I realized my mistakes by taking that class, and I never ever want to put my family through that again. The embarrassment we went through, the embarrassment I went through, my daughter, I can't go through that again. I can't put myself in that situation again.
I understand it teaches you safeguards and things to put around that. So, but does it teach you to understand what drew you this kind of behavior? Because let's face it, most people wouldn't do what you did.
Correct.
So what did you learn about yourself that would in some way help us understand why you would commit this kind of crime, particularly against a child and particularly against your own biological child? What is it about you that you learned that would account for this kind of behavior?
I learned to put others before myself, not to be selfish, to always think of others.
This is wrong. You're not answering my question. Why did you sexually molest your daughter? What did you learn? You know, some people say, well, I was molested as a child. Or, I mean, there's got to be a reason. People just don't have the children do what you did. There has to be something. And unless you identify that something and deal with that something, it's still there. And you're just reciting to me, things that were said in the class. You're not showing me that you put any real thought into why did I do this to my little girl? And that's what I'm trying to hear from you.
The main definition that stood out that they taught and I learned from the class was self-gratification, where you only think of yourself and not your victim.
Okay, but let me stop you right there. You know, you can gratify yourself sexually with adults. You know, a lot of other ways. But there's something that caused you to, and then you had child pornography. That's another thing involving children. So why is the source of your sexual gratification the exploitation of children?
I understand what you're asking, and I was in a dark place at the time. I had no God in my life, no religion in my life. I had no real direction in life. I was only thinking of myself.
Do you think, talk about the pornography.
Yes, ma'am.
Pornography is addictive?
At that time it was. Yes, ma'am, it was.
So,
And I had to change my ways.
So what have you done to address your addiction to pornography? Because obviously if you had that many images of child pornography on your work, you had to have an addiction to pornography. So what have you done to address that?
First of all, taking those classes really opened my eyes up to how many problems are actually out there. Coming to jail is a big awakening. And also the embarrassment on myself and my family is a big awakening. To put everybody through that, and the victim, it's despicable, and I can't.
Pornography is something that people usually do in secret. So if you get out and start viewing child pornography again, won't necessarily embarrass you because they won't know.
Just
But
knowing,
eventually- Go ahead.
knowing that I did that and that I embarrassed my family, that's something I don't ever want to put anybody else through. I mean, there's one word I learned in jail, and that's integrity. And that's doing the right thing, no matter if anybody's watching or not. And that's what I strive to do. The military taught me discipline. I didn't use discipline when I made those choices back then. But I had grown in 9 years through the program in here. It had made me into a different person, a better person. I have faith in God now. I do believe in myself. My family still backs me and believes in myself. Even my ex-wife wrote a letter to the judge not wanting me to get prison time. She only wanted me to get probation. She still believes in me, and I know she still does. And if I was here in front of my daughter today, I would apologize to her to everything that she went through, living without her father. Every young girl needs a father to grow up with, and I put her through that. And I just would like to be a father again. One day, maybe we can reunify through supervised visits or something. I just like to be a family again.
All right, thank you, Mr. Long, for not being silent. Thank you. We'd like to hear from Warden Bickham.
Hey, good morning, board. Good to see y'all today. As far as Brian here, he's been with DCI for a while, and as y'all see, he's done some good programming. He had that one significant write-up where he was at the VOTEC and basically had looked up another offender's inmates' issues, and there was some discussions on whether he had spread that information around. And then talking with him and stuff, he's done some good things here. But I tell you, I'm concerned by talking with him that he's actually gotten down to the root of his issue on what his problems have been. Just talking with him and stuff is. He, like Ms. Jackson said, he seems to me always says the things that he's learned in class, but not really getting down to the root of what his problem is. But as far as in here, he's done some good classes. That's my only concern. But thank you.
So, Mr. Leblon, are you followed by mental health at all?
Say that again?
Are you followed by mental health at DCI?
Filing?
Followed by mental health.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Once I completed the offender classes, I was through with mental health.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. We'd like to hear from your mother, Mrs. Marsh. Your microphone's still on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning. We have supported Brian throughout this, and we have seen a big change in Brian. Brian went into prison as a very immature man. I think his decision was a very immature decision, but through all the programs you have offered him and he has taken advantage of, he has changed. For one thing, he has found God. And I think God is going to help Brian. His faith is going to help him. His family is going to help him. And he is going to become a better citizen, a better human being through all of that. Brian was not molested as a child. I cannot tell you what made him make that decision, but it was I believe it was truly a spur of the moment, immature decision. I don't think it's in him to do that ever again. I don't know why he did it, and obviously we're sorry that he did it, but I truly believe he has changed, and I wish that you would give him the chance. I have a statement from his son who was unable to join us because of work. Do you mind if I read that?
Go ahead.
For the past 9 years, I have not physically had my dad by my side in those times when I really needed that father figure present. Despite being locked up, my dad has always been supportive of me and has helped me in many other ways. There wasn't a birthday, holiday, or special occasion that passed by where I didn't hear him say, "I miss you, son. I love you, son." He has helped me believe it especially during my rough times in college. Seeing my dad take those same steps and obtain a bachelor's degree made me very happy because it shows me he has kept his head up and stayed in good spirits through his time served. My dad has always stayed positive and looked to better himself, to continue to change within by going to school, working, and even joining a church choir. I'm ready for my dad to be home and to continue to support me. His son is 25, and he has gone with me every visit that we have gone to see Brian. He's very supportive. We are in contact with his sister, the victim. I don't think she's ready to forgive her father, but she is understanding, and she also wants him to have a future outside of prison. I don't know if y'all contacted her or what she had to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. We appreciate your input. We'll hear from the DA's office now.
Sorry, I was having some technical difficulties there. Randy Meyer, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. And we are opposed to Mr. LeBlanc's request for parole. As the warden said, and I agree with that, and this is in response to the questions from Ms. Jackson. It's clear that he hasn't identified the problem that has caused him to experience or to do the things that he did to his 5-year-old daughter, and also the pornography, the juvenile child pornography that he had on his computers. If he can't identify and understand what caused him to commit that just horrendous crime, he's not ready to be released. And we're strongly opposed to his release at this time for that reason. I did speak with his ex-wife. She is not opposed to his release. However, she's apparently the two daughters are not ready to have any contact with him and to have any dealings with him. She did ask that I relate to the board that should he be released, that he respects their wishes, and any future contact with them would be on their terms, not his. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, prepared to vote?
Yes.
All right. Ms. LeBlanc, is there a statement you'd like to make to us first before we vote?
First of all, yes, ma'am. First of all, I would like to thank the board for this rehearing opportunity. I took the advice that you had given me at my last hearing about finish my education and stay away from write-ups. I completed both of those, and I'm very proud of my education. And I'd like to once again apologize to my daughter for my selfish actions that day. No child should go through that. And I just wish I could have changed that. I can't change the past. I could steer the future though. And I just hope for a second chance opportunity to re-enter society, to be a productive citizen and get back to work and obey the laws. And I appreciate your opportunity today. Thank you.
Transition plan would be to the Veterans Outreach Ministry, which includes housing.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
What's your, if you were successful, where would you go? I have Veterans Housing Outreach Ministries in Marrero.
Yes, ma'am. It's a lady that we know. She provides housing for veterans returning back to society, and she supports us and makes sure we get employment and we stay out of trouble. And it's in Marrero. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'll be voting first. Your case was assigned to me, and you know, I want to say thank you for your service.
Thank
to the
you.
United States. I do appreciate that you took my advice and completed your associates and your bachelor's degree. I have a little bit of concern about you, but I see you have a full-term date, which is less than a year away now. And I'd like to add some special conditions. I don't know what you can do more there at DCI to figure out the root of your problem. I just don't know. I do believe that's an important issue that needs to be addressed. You do have a low static 99 risk score, which that's an instrument used to determine the likelihood of a sex offender reoffending. Yours is scored a 0. You have a low regular risk assessment score. You've only had one write-up, and that's prior to the last hearing. So my vote would be to grant your parole with the added special condition that you do have a mental health evaluation. And if there's any treatment recommended, you do that, and that you enroll in counseling on a regular basis. You got to address the core issue. I'm just one vote, so that's my vote.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
You know, I've listened to you talk, and I do agree with Mr. Knox. I think you've done all you can do in prison. Plus, I think you need this year of supervision. You know, I'd rather you be out there with a parole officer come and see you than you getting out next year and no one coming. So my vote is also to grant, and that you follow all the conditions of the sex offender contract, that you be placed on electronic monitoring with no contact with the victim unless initiated through the parole officer by the victim. And I also think you need a 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. church.
Yes, sir.
Jackie?
Mr. LeBlanc, as you can tell from my questioning, I do have concerns about you. I really do. I think there's a shell that hasn't been broken through yet. I think you're still kind of hiding behind, you know, whatever it is that gives you a sense of comfort. But you do get out in a few months. I kind of agree with Mr. Freeman. I'd rather you out with some form of supervision than just out. I just think there's some more work to do. You know, when you get out, the internet has changed a whole lot. There's a whole lot more stuff in access than we did even 9 years ago. And so I would add, and I'm sure it's part of the sex offender contract, but that you give passwords and access to any devices that allow you to access the internet. I don't know if there's novelty anonymous meeting, but I think you need some sort of addiction meeting, because whether it's drugs or alcohol or whatever, addiction is addiction. And you have to have some safeguards in place that you know how to avoid the things that are going to get you back to where you are. So I don't know whether it's Gamblers Anonymous or AA, but I need you to go to some sort of addiction recovery meeting if you do have an addiction. But my vote today would be to grant your early release so that you will have a period of parole supervision before your full term.
Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Blank, I understand all that. You've got some work to do after release.
Yes, ma'am.
Hard work. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
How is this not criminal? How is this possible? How is this possible? Someone explain to me how this can happen. If you are not enraged by this, something is off. But forget us. Forget his enabling mother. Forget his enabling ex-wife. Let's talk about the judge that sentenced him. Make it make sense. It's his biological daughter. They gave him 10 years for the biological daughter, and after he took that plea deal and was sentenced, they found the CP on his computer and they sentenced him a second time. They sentenced him a second time. And they had it run concurrent. So he only is facing 10 years. A judge could have looked at those 300 images and sentenced him on every single one of them. It could have been picked up federally, and he'd be spending the rest of his life locked up. Now, thank you, Randy Meyer, for showing up, because he shows up to his parish, and it makes a big difference. It makes all the difference. It's about time. And I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say he had nothing to do with this sentencing. But there is some DA, assistant DA, that thought that this would be an appropriate sentence, and explain to me how. They make up these excuses. They make up these lies, where the assistant DAs make up these lies where they say, we don't want to go to trial. We don't want to go to court because we care about the victim. We're a champion of the victim. Well, tell me, assistant DA, do you need to put a victim on the stand for 300 images of CP? Are you going to track them down and put them on the stand? Is that your defense? Because you don't need to put that on the stand. You have the evidence. You didn't need to put his little daughter on the stand to sentence him away for life. You had the evidence. You had 300 images, and that's the plea down to 300 images. There could have been thousands. Each one is a count to be served to years. I don't know how many it is in Louisiana, but that doesn't make a difference. It could have been 1 year each. You get him for 300 years. Take him to trial. What do you need to prove? If he had 300 grams of an illegal substance, you know they would have taken him to trial. You know it. If he would have had 300 pounds of Schedule 2, you know that they'd be taking him to trial, and they'd be pressing it all over the news. Look who we caught. Look how good we are at what we do. We have taken 300 pounds of Schedule 2 off of the streets, of Schedule 1. The devil's lettuce. Look at us. Look how we're protecting our society. But when it's children, when it's a child, let's sweep it under the rug. Let's kick the ball down the road for a measly 9 years. A judge could have done anything. You think he and his public defender were holding the cards? You think they had the right to negotiate a good deal? No, it's on the computer. You don't need to put his daughter on the stand. A judge could have even said, we'll give you 10 years and then 10 years supervision, something, but nothing.
And then to add insult to injury, he has a low risk score. He has a 0 on his risk score. A 0. Do you think we're all nuts? You think we're all idiots? I don't care how many PhDs you have who you wrote that algorithmic risk score. We're not stupid. How much were you paid to write that algorithm? A 0? You look at it and say, well, great job. I put together this algorithm and he's a 0. It's incest with his own daughter. 300 images of CP, which is what he was pled to. He's the definition of a full-blown pedo. He can't even describe what he did was wrong. He can't even pretend it and fake it and say the right words after 9 years sitting in prison. I invited her into the shower. I was impulsive. Remind you, it's his 5-year-old daughter. And he has another daughter that they didn't talk about. 2 daughters that both don't want to talk to him. His wife and his mother, they all deserve each other. They should be in prison, sitting next to him, rotting away. He says, it's been the pain for me. He said, the pain for me is just as bad. I never want to put my family through the embarrassment. These are his choices of words. My ex-wife even wrote a letter to the judge asking for probation. His mother says his decision was immature, but he found God. This is your biological granddaughters, you pathetic excuse, but grandmother. Everyone failed those children. Everyone failed those little girls. And this is why I do this. This is why I do this. This is why we do this. This is why we support this channel, because we are not going to have our head in the sand. We are not going to be the walking zombies as our system throws away the innocence of our youth. The 5-year-old. And he gets a little slap on the wrist. How many people watching this have served more time for stealing a car, for writing forged checks? This needs to be called out. This needs to be seen by the public. This is not just the legislator, because the laws were in place for a DA and a judge to throw the book at him. They were holding a royal flush, and all they had to do is one job, is to protect our children, is to protect those little girls, and they gave him nothing. He served less than 10 years, and he's considered a low risk. He's a tier 3, the minimum tier of an offender. He's under 55 years old. You know how many years that is to offend? It's not okay. Low risk score, a 0 on his risk score. If
you needed proof that the system is broken, it's right here. I'm done.
593830.
Okay, you are a second offender, second-degree cruelty to juveniles.
Yes.
Possession of cocaine, possession of oxycodone, possession of methamphetamines, possession of heroin, a negligent homicide to a victim under 10. You were sentenced on 12/15/2015. You were sentenced to 5 years, 5 years, 5 years, 5 years, 5 years, and 10 years with second offender concurrent. Your parole date is 10/24/2020. Good time is 10/27/2024, and a full term of 10/22/2025. I see today your mother's here and we'll also give you a chance to speak. Today we'll be interviewing you with Mr. Alvin Roche, and also on the panel today is Mr. Tony Marabella and myself, Jim Wise. I'll be chairing. At this time, Mr. Roche will be asking you some questions. Thank
Yes, sir.
Ms. Harris, good morning.
Good morning.
Before we start, I want to tell you that how terribly sorry I am about your loss. And I want to convey that to the grandmothers also. It's unfortunate, but you have my sympathy. Okay, now, Ms. Harris, you're 32 years old, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been incarcerated for 5 years on a 10-year sentence.
Yes, sir.
So you've served about 50% of your sentence. And this is your second felony conviction. What was the first felony conviction?
It was drug charges. I think a couple of possessions. I don't really remember. I know it was possession of some pills.
Yeah. But most of your 14 arrests were for drugs, right?
Yes, sir.
And your family was helping you with your son. And that particular day, your son happened to be with you, and things happened. And I've read everything, and I understand. So let's talk about, first of all, your substance abuse treatment. Tell me what kind of substance abuse treatment you received in the last 5 years.
I have completed Mr. Lewis's long-term treatment. It was a really good class. That class really helped me. I've also did Celebrate Recovery. See with that Miss Banana, them drug classes. I've completed, not like really completed, but a little NA here. It's not consistent here, but a little NA classes here and there when they come. But other than that, like I've done everything that they offer.
After 5 years of incarcerations, how are your demons?
My demons are, I feel like, I know they're always going to be there, but I have a hate for them out of this world because I lost something so precious to me and I can't stand it. And I just, like, people around me, I don't want it around me. I don't even want to go home to it. That's why I have a letter to go to Proverbs 31 with Miss Tina Bass. I plan on going there if I do get granted. I'm not going home to none of it. I know that I'm done. I can't do it anymore. If I do, I know I won't live through it.
Okay. What is your strategy? What strategy that you have in place right now that you will face the barriers and complications of your release? What kind of strategy do you have to control your urges for drugs?
I have a support system. I've been writing Miss Tina Bass and the girls in that house. I know that I'm gonna go to meetings 5 times a week. My Higher Power church. I plan on diving headfirst into that. I have a lot of plans. Like I know that I got to get a sponsor. I know that I just have a real good support system behind me right now, and I know what I have to do to, if I feel like I want to use, or if I feel like it's too tough, I know that I have people on my side that I can call.
Okay. So you have the support of your mother and the other grandmother and members of your family. Do you know how fortunate you are that you've gotten forgiveness already?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about the other programs that you've taken. I see where you've earned 400 hours of good time.
I have completed Living in Balance. I've completed Cage Your Rage. I've completed Parenting, Anger Management, Celebrate Recovery, Reentry, and Long-Term Substance Abuse. I am currently in, I have until December 2nd, actually my last class till I get my associate's degree. I'm in Ashland for communication to go try to be a counselor. And I have actually completed my work. They won't open my file so before I can finish it. So I have to, when I go, if I do get granted, I can go to the library and just submit my work, and I'll be, hopefully if the parole board will let me, I want to go walk in Ohio with the classes and graduate with my associate's degree.
Great. Now, I know your transition plan, you'll be at the Proverbs 31 house for 12 months. What do you plan to go after you leave the Proverbs house?
I don't plan to move far from around them because that's going to be my support system. I know that my mother is great. I know I have a good family, but I know what I have to do for me. And I know, I'm not saying that I'm not strong enough to go there because it's going to be wherever I go. I just know that I want to get away from that period. So I'm going to stay around West Monroe and get my own place. And even Miss Tina said, if I'm not ready in a year to leave, I don't have to leave. So it's up to me when I'm ready.
Now, sooner or later, you're going to have to support yourself. What is your means of support? Do you have any vocational skills?
I've always, well, that's why I'm working on my degree, because I really want to help people that are going through some of the similar situations as myself, as in with drug addictions. And
what is your field of study?
Associates in Communications of Arts. Like I want to go be a counselor.
Okay. Ms. Bauer, do you have any comments?
Haley hadn't been a problem since she's been here. And again, Proverbs would be a good option for her also. It's a strict program, but Tina does support them well, and it is a good support system.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer.
Thank you.
I just have one last thing to cover, Ms. Harris. I think everyone concerned has forgiven you. I think it's about time that you forgive yourself. Simply because if you're gonna make it and stay away from drugs and other things that will get you in trouble, you have to forgive yourself and try to move forward in life and have a productive life and be a productive citizen. And in order to do that, you have to forgive yourself. Do you agree?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I
Mr.
agree.
Watt?
I agree.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I've forgiven myself. I just still hurt. You know, I know that he was my motivation then, and he's definitely my motivation now. It took me a lot to forgive myself, but it's still a pain that I will live with every day.
And maybe that's the reminder you need to be successful in life.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wise.
Okay, at this time, Mr. Marabella.
Ms. Harris, Mr. Roche has covered most everything that I would have asked you, although I would like to follow up a little bit on your support. You talked about your meetings, you talked about getting a sponsor, you talked about your higher power. I assume that you're very familiar with the 12 steps?
Yes, sir.
And you realize how important that is for you to continue in your recovery?
Yes, sir.
How long do you think you're going to have to go to AA meetings?
It's going to be for the rest of my life, I'm sure.
All right, good.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you very much. That's all I've got.
You know, as I go back over your arrest records, I look back into the time you were a juvenile. It just kept going and kept going, and you knew something was going to happen one of these days. But as I look here, you were charged with child restoration back on 9/1/2015 by the Washington Parish Sheriff's Office. What was that for?
September 1st. What was it?
It was child restoration. And then back in 3/21/2016, you were charged with child restoration.
That is they didn't charge me at first. When my son died, they charged me with that. It was the misdemeanor because they didn't pick up the charges on me until way later. But that's what this is. That's what it's because of Braden. It was his death. In 2015, he died on August 30th. I was in a psych ward because I was trying to kill myself behind losing him, and they charged me on that 9/1/15, and then I bonded out on it, and then they turned around and charged me again with it, along with negligent homicide and all that.
All right, let me ask you something. Master prison record, and I may want to ask our office too. Master prison record says the second. As I'm looking back on some of your files here, and then the DA says it's a fourth. You're a fourth offender. But as I go back over some of your records there, they didn't multi-bill you on a lot of this stuff that happened at last.
No, sir. I've only been to prison one time, but I've been arrested. But a lot of my charges got dropped. They multi-billed me on the negligence, and when I pled, I was under the impression that I was only doing a single bill. I didn't know I was pleading to a double bill, but I got it. And I mean, I've made a few bad choices in my life.
But if they double billed you, then you. At this time, I'd like to go into executive session.
Second motion.
Mr. Wise,
Yes.
Mr. Marabella,
Yes.
Mr. Roche.
Yes.
That was a total wait of 5 minutes. Just wanted to let you guys know.
Okay, the panel is back with you today. No other questions there. At this time, Ms. Teresa Brown, the mother, would you like to speak? You got to unmute your mic, man, on her behalf.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Haley's mom. I love her to death and I love my grandson, and he's missed every day. And this is very hard for me, but Haley has done exceptional up there in the 5 years that she's there, and I believe it has changed her for the better, and pray that she keeps on that track and stays up there and does good. I just want the best for her and hope that y'all can see that maybe she deserves this chance.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, Haley, is there anything you'd like to say to the board before we vote?
I wrote a letter. The reason of why I should be given a second chance, the reason I believe I should be given another chance in society is because not only have I lost a child, but I learned a lesson. I chose drugs at one point of time over my children, and I lost something dear to me. While in prison, I took my pain and focused on the future of helping others that are going through some of the same things. I chose to complete every class they offered on top of getting my associate's degree in communications to be able to actually have the resources to get the opportunity to help other mothers or children going through similar situations. On August 30th, 2015, my life changed. I lost something dear to me that ended me here in prison. However, I'm thankful for the lesson learned because this place has changed my life dearly. I'm ready to take the experiences I have learned to help save lives so they don't have to come here. The classes here are really helpful, from parenting to substance abuse. The thing that means the most is the lesson of losing my pride and joy to have to open my eyes and grow a hate for drugs out of this world. I believe I am ready to go back into society and deal with my pain accordingly with my family and support system. If y'all will grant me this opportunity to go be a better mother to the son I do have left, I will show that I'm not just another statistic. I've heard enough. Being here is holding me back from being what I want to be in life. I've changed and I'm ready to show how much Braden was my motivation then and now. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, Mr. Roche will be voting. Your mic's muted.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. Ms. Harris.
Yes, sir.
Based on excellent programming, Celebrate Recovery, substance abuse, and positive remarks by Mrs. Bauer, no disciplinary issues since you've been incarcerated. My vote is to grant your request. And that grant is to the Proverbs 31 halfway house in Monroe, Louisiana. After release, you'll have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You are to attend at least 3 NAAA meetings a week. You are to do 16 hours of community service every quarter, which is 4 hours a month. You are to have random drug screens at the discretion of your parole officer, and you are to follow all recommendations of the substance abuse treatment that you got at your present location. Ms. Harris, good luck, and I wish the best for you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Marabella?
Ms. Harris, in listening to you and listening to Mr. Roche question you and your answers to some of my questions, it's obvious to me that you recognize and accept your disease for what it is. You've embraced AA, which I think is critically important. You have done some very good programs and you've got a great transition plan. I'm going to vote as well to grant your parole with the same conditions as outlined by Mr. Roche.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, you have 2 votes. Today, I'm going to be voting to grant you parole on the same order today and same conditions. Today, you've been granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you tell me, is 5 years enough for, it seemed that we don't have the details, but it seems that she neglected her child to go off on a binge, and through her actions, the child didn't make it. And, it was interesting to see how Mr. Roche and others approached it, understanding that she's going through, that she's regrets it more than anyone else. But I do wonder if sentence would have been different if it was a father that had done that versus a mother. Those things I do wonder. Now, Richard shared, we don't have details on the crime. You would think this is something that would make the news, but, it's just a child. But, she's no spring chicken. Convicted felon, possession of a firearm, possession of CDs with weapon present. I guess that's children. I don't know. Possession of schedule, intent to distribute, violation, then child desertion, distribution of schedule, second-degree cruelty, and then homicide negligent. I just feel pain about this one little baby. And you can see she has another son that her grandparents are taking care of. And you almost wonder, is she going to be allowed to? But, this is not, this one is just, it's just sad. I hope we don't see her again. We think 5 years is enough. You think she should have served more time? But she is lucky she has family that loves her. Anyways.
2025, full term date 7/1/2026, 10-year sentence. Possession of marijuana, third offense, possession of methamphetamine, and possession of cocaine, habitual offender. That sound correct?
Yes, sir.
All righty. So tell me, how long have you been incarcerated on this
5 years. 5 years.
And when is your last disciplinary write-up?
It's been like 8 months ago.
Okay, tell me about your discipline 8 months ago.
I was given a drug test that I failed for Suboxone, and they brought it to the infirmary to see if it was my own medication and placed me in lockdown for 31 days. I was never taken to court. I was never found guilty or not guilty of the write-up.
You were positive for Suboxone.
Yes, sir.
You're not taking Suboxone in there, are you?
No, sir.
Not supposed to anyway, right? April, can you give us any input on that?
There is, when I went looking, there is no write-up. to be found. It was never sent to court.
Yeah, but obviously something happened because it's a positive drug screen and she got punished for it, correct?
Correct. But I was unable to locate a write-off.
Okay. All right. That's not good. Tell me, well, we'll ask a few more questions. Tell me, what have you been doing for your drug problem? Well, first of all, tell me this. You're not gonna get in trouble because you already got in trouble, right? So did you take the Suboxone?
No, sir, I really did not take it. I'm on medication that causes me to fail for drugs.
Now listen, I'm in the medical field and I've heard that many, I can't tell you how many times I've heard offenders tell me that they take all these medications and all of them make them positive for some, for dirty urine. I'm just want to let you know, I'm not just, it is what it is. I just want you to be aware that I'm in the medical field, very aware of that. I'm not saying that can't happen, but it's rare than it is common. And I'd hear that all the time. I hear all the time that people, they're on all this medication and it always makes them positive. But that's supposed to be taken care of. If there is any probability, medical should look at that. So I just want to let you know. So that's where I'm coming from. Tell me, what classes have you been taking? What courses have you been taking?
I successfully completed re-entry. I have successfully completed a long-term 9-month substance abuse class. I just completed MRT. I completed Beyond Trauma, Celebrate Recovery. I successfully completed a 1-year Bible course that they started here that I do not get credits for. I'm currently enrolled in 2 Bible studies through mail that I have successfully completed and started the new courses. And that's pretty much it.
When did you complete that? In parenting?
Yes, sir.
And when did you complete that 9-month substance abuse program? And what was it?
It was 9-month extensive drug program with Mr. Lewis as my teacher. That was done helping women recover. And I graduated that in 2018.
So what, you do have some opposition. There's nothing you can do about it, but obviously you have the sheriff's opposed, you have DAs opposed to your being released early. Just wanted you to know that. There's nothing you can do about that, but that's just something you need to know. Have you ever been on supervision before?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
I successfully completed it the first time, and the second time I did not complete because I was in St. Tammany Parish and did not have nowhere to live. So I went back home to my mom in Texas and they got me for absconding.
You're not successful last time. So what are your plans? You were to be released. What are your plans? Where are you gonna go? What you gonna do?
I'm asking to go to the P31 house and to complete that program so that I can finish the help that I need within me so that I can be the mother that I need to be to my children and help my mom.
Where are your children?
My sister-in-law has one of them and my mom has my other ones.
How old are they?
They are 16, 12, 7, and 5.
Same daddy, different daddies?
2 different daddies.
Dads don't have anything to do with them?
No, sir.
They in jail?
They've been in and out of jail. It was very abusive relationships that I was in.
And your mom's keeping some of them, you said?
Yes, sir.
Where's your mama today?
My mom is probably at home. My mom has cancer. She's really sick right now. I haven't had much contact with none of my family since my incarceration, except for the P31 house and my new church family that helps me.
What is the P31 house? Explain that to me.
It's a Proverbs 31. It's a recovery program that's 18 months long, that is faith-based, that helps you retransition to society. It's in West Monroe. It's completely away from anything I've ever known. I really am asking for change. I don't want to do this anymore. Through this incarceration, my child was raped, and it really has taken a toll on me. And I want to be able to get home to help my children.
Right, and if that happened, I'm so sorry about that, but if you don't help yourself, you can't help your children. That's why we're here now, right? I mean, you can't take care of yourself, so you can't go out and worry about taking care of your children, but you can't take care of yourself. Although that's you're obligated to do that. Do you have any mental health issues? And taking any meds for mental health? Have you been diagnosed with any mental health problems?
When I was younger, I was diagnosed with bipolar, but I don't take any medication for it.
Have you ever been seen by a mental health specialist since you've been in jail? Has anybody seen you, diagnosed you?
No.
Talked to you about it?
No.
So you've been diagnosed with bipolar. Were you ever on medication for that?
Yes.
And then eventually you just got off?
Yes, sir.
So it'd probably be wise to get another mental health evaluation and see kind of what's going on. That is also a part of,
I
treatment.
was taken off of the medication because I have epilepsy, and the medicine was causing me to have seizures.
Well, yeah, and how long ago was that?
Back when I was in high school.
And how old are you now?
I'm 38.
Okay, and I understand that epilepsy is a problem, but they have medications. Things have come a long way since that time. There are medications now that can treat your problems that can also not cause the epilepsy issue. It's just something that you definitely need to follow up, whether you get released early, whether you don't. So currently, right now, you're telling me your only place to stay is at this P31 house. I assume they have housing there and have.
Yes, sir.
And why isn't there anybody here today that handles that? Maybe that could speak on that behalf.
They were supposed to have sent y'all an acceptance letter, accepting me into the program. A letter of recommendation.
Right. What, so are you gonna work? Or are you just gonna go through that? What would you do?
I'm gonna go through the program, and she's gonna help me find employment, and she's gonna help me do everything that I need to do for me, and then help me transition to get my kids back.
Do you have a GED?
Yes, sir.
You got it while you were down?
No.
You got it before you got a high school diploma, or you got a GED?
GED.
Miss April, you have any other information that you can share with us? That obviously we're kind of confused about the lockdown situation. That is concerning to me, and I can't. It happened, and so we've got to kind of come to some type of grips with that. What you have any other information?
I'm very familiar with the P31 house. It is a transitional house in Monroe. They do work from there. It is a very, it's a good house.
Is it just for females, or is it for males?
It's only for females. They work. They are required to go to church, go to meetings. She's very strict. She's no nonsense. You either abide by her rules or you have to leave.
And is that Tina Bass?
It is. It is. It's Tina's house. I don't think Katherine would do well going back into her same environment
No,
She needs to, changing her location is the best for her.
The problem is that she's not tied to that place. If she decides she wants to leave, she can leave the P31 house. And you know, and her kids are going to be her draw, and her kids are right back in the bad area, back in where she got in all that trouble. Those are, and I'm just being honest, Katherine, we're talking through this. We're trying to do what's best for you. Those are concerns for me.
I'm asking that it be parole ordered that I complete the program. I have no desire to even take my kids right now because I know physically, mentally, and emotionally, I can't do nothing for them. I have to finish fixing me, like you said, before I can attempt to try to take my kids and put them in any more danger. I'm just asking for a chance to.
Now, what about the Crossroads Prison Ministry? What's that?
That is a class that I have been taking through the mail that I have successfully completed the first 2 series of the program and am now on the 3rd series of the program.
Well, look, a lot of things that concern me. Do you have any physical health issues, physical problems?
No, sir.
Other than the epilepsy?
No, sir.
Have you had any seizures since you've been down?
I haven't had no seizures in almost 3 years.
So again, I'm gonna let my colleagues speak for a minute, but just let's just walk through this one more time, okay? I'm not accusing you. I'm just stating facts. You were called in for a drug screen, right?
Yes, sir.
It was just a group of y'all.
They came to the dorm and drug tested everybody that was living in my dorm.
Okay, on X day, they wanted to test everybody. And when they came back to you, did a lot of folks come back with a positive drug screen?
No, sir.
Or were you the only one?
I was the only one.
So nobody else was positive for the Suboxone except you that day?
In my dorm, yes.
Your
but
dorm, that's what I'm
there
asking.
was other people that from other buildings that tested positive.
You don't know what for. You obviously wouldn't know what for. They could have just tested positive for mojo. They could have tested positive for some type of, pills or something. But you're telling me that nobody in your dorm tested positive to Suboxone except you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me I'm gonna turn you over to Miss Turner Maribel, see if he's got any questions for you. Okay.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I've got a few questions, and as Mr. Kelsey is concerned, I'm concerned about this Suboxone issue. Okay, so I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about your drug use. How long have you been using drugs?
I've been using marijuana since I was probably 17, 18 years old. I've never taken Suboxone before. I don't like hard drugs. My drug of choice was always marijuana. I had tried meth one time, but I didn't like it. My family was real bad on drugs, and we were torn between the two. My brother and sister were killed in a car wreck due to my parents' drug habit. And that really did something to me growing up. And I did not want my children to have to grow up the same way that I did. So I was around drugs due to the fact of my husband and the people who I was associated with. It wasn't that I was using drugs.
Well, I'm looking at your record, and you have at least 2 arrests and convictions for possession of cocaine, possession of phentermine, possession of cocaine, possession of diazepam. I mean, that's more than just marijuana.
I was charged with on this arrest that I'm in here for, I was charged with the same thing that my co-defendant was charged with. He wrote a signed affidavit stating that everything that was in his house.
But ma'am, you pled guilty to all those charges.
It was
Didn't you?
it was plead guilty or go to trial and get way more time than what I had. And I was looking at my kids and still being out for my
Well, you had
children.
an affidavit from someone saying it wasn't your drugs and you pled guilty to it.
Because
It's
my
hard for
judge
me
was
to
not-
believe that what you see, I'm trying to figure out right now about this Suboxone business. So I'm just questioning your honesty with us. You pled guilty to possession of cocaine, possession of diazepam. On another occasion, a number of years later, possession of phentermine, possession of cocaine. You pled guilty to those charges and all you ever had was marijuana? Why is that?
All I ever smoked was marijuana. I never said that I didn't have the other stuff. My first charge, yes, that was all me. I was selling drugs to take care of my children because I did not have a job. This time when I got my arrest, I was living with somebody because I did not have nowhere to live. And this man had drugs in his house. And when they came in the house, all the drugs was in the dresser and they charged everybody in the house with the same thing.
Well, you said that you believe the medication that you were taking caused you to test positive for Suboxone. What are you taking?
I take Dilatin for my seizures and they have me on a pain medicine. And I don't know what the name of that is.
How often were you doing drugs when you came to prison?
I smoked weed on a regular basis, but as far as hard drugs, I did not mess with hard drugs on the street.
Well, do you consider marijuana to be drugs? They are illegal.
Yes,
You are
sir.
in prison.
Yes, sir. I'm just asking for a chance to be able to go through this
Well,
program.
I hear what you're asking, but we have to make a decision. So I need to ask you some questions. Tell me what your plan is to stay away from marijuana, assuming I'll accept your word for you. Your drug is marijuana. You used it up until the time you came to prison. What have you learned in prison that will satisfy me that you won't be doing marijuana anymore?
I have went through this long-term substance abuse class, and the teacher, Mr. Trent Lewis, really
Tell me about
helped me.
that class. What was the class? You said you went through a 9-month program. Was that
It
the
was-
Steve Hall program?
Yes, sir. It was helping
Okay.
women recover. My teacher, Mr. Lewis, really helped me deal with a lot of issues that I had that was inside of me to help me break the barriers to where I could start the healing process within me so that when I do re-enter society, that I can be successful in society. I have no desire to use any drugs ever again. I want to be able to get a regular job, maintain my walk with Christ, and I have positive people around me that's not negative. These people want to see me strive. These people want to help me succeed in life. I have all positive. Instead of everything being negative around me, I have a bunch of positive things to look forward to. And I actually have a family now that is willing to help me and show me what it is to be right.
Okay, I'm more concerned about you and not your surroundings. Are you familiar with the 12 steps?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about them.
I've never, in Celebrate Recovery, we learned the Beatitudes. I haven't actually done the 12-step Alcohol Anonymous, but I learned to admit that I have a problem and to come to grips with that so that I can deal with what needs to be dealt with.
How important do you consider going to meetings like AA meeting? Have you ever gone to an AA meeting or an NA meeting?
No, I'm willing to go to them every day of the week if that's what I have to do.
Now you went through a 9-month program and no one talked to you about meetings and how important that is?
Mr. Lewis,
how important that is?
Mr. Lewis talked to us about meetings, but he told us upon our release that we would need to get in either NA or AA meetings. He did. I'm willing to go to meetings. I'm willing to go to other classes that will help me deal with whatever it is that I need to deal with within me.
All right. I think that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to verify that the 9 month, that wasn't the Steve Hull program. That's a program you had there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Program that you had at that facility.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you answer Mr. Victor Jones' questions, please.
Good morning, Ms. Swanson.
Good morning.
Are you a drug addict?
Yes, sir.
How long will you be a drug addict?
No more. I don't want to be a drug addict no more.
That's why you need those programs, because once you're a drug addict, you're always a drug addict, and you need to join these AA groups, NA groups, whatever. You need to continue that. You need some long-term treatment.
Yes, sir.
You've done very poorly on supervision. You've been under supervision for several different times. Then a lot of the times you've absconded or did not follow what you were supposed to do. So what makes you think, how are you going to convince us today that you are ready to do the right thing?
I'm willing to go to the P31 house and change all of my surroundings where I actually have a stable, safe place to live. And I'm not going to be living on the street from pillar to post. I'm going to be able to go to meetings. They're going to make sure that I get to and from where I need to go, help me get a job to pay my supervision fees. I'm willing to change everything this time. I just want a chance to be able to do that and show y'all that I can be successful in society.
Well, you know, you sound real anxious here this morning to be released. You sound real anxious and willing to do whatever you have to do this morning. Now, what about tomorrow morning?
It's going to be the same way. Ever since my child was raped while I was in here, I have really changed my life because that has devastated me to no end.
You know, our job here this morning is that you're wanting to go home. We'd love to see you go home, but we want to try to make sure that when you go home that you won't be back. We want to make sure you stay home.
I'm willing to do whatever it is that I have to do this time. That's why I'm asking to go to the P31 house so that I have structure and I have stability and I have a safe place to live. That way I don't have to worry about living on the street and I don't have to worry about going and selling drugs to pay my parole fees. I want to do everything different this time.
Yeah, myself personally, I think you need to start while you're incarcerated to doing more to make sure that you don't come back. I think you need more. But anyway, I don't have any more questions.
All right, thank you. Miss April, so that 9 month program is the program you guys have there?
Yes, sir.
And have you, Katherine, have you taken Living in Balance? Have you access to take that?
That is one of the only classes that I have not completed here. I've completed all the other classes that they offer here.
Have you just not had an opportunity to take it? Or is that one you had, it's on backlog or what is it?
It's on backlog.
Okay, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
Yes, sir. I have willing to accept all that I have done and take full responsibility for everything that I have done since my arrest and my incarceration. I have also done everything that I can since I've been incarcerated to better my life, to help me be a successful person in society. The person that y'all see on my record is not the person that I am today. I'm a completely changed person. I just ask that y'all don't use my past and see the new person that I have become.
All right. Thank you. Panel prepared to vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Swanson, I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Obviously, you know, our past plays a role in what our future predictions are. What you've done in the past, it always plays a role. But, you know, we're trying to judge it based on what we see, the things that we see. There are some things that are concerning to me, like I told you before. Your poor supervision is a concern. I would like to see you evaluated for some mental health issues before I feel really good about you being released. You do have some opposition, which you can't do anything about. And we know you want to get out. And like Mr. Jones says, you know, we want to make sure you stay out. We're not in the business of just letting you out. We're in the business of making sure you stay out, and you want to stay out. And I believe you want to do good. Look, I would like to see you, you know, have had living in balance. I think that is going to be, that's a really, really good course that will help. And so for me today, those are some issues that I have. And you know, again, I'm going to deny your parole for the base reasons that you have poor supervision, you have law enforcement opposition, you have living balance. Listen, I can overlook, this is a big overlook for me. I can accept, because there are false positives. So I can accept that you being the only person that got hot for Suboxone probably could have very well been a false positive, and I can accept that. But what I would like, and I would ask Miss April, if you could get her, we would like for her to get in living in balance, and if you could take those two courses and stay on track to do what you're doing, the next time you come up, then I would vote favorably for you. But today I just cannot for those reasons. So what you got to do is you got to, because things are going to happen bad in your life, you got to step back. And again, I don't know what else the other guys are going to say, but for me, you need to be able to take a deep breath, continue your work on your path. You're heading in the right direction. But I would like Miss April, I'd also like to see her get can you guys get her a mental health evaluation there or what?
I'll see what I can do. I have a staff psychologist.
Okay.
Handle that.
Yeah, right. If we could get that as well. Those are some things that I'd like to see right now, Ms. Swanson. And again, and like I tell you, I'm going to give you a pass on the positive effects. I believe you. Okay, I do believe what you're telling me, and I can believe that. But these other things, I think you need to get a handle, and then I think you'll have a better opportunity the next time you come up. But that's my vote for today. Okay, so keep working hard, Mr. Marabella.
I want to go ahead and follow up on what Mr. Kelsey said. I believe a mental health evaluation is important. You're obviously very nervous today, and I understand that, but you're also very anxious, and I realize that as well. My concerns are your plan for when you get out. I would like to see you take more classes, living in balance. I'd like to see you look into more about AA meetings and NA meetings, because that's going to be the structure that you need to stay clean and to stay sober. I'm not sure what I think about the Suboxone incident. I do know we didn't know about that. You brought that up. The prison didn't apparently have any records of it to tell us. So that was very honest on your part. And I appreciate that. And I'm willing to give you the benefit of that doubt as well. However, we want to make sure that you succeed. And I think in order for you to succeed, you need a little more structure where you are now before we're ready to let you sort of out on your own. You're moving in the right direction and you're doing well. Keep that up. But my vote today would be to deny you. If you take living in balance and you come back with a really structured plan, and I'm still on this board, I will certainly vote to parole you.
All right, Mr. Jones.
Ms. Swanson, I concur with both of my colleagues, Mr. Kelsey and Mr. Marabella. My vote today would be to deny also.
All right, you have 3 votes to deny. Again, we would like Ms. April's going to try to help you get living in balance. I think that's going to be really good. Also, have you a mental health evaluation. You'll continue to work on the NAAA and the 12 steps. So the next time you come in front of the board, and also with a good structured plan, which we think, you know, I'm not saying the P31 house is not a good option, but beyond that, we have to have some options. But keep working hard. You're headed in the right direction. So you can either get mad and not do anything and it'd be worse for you. You can take this as construction, come back and next time, and I think you might have a better opportunity. But 3 votes to deny, your parole's been denied. Thank you.
So this hearing took place November 13th, 2020. We're about to fast forward 3 years to her next hearing, which is, what is it? March of 2023. Do you think that they're going to parole her this time? I mean, for me, that was, it was like an aggravating hearing. I mean, I felt like I was talking to a teenager. She was, the sobbing and the whining and saying really all the wrong things. How you go through the Steve Hoyle and not know what to say. And it was a really bad interview. It was, I'll do whatever you want me to do. And then you have to feel bad for her. You can empathize for her. 2 of her siblings were killed in a car accident. Then she talks about her daughter being sexually assaulted. And it was interesting how Mr. Kelsey responded. He said, if she was, he didn't say, I'm sorry that she was. He said, if she was, I'm sorry. Like he's not, they've heard it all. People say anything to get out. It was nice they gave it the benefit of the doubt on the Suboxone. That was interesting. They were asking, was anyone else found with it? And the idea that there wasn't, they thought it was a mistest. But it was just a bad hearing. Very, it felt very manipulative, and the board did not fall for it. But let's see how far she's progressed over the past almost 3 years, really, on her next hearing. And we did play this before, but it has less than 1,000 views, so there's a chance you haven't seen it. Richard pointed out that he found her original hearing, so I thought I would connect the two. Let's go.
See number for the record.
Katherine Swanson, 561053.
All right, Katherine, my name is Brendan Kelsey. Along with me, Cheryl Renata and Alvin Roche will be your panel. I'll read some information to the record. We'll have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Katherine Swanson, DOC number 561053, you're a second-class offender. Parole eligibility date 1/2/2019. Good time 7/6/2025. Full term 7/1/2026. 10-year sentence. Possession of marijuana, cocaine. Does that all sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 38.
38 years old. Tell me what's going on. You were it was a third offense of the marijuana. Also, you had possession of cocaine and I guess that's weight loss pills, right?
Yes, sir.
So 37, you said?
Yes, sir.
What's a 37-year-old doing all that stuff?
Well, I have 6 kids at home, and I come from a very rough family, and I was selling drugs to take care of my children. I no longer am doing that. I have taken all of the classes here.
I thought she said 38. Did she say 38 or 37? Anyways.
That could possibly be taken to better myself. I have been accepted into the P31 program with Miss Tina Bass. They said they will be my sponsors and help me change my way of living. I'm changing everything. I'm going to a whole different place. I don't know nobody. It's going to be about me and my kids this time. It's not going to be about no man or nobody else.
Very big kids. You got 6 of them. Where are they?
My brother has them right now.
Are they all underage? What's the ages?
No, 19, 17, 12, and 9.
You got some twins in there? That's not 6.
Yeah, I have 2 sets of identical twin boys.
2 sets of them?
Yes, sir.
What's age?
19 and 17.
Wow. And so you were a drug dealer, a user, or both? I know you were a dealer, you said, but were you using drugs as well?
Yes, sir.
So it looks like you were denied back in 2020, right?
Yes, sir. The man, he told me once he was denying me because he wanted me to take Living in Balance phase 1 and 2, and that I could reapply for my parole hearing and be granted.
And you needed a mental health evaluation as well, right?
Yes, sir.
You get that? Were you able to get that done?
Yes, sir.
What did it come back as?
He just told me that I needed counseling because of all the trauma and hurt that I had been through in my life. He said that I needed to get some outside counseling.
What did you get? You get a GED? Do you have a GED?
Yes, sir.
What grade did you drop out of school in?
The 11th.
Why?
Because I was a high risk pregnancy and they didn't want me on their compound, on their school.
Okay. So once you go through this P31, I mean, are you have access to your kids here, or is it still gonna be with your brother?
They're still gonna be with my brother, but Miss Tina's gonna let me visit them until I complete the program, and then I'm gonna find housing somewhere in Monroe. I have no intentions on even going back to Slidell because I know that that's my downfall. I don't even want to be around none of my family because I know.
Okay, so you're not going back to Slidell. You're gonna stay up in Monroe.
Yes, sir.
Your brother's up there?
No, my brother is in Texas.
Texas. Okay. Are you going to Texas after Monroe, or what you
No,
gonna
I'm
do?
staying in Monroe.
Do you have a job or anything? Anything that you're gonna be able to do?
Miss Tina said she was gonna help me find employment when I got to her house.
And how long is that program? How long she can keep you?
6 months to a year.
Okay. Staff, y'all have any input from Miss Katherine?
I would just like to say that Katherine has worked extremely hard. She's taken every class that we have to offer here at LTCW, and it was all in an effort to better herself.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Katherine, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
I would like to say I just ask y'all to not look at my past and look at my future, and give me a second chance to be able to go out there and be the mother I need to be to my children, and also be able to see my mother before she passes away, because she is on hospice and is really sick. So that I can just go out there and help other people and let them know that there's hope on the other side of this, as long as they just stay straight and not do what I did to come to jail.
Okay, well, really the past is all we kind of have to look at. I don't think we can look at your future. That's left up to you, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and vote today. I'm concerned about a lot of things, but look, I think you're being honest with me. You had a lot of good letters of recommendation. You're going to the P31 program. This will probably be your last shot. I mean, if you get out there and you start cutting up again, you're gonna be back in jail for a long, long time.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna grant your parole today to the P31 program. You'll have. I want you to again have your mental health evaluation. They'll evaluate you, give you some counseling. And I want you to follow up with whatever their care is, whatever their recommendations are as far as NAAA, things like that.
Yes, sir.
You take care of your kids. It's exactly like you. You're a mom and you got to take care of your kids. Ms. Renata?
Monica and I do concur. You did what was asked of you since the last hearing. I spoke highly of you, my baby, the same as you.
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, I voted the same reasons as Mr. Kelsey and
All right, Katherine, you have 3 votes to grant your parole to the P31 program. You better stick in it. Don't head back. There's no reason to go back to Slidell. You need to start all over. Here's your opportunity. People, places, and things. You need to start over, and you have you'll have a great opportunity. So 3 votes to grant your parole. Your parole's been granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Welcome. And we'll adjourn.
You're okay.
I think the difference was palpable. That was quite incredible. I mean, just like it felt like the maturity level had evolved. I think this is just a really great example about how the prison system rehabilitating and kind of growing someone. The first hearing, it was really a different kind of approach. It felt like blaming everyone, manipulation. I need to get out for this, I need to get out for that, versus coming in there like really confidently and having, and also she put in the work. You heard what the warden said, the staff member said, she went to every program, and it really showed. It showed. I mean, it was black and white, I think, between the two different people that we saw. There was someone 3 years ago and someone who's really matured, and that was really great to see. I think that was really cool to see someone evolve through the system. And it's funny, she gets a 10-year sentence for narcotics. She claims she never did anything but marijuana, which I don't know if that's she was selling to support her family, and but aside that point, I think it's quite, I think it's very positive, very warming feeling to see someone go through that growth and maturity. And I hope we don't ever see her again. If we do, we'll cover her revocation hearing, but I really hope that we don't. It's nice to see. It's good to see the system working. I think that we saw the system working here. But you tell me what your thoughts are. But with that, let's go to the next hearing.
First felony offender offense, forcible rape and aggravated incest. Sentencing date, May 7, 2001. Sentenced to a total of 40 years. Parole date, August 1st, 2021. Good time, not eligible. Full term, May 2nd, 2041. Is this information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Marabella.
Thank you very much. Mr. Guillory, my name is Tony Marabella. I'm going to be asking you a few questions today. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Guillory, how old are you, sir?
I'm 56.
And how long have you been in prison on these charges?
20, almost 21 years.
Are you currently working while you're in prison?
Yes, sir. I'm a tutor in the education building.
You're a what? I'm sorry, tutor?
A tutor, academic tutor. Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long have you been an academic tutor?
It's going on about 5 years. I started at Allen. I was at Allen.
And what do you do as an academic tutor?
I teach M-level math, reading, and language to help people get their GED or ISET now.
Okay. What sort of work did you do on the outside?
I was various things. I was a truck driver, a mechanic. I worked as a seismograph technician on a seismograph boat searching for oil.
Okay. What sort of programs have you taken while you've been in prison?
Oh, quite a few. Have AA, NA, substance abuse, anger management, stress management. I've had a cage of rage, parenting, 5 phases of risk academy, risk offender. I can't remember the name of it. I'm nervous.
Sex offender treatment?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Eric Cohen.
Of the 21 years you've been in prison, what programs or what things have you learned that have really resonated with you?
I guess mainly I got a degree in theological studies. I was just talking to chaplain here about and excuse me, Warden. And I've come to more grips with my Christianity, I guess you could say, with Christ.
Tell me about that.
Excuse me?
Tell me about that.
I just, I guess I've looked at my life. I don't know, the way my life was going, everything was just turned around. I don't know, everything was just backwards.
Tell me what you mean by that.
It's like I couldn't get anything straight.
Do you know why?
No, I really can't tell you.
21 years later, you can't figure out what was going on with you back then?
Well, as far as what happened in my life,
Well, right now I'm asking you about what you learned while you've been in prison for 21 years. You said I've got Christ. I said, okay. And you said I've looked back and things were kind of backwards. So what do you mean by that? I want to know what you
that's
in the 21 years what you've been doing.
I just don't know how to explain. Mostly it was a relationship problem, I guess. Now
what is a
better
relationship?
friends, better relationships.
What do you mean relationship problem?
Which was really the same thing I was having problems with in my marriage. I just didn't. I don't know. I guess I couldn't communicate well with my wife. I was having problems with my friends, communicating with them. And since I've been in jail, I guess because I've been around so many different personalities in prison, it's changed my.
So what is the one thing? What is the one thing if you got one takeaway from the 21 years you've been in prison? What is the thing that you kind of thought about the most?
Learning how to deal with people and to work.
How about what you did to your daughter?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Oh, okay.
Tell me how that even happened.
That was basically behind the relationship in my marriage. That was, I hate to say it, but it was kind of like a revenge against my wife. That's something I can.
So in 21 years, what have you thought about what you've done to your daughter?
I'm terribly sorry.
I didn't hear you
about
say anything about that, and that's what I was hoping you were going to talk about.
I said, I'm so nervous right now. I don't know what to say.
I understand you're nervous, and I appreciate that. But you've been in prison. You've been in prison for 21 years because you have committed some horrible offenses against your daughter. Right. And I would have thought the first thing out of your mouth is how sorry you are for what you've done. But I haven't heard that yet. You're blaming everybody else. Oh, marital problems, this and that. I'm trying to find out what you've learned in 21 years.
Sir, I didn't know that's where you were going with this. I didn't understand.
Well, I'm just asking questions.
But yeah, of course, I'm not sorry for myself. I'm sorry I'm in jail, of course. But yeah, I'm sorry for what it did to her and my son. I mean,
what do you
had
think
to live without a parent.
What do you think it's done to her?
There's no way to understand what it might have done to her. I don't know.
In 21 years and taking all of the sex offender treatment that you've taken and facilitating sex offenders, you have no answer for what the horrible things that this young girl might have experienced?
Personally, I can't fathom what she experienced. I don't know. I mean, I can't, I don't know, I just have no way of understanding what she might have experienced. I don't know how to explain that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to explain how I think she would feel.
So how long did this go on?
A couple of months, I don't know.
And your daughter was how old?
5.
5 years old.
Yes, sir.
Are there any classes that you took that, have you taken victim awareness?
No, sir. It was never offered to me.
You said you've taken AA and NA and substance abuse. Have you had a drinking or drug issue?
A little bit of a drug issue while I was out there, yes.
Did you say you did have or didn't have? I'm sorry.
I did, yes, sir. With
What
drugs.
kind of drugs did you use and how often?
Marijuana. That was, I don't know, it was years before I got married.
Did drugs or alcohol play any part in this crime?
No, sir.
Have you had any mental health evaluation or have you had any sort of treatment for mental health issues?
No, sir.
When you were arrested, did you go straight to jail and bound over for trial, or were you out on bond?
I went out on bond for 2 years.
How long were you out on bond before your actual trial or disposition of your case?
It was right about 2 years.
During that 2-year period of time, did you get any sort of psychological evaluation or any
Yes, I
sort
did.
of what did you get? What kind of evaluation?
Psychological evaluation. I was putting myself and my wife and my children into, we went to therapy, psychological therapy.
And so, well, tell me what you learned in therapy, if anything.
I learned that I was a horrible pig and I did something bad to my daughter.
Okay. And was there any suggestions of
don't know.
things that you might be able to do to be able to overcome some of these things?
Yes, talk to a friend before I decide to act out on anything.
As a result of the counseling, did you take any kind of medication of any sort?
I had taken Zoloft for depression for a little while.
Now, you and your wife and your daughter was what, 5, 6, 7 years old at the time, right?
Right.
Did you do any individual counseling besides counseling with your family?
Right. No, mine was individual with him.
Okay.
And then he
Well-
also did counseling with them.
And
Separate.
what sort of things did your counselor suggest to you? Did y'all discuss the effects of what you did on your daughter?
I'm sure we did. Sir, that was 22 years ago. I don't remember everything he said. I don't remember what I had 4 or 5 notebooks full of notes, but I can't remember all that.
Now, you were sentenced to 40 years and you've done what, 20, how many years? 20, 21 years?
20 and a half, yes, sir.
20 and a half years. Have you been in prison? What's your disciplinary record like?
I've had 2 write-ups in the last 20 years.
Warden, can you tell us anything about Mr. Guillory?
Not really familiar with this offender. I know that he works, he's a tutor which is another job that's needed in the institution to prepare offenders not only to release back into society, but to help build their character and aptitude while incarcerated. Not really familiar with them. So I would let his record speak for him.
Okay.
Really give a character witness because I'm not really familiar with it.
Mr. Guillory, you've got law enforcement opposition and you have victim opposition. There's nothing you can do about that. I just want to kind of alert you to that. I'm going to sit back and see if any of my colleagues have any questions. I see Mr. Roche has his hand up. Mr. Roche, you have some questions of Mr. Guillory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Guillory. How are you?
Not too good right now.
Well, I sat intently listening to Mr. Marabella interview you, and you are still in denial. You are still in denial. You're not taking responsibility for what you did to your daughter. When he asked you how old your daughter was, you said 5. She was 3 when you started the abuse. When he asked you how long, 2 or 3 months, you abused your daughter 3 or 4 times a week for an entire year. I'm reading from the indictment. The offenses happened between October 1st, 1998 and September 1st, 1999, an entire year. And she was at the age of 3 or 4. Your own family, the victim's family, is not certain whether you should be released or not because they still don't understand what you did to your family. Your daughter has 2 children now. She would not give an opinion. She would not oppose or she would not give an opinion. But she did state that she is in fear for her children. She is in fear for herself because she is still physically, mentally, and emotionally affected by what you did. But you would not oppose. But members of your family are in opposition. When are you going to take full responsibility for what you did? A father is booked with a responsibility. He is given the responsibility of taking care and protecting his children. You gave an excuse. Your relationship with your wife was not going the way you wanted to go. So you had a relationship with your daughter. No child should be burdened with the responsibility of to satisfy their father's sexual needs. And you have not taken responsibility 20 years later. I'm going to get off my soapbox. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. I don't see any further questions. Ms. Teresa, I don't believe we have any speakers, do we?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Mr. Guillory, is there anything you'd like to say to the panel before we vote?
Other than confessed. I mean, and yes, I do take responsibility. If I wasn't honest, I wouldn't be in jail. So, I mean, I'm sure I'm going to get denied, but I just want to let you know I do accept responsibility. I did that from the beginning. I just didn't know. I just don't know how to answer questions like this.
Anything else you'd like to say, Mr. Guillory?
I guess not. I don't have anything else I can say other than the fact that Katie doesn't want me out. That's fine. I'll stay in jail. Really, her opinion is to me. Her opinion is first before anyone else, even in here, yours, anybody. Her opinion is first. If she doesn't want me out of jail, I'll stay here.
Mr. Marabella, may I clear up one thing?
Yes.
The victim of this crime is not opposed to your release. She says she's going to defer to the decision of the board. Your daughter is not opposed to your release. She has some reservations about her two children, which she stated in her statement she is not opposed to your release. And I want you to understand that. Thank you, Mr. Marabella.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. Mr. Guillory, anything else you'd like to say?
No, sir.
Mr. Guillory, when we have these hearings, we're looking at a lot of factors. And one of the main things that we're looking at is not necessarily what the person did, but how has the person dealt with what they've done? Who are they today? You say you accept responsibility and you say, hey, look, I'm in jail. But, I don't think you've accepted responsibility personally and morally for what you've done. Yeah, you're in jail, you're serving your time, you're doing the right thing that good prisoners do, I guess. But you haven't accepted truly what you've done in this case. I asked you how long it took. I wasn't going to argue with you because I read the record. I knew how long you did this. I knew you weren't telling me the truth. All of the questions I asked you, I had all of the answers for. And you never responded appropriately. I didn't start my questioning of you. One of the things I was really concerned about is how you felt about what you had done. And that's why I opened my questions with, what have you been thinking all of this time? What's been going on with you? I had hoped and expected you to say, my God, what a horrible thing I did to my daughter. But I didn't hear that. And I hear you still fighting with that, saying, well, if she's okay, I'm okay, I guess is what I'm hearing.
No, that's
you
not
really
okay.
need more programs, and you really do need to look internally at what you've done and why you did it. You got counseling at the beginning. That's a good thing. I don't know why it stopped. I don't know what developed there. I couldn't get very much information out of you. Like Mr. Roche said, I'm going to get off my soapbox. You've got law enforcement opposition. You have the crime that you committed was horrible. You've only spent about 50% of your sentence in prison. My vote today is to deny you. Mr. Roche?
Thank you, Mr. Marabella. Mr. Guillory, based upon opposition from your family and the victim's family, opposition from law enforcement, and a lack of responsibility for your crime, and I want you to understand this, the victim in this crime did not voice an opinion one way or the other whether or not she should be released. And I want you to understand that if you understand nothing else today, it is a member of your family who voiced the opposition, and it was not the victim. Thank you, Mr. Maribel.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. Ms. Wise?
Sir, I've listened intently to the discussions here, and I've had the opportunity to look at your daughter's beautiful face, and I really want to extend just peace and freedom to you. Just wishing you all the best as you go forward in life. You had nothing to do with this. But as a retired probation parole officer, and I was a sex offender officer for quite a few years, I heard that a lot of times from guys that they abuse their daughter as a way, or their children in the household as a way of getting back at their wife. And I know that that is deep. That's a lot. There's a lot going on. And you need to unpack that, because that's going to rear its head again. Now, that's what Mr. Maribel is saying. You know, you really need to reflect. You really need to get deep and go and, and go and flesh all that out while you can, while you're in prison, and you can take classes and, and ask for counseling. You can do that while you're here, because, like I said, I heard that a lot. It sounds very familiar to me. But my vote is the same for the same reason that's been already stated on the record, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Mr. Guillory, you have 3 votes to deny your parole. Good luck to you, sir.
Cockroach. How do we unpack this? When you think you've seen it all, right? How many times do I have to say that when you think you've seen it all? I'm gonna blur her face, but she has like an angelic look, almost like a porcelain doll, but very stoic. And I think Mr. Roche repeated it over and over again, that she's not opposed. I think if I'm understanding he's correctly, he's trying to take any potential guilt that the daughter might have away, and he's making sure that she's not in any way carrying that burden. Of course, there should be no guilt, but I think that's where Mr. O'Shea is coming from. And when he said, and he heard, I believe he heard entirely that Mr. O'Shea says she's not opposed or unopposed, but he still tried to make that attempt at manipulation at the end by saying, "Oh, if she wants me out or she doesn't." He knew he was just trying to say, "Oh, well, if she's not opposed, then I should get out." That was another way of him saying it. Most offenders, like 9, maybe all except this one, does start the hearing by saying something pretty baseless, like, "I regret the actions that I did." He didn't even do that. Not, "I regret the actions that I did," actually. They always say, "I regret what happened," or "I wish it didn't happen." Of course, he found God in Christianity. He got a degree in theological studies. He thought the warden was the preacher. He's learned a lot about different personalities in prison. And Mr. Maribel comes and said, "How about what you did to your daughter?" And he really acts like he oh, my daughter, and when he drills down to it, finally, he says, I couldn't believe what I heard. It was revenge against my wife. What? What? Revenge against your wife? What did I just hear? And then when he drills down into it and he says, well, what do you think this caused to your children? What do you think this did to your children? And he was cut off as he was saying this, but he said, I am sorry that they had to live without one parent. Are you kidding me? You're sorry that they had to live without one parent? That's what you did to your children? And then he says that she was 5 years old. And then we find out from Mr. Roche that she was 3 years old. And that the abuse happened for multiple years. 3 to 4 times a week for multiple years. Can you imagine when it's like lying that she's 5 versus 3 and you think it's better? A 3-year-old baby. Watching this hearing, I just wanted to rip through the screen. I just wanted to grab him. And I was only getting more fired up by seeing Miss Wise come in and just like nod at the most inappropriate times. I don't get that. I'm not going to harp on her. That Mr. Roche actually has to say, no father should carry the burden of satisfying his needs through his child. And again, I think Mr. Roche was doing that just so that the daughter, and I should have seen, she shed a few tears when Mr. Roche was saying these things. And then, hearing the denial from them, you could see that it had an effect. She didn't know what was coming. What would you do to stop yourself from doing this again in the future? Oh, I would talk to a friend before I do anything. And then the warden goes on and says that he's a tutor and that he helps inmates build character. And he's like, are you kidding me? Come on, really? This is how you're helping inmates build character? These are the guys that you're relying on to tutor and help inmates as they prepare to get out. And he got 40 years. He did a plea deal, but to think that he got 2 years out of jail before he was sentenced. And then he took a plea deal for 40 years. But where the hell is the DA? Where are you? Do you not have any pride? Do you not have any? Did you only take this position so you can have your few years as a assistant DA or district attorney? You can then retire and open up your law firm. Is that what it is? Because I think that most of it with there are a few exceptions we see. We know who they are. But all the others, they don't care. They don't care about children. They don't care about their constituency. They don't care about the survivors. They don't care. Because if there was any case that we have seen where it was absolutely critical for a DA to be in the room to make a statement, it was this one. The daughter is sitting there alone. The survivor is sitting there alone, carrying all of that baggage, and no one was there to speak on her behalf. Thank goodness we did have Mr. Roche speak on her behalf. We did have Mr. Marabella speak on her behalf in the ways that they could. But I'm going to share something with you that's only going to just enrage you more. And you want to know what that is? Remember, he has a full term date in 2040. No, I'm sorry. $2041. Okay, I thought it was 2031 for a second. I said he's going to get out in 9 years. So he's 58 today. So he's still, thank goodness he's still got another 20 years, basically 17 years. So was it 77 something years old when he gets out, which is still young enough to hurt people, but hopefully he doesn't have good time, and hopefully he spends every single day locked up. His biological daughter starting at the age of 3, 4 or 5 times a week for 2 years, and the best that he can come up with after all these years, 21 years later, was he was doing it to get back at his wife. You can't make it up. And I bet you, they didn't mention it, but I bet you he's got a low risk score. Oh, I bet you he does. But hey, I'll get off of my soapbox. If you didn't see it, you might not believe it. And that's why we do this. Evil does exist. And it needs to be locked in the deepest cells. And they need to throw away the key. That I'll let you go.
The Committee on Parole is called back to order. The time is 1:41. Our next case is Mr. Marvin Wiley. Mr. Wiley, would you please give us your full name and DOC number?
Marvin Wiley, 294-297.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Mr. Wiley, let me explain our procedure to you. Process. First, I'm going to read some information into the record, then the board is going to conduct a parole interview with you. At the end, you'll be allowed to make a brief statement before the board votes. Do you understand our procedure, sir?
Yes, sir.
This is a matter of Marvin Wiley, DOC number 294-297, date of birth July 6th of 1966. It's classified as a 5th felony offender. He has a parole eligibility date of February the 6th of 2018. He's not entitled to good time. He is serving a life sentence on the charge of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and racketeering, having been adjudicated as a habitual offender. Mr. Wiley, is that information accurate?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wiley, your case was assigned to me, so I'll be the one initiating our interview process. How old are you, Mr. Wiley?
57.
And how long have you been in prison on these charges?
24 years, sir.
How long have you spent in prison altogether besides this 24-year stint?
Traveling back in time or just on this
Right,
charge?
right, altogether. 57 years, how many years you been in prison?
Yeah, traveling back in time. Oh, traveling back. Probably half of my life, sir.
All right. Tell me about, so how old were you when you came to prison on these charges?
About 30, 35, 33 years old.
All right. Let's talk about you at 35 years old. Tell me a little bit about your education back then.
I finished like 11th grade.
Drugs or alcohol involved in any of this?
Off and on, yes, sir.
Let's talk about drugs first. When did you first start using drugs, and what drugs did you first start using?
Marijuana, majority of my life is marijuana.
Okay. How old were you when you first started?
13.
And how often were you smoking marijuana at 13?
Occasionally, off and on.
Okay. And did you progress to more frequent use, daily use? Did you ever get to the point where you're using pretty much every day?
Yes, sir.
And when was that? How old were you then?
17, 18.
And were you using marijuana or how about cocaine? You ever use anything besides marijuana?
Off and on, I used cocaine, but majority of the time it was marijuana.
How about alcohol?
Daily. I use alcohol.
Alcohol was daily?
Yes, sir.
Would you drink basically?
Malt liquor.
Alcohol and drugs were involved in most of your arrests, most of your crimes?
Yes, sir.
So tell me why you're in prison now. Tell me about these racketeering charges.
Well, drug
I've
racketeering.
read all of the police reports.
Yes, sir.
Today is the day for you for me to determine how honest you're going to be with us. Okay. So tell me what you were doing back then.
Well, I was getting drugs from a friend in California, and I was paying young ladies to traffic them down in Louisiana.
How often were you doing this, and how long did you do it?
I did it over a year and a half.
We're talking about a substantial amount of money, aren't we?
Yes, sir.
Over $100,000?
Yes, sir. It was being contributed amongst quite a few people.
So what got you into that? How did you get into that?
Gambling, trying to have a place to stay, getting high, using drugs.
Did you ever have a real job?
I had off and on little small odd jobs.
What sort of jobs?
Mechanic, little mechanic work, helping on, I fixed them, worked on low riders.
Tell me a little bit about what you've done while you've been in prison in the last 24 years. What have you learned? How have you changed, if any?
Well, I started taking classes. I've been taking programs, living in balanced substance abuse.
How will you stay sober if you get out of prison?
Well, I'm mature from that now, so I'm not off into the drug life like I once was. I don't start studying. I just changed my habits. I got into religion.
Well, what's your plan to stay sober? I mean, you smoked marijuana pretty much your entire life when you were on the outside. So tell me what's your plan to make sure that you stay sober?
Well, I'm gonna stay away from that type of lifestyle. I'm not even gonna go off into that lifestyle where nobody can be influencing me to want to get high. Trying to work, try to get myself together, try to rebuild my life.
What triggers you to use drugs?
Partying, hanging out, having too much spare time on my hands.
What programs have you taken, substance abuse programs have you taken while you've been in prison?
Living in balance.
What else?
Excuse me?
What else besides living in balance?
A victim awareness.
Have you had any inpatient treatment or long-term drug treatment?
No, sir.
You think that's something you might be able to benefit from?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about your write-ups. You've had 90 write-ups, 5 in the last few years. Fighting, aggravated sex offense, contraband. Tell me about the contraband. Tell me about the fighting. Tell me why so many write-ups.
Well, being in Angola, you know, I'm from out of town, so I'm always being victimized.
What was the contraband you had?
I think I had some marijuana at that time.
Okay. And that was within the last couple of years?
Yes, sir.
I thought you gave up the drug lifestyle. You don't need it no more.
Well, I wasn't using that actually to get high. I was using that to eat and live. I wasn't getting no money from on the street, so I did what I had to do to survive in Angola at the time.
What is your transition plan? Where would you live if you were to get out?
Well, I'd like to go back to home. I had somebody that was going to give me a job. Jody Davis and Joanne Davis was working on a construction company. They was planning on giving me a job. I thought they was going to be here today.
Tell me how you've changed from the person that came to jail till today.
Well, when I first came to jail, I was hard-headed. I was just running around with a chip on my shoulder. Over the years, I just studied, got myself together, psychologically and mentally. So I don't want to live the second half of my life like I lived the first half of my life, sir.
Well, Mr. Wiley, I'm going to go back to your write-ups. In the last few years, your last 5 write-ups have been basically about disobedience and defiance. How has that changed? I mean, it looks like you're still getting in trouble. You've been in prison for 24 years, you said. Yet in the last 3 or 4 years, you've had write-ups that involve fighting, aggravated work offense, defiance, aggravated disobedience. How do you explain that?
I made some bad choices. I was hanging around some bad influences then when I was in the penitentiary.
We're talking about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yes,
You're
sir.
still doing the same thing you were doing before. So how have you changed?
Well, see, when I came over here, I got my act together. I separated myself from a lot of people that was causing me a lot of problems, and I was able to function.
And how long have you been where you are now?
Over a year.
And when did you get there? Because your last write-up was in June of last year. Where did you get that at? Where was that write-up?
In Angola.
Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Wiley?
Mr. Marabella, he came here in August of 2022, so it's almost been a year since he's been here. He hasn't had any write-ups since he's been here. He's living in medium custody and I'm sorry, the last write-up he had, that gym write-up, was while he was still there at Louisiana State Penitentiary. He's so really I can't tell you a lot about him other than what his record has from the years that he's been incarcerated at LSP, because he hadn't been here long enough to get involved in a lot of things, a lot of activities, but he hadn't been any problem whatsoever. He's been write-up free the entire time he's been here. He hasn't caused security or classification or any staff, any problems at all. He's got a good, clean record over the last 11 months at this institution.
Thanks, Warden. Questions I have. Anybody else? Mr. Wiley, is there anything you'd like to say before the board votes?
Yes, sir. I wrote a little statement, but I can't.
You can read it, or you can tell us anything you'd like. Go ahead.
First, I would like to apologize to the state of Louisiana, in particular the city of Homer, for trafficking drugs into their community and selling drugs on their city streets. It took me years to accept responsibility for my actions. But after seeing overdoses, drug overdoses in America and witnessing drug overdoses in Angola, I realized I had to stop being a part of the problem and find ways to help be a part of the solution. So when I'm not working and I attend a campaign against the use of fentanyl and many other designer drugs that's been eating away at the fabric of our society, my goal is to start a program entitled Futures Not Funerals, which would be working towards resurrecting young youth and the following victims of dangerous drugs, lecturing them to help them solve differences and resulting from violence.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Mr. Wiley, you've got a pretty significant criminal history. Your crimes are pretty significant. You've spent, as you've indicated, half your life in prison. I think you're on the right track. I think you're moving in the right direction. You have been right up free since you've been there at Wade. That's a good thing. But your record before that is horrible. You've had 90 write-ups. You've had a number of them recently, including marijuana. You've got a significant drug addiction. I think you've taken a little bit of classes. I think you need more. I think you need some more substance abuse classes. I think you need to learn a little bit more about what you've done and how you'll stay sober when you get out. You are moving in the right direction. The warden's given you some excellent comments about your time there. It hadn't been very long. But before I can vote to let you, to parole you, I'm going to have to see a longer time with no disciplinary write-ups. And I'd love to see you get into some programs that will give you some tools to be able to stay clean and sober. Take AA, NA programs, learn the 12 steps so when you get out, you can be proactive to make sure you don't go back to that lifestyle. My vote today would be to deny, but encourage you to continue to move forward as you're doing now. You're in a good place now, and I hope you continue to flourish where you are. That's my vote. Ms. Jackson?
All right. Mr. Wiley, I agree with my colleague. You're starting the turnaround, but you've got to demonstrate a longer period of time of being write-up free. Yeah, I was really disappointed to see that your most recent program was in 2014.
Yeah.
So, for almost 10 years, you've not engaged in any kind of programs that would, help you become more productive. I just think you have some more work to do. So my vote today is denied because of your disciplinary record and your lack of programming.
Thank you. Ms. Wiley?
Mr. Wiley, I really appreciate what you wrote in your statement, and I hope you mean that. And you apologize to the community for the drug trafficking that you did. That's highly commendable. I applaud you for that. But today, my vote is the same. Take advantage of the programs there. You got a new start. Just take advantage of it. Really grow yourself. My vote is the same for the same reason. Best wishes to you. And reapply from there.
Okay. Mr. Wiley, your parole has been denied, but I think everyone is encouraging you to continue to do the things you're doing. You're in a good place right now, so continue the hard work, and perhaps the next time the vote might be a little different. Warden, thank you very much for your help. We will be adjourned at 1:57.
Say, Mr. Marabella, what about Slaughter? Are we gonna hear Slaughter? He was an administrative hearing. We've had him up here all day. He was, somebody y'all granted parole, but then his residence plan never got approved, and I think it's been several months since he was granted. He was on the docket for today. I just need to know if you're gonna hear him or not.
We didn't have him on our docket. That was the problem.
Slaughter. Austin. Of Austin Slaughter, the one we talked about.
Oh, that's a different one?
No, that's
Same one?
he's on the docket. No, he's on DocuSign, but he's not in the hearing now. When you go to, where's that?
She's got it.
Yeah, just not good.
She's got it.
Well, just fine. Okay.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's been on the docket off and on. I've been seeing his name pop up on the docket. It's Austin Slaughter, is DOC number 627828.
He is in.
No.
It's true.
Give us a minute.
Yes, ma'am. He's available if you're gonna hear him. He is here to be heard. So we got him waiting. If y'all are gonna hear him.
He has been on and off, and he's a cockroach. He's a cockroach.
You know why we didn't finish celebrating the company? Why we didn't finish when we spoke to his resident?
It was a resident.
Oh, it was the residents.
It was the
Because he's a
resident.
sex offender. Yeah.
Right.
I think he's established or requested a different residence other than the one that wasn't approved. He's been working through classification to get a different residence, and I think it's been set up. I don't know if the parole office has ever approved it yet or not, but I know he's established a new residence plan.
The housing that they have is specific to sex.
Either in Alexandria and
He's a cockroach convicted of incest. So he was denied his residence plan. Which
Hear it?
Make sure he's in DocuSign.
I didn't hear what you said, Mr. Marabella. We're gonna hear him.
Warden, if you can get him in, we'll go ahead and hear him.
Okay, yes, we have him ready. He'll be right in.
he was 19 at the time. With a female relative.
Okay,
Oh,
Mr.
there
Slaughter,
he
would
is.
you give us your full name and DOC number?
Austin Ray Slaughter, 627828.
Mr. Slaughter, you were, well, let me explain what we're gonna do today. It's my understanding that we had conditionally granted your parole to do certain things. Did you finish Celebrate Recovery?
Yes, sir. I have the certificate right here.
As I understand it, one of the problems or the problem that you had not being able to complete everything that was required of you within 9 months is that they did not approve your residency plan. Is that what is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you worked with probation and parole to try to secure a legitimate place to stay that would meet the sex offender requirements?
Yes, sir. The Lighthouse Home Rentals in Shreveport.
Now, what have you done? Tell me what you've done since June the 10th of 2022. Have you had any disciplinary write-ups at all?
No, sir.
Have you completed Celebrate Recovery? What else have you done since since the last hearing?
I finished victims awareness, reentry, and living in balance.
Okay. Since your last hearing?
Yes, sir.
Now, your dad is here with us. Does your dad have any information with regards to where you're gonna be living? He's not here with us, but he's on Zoom, I think.
Yes, sir. He's the one that helped me secure the apartment.
He's the one that's helped you secure the apartment? Okay, well, why don't we hear from Mr. Slaughter? Mr. Thomas Slaughter, are you there, sir? He's connecting. No. Gordon, while we're trying to get Mr. Slaughter on, do you have any information as to where, whether or not they have approved his new residence?
Sister Warden Kimball can speak on that, Mr. Marabella. He's been working on this case, so go ahead.
Chairman, this particular apartment complex is specifically for sex offenders. We still do need, if he's approved this residence, we still do need to go through the process of having P&P out there to give us the thumbs up on it. But I don't see any issue with it not gaining that approval.
So to answer your question, it has not been officially approved, but it's a residence for sex offenders, and I don't think there's been a problem in the past, so I don't foresee it being not approved. And the address that he had with his father, I think there was an issue with he had too many dogs, or he had some biting dogs, and the parole officer couldn't actually inspect it, so that's why that resident wasn't approved. But Austin Slaughter has completed everything at the institution. He's maintained a good conduct record. So he just needs a residence, and we think we found a residence for him.
Good. Well, the residence that y'all are looking at, that we're talking about today, fits all of the sex offender requirements. It's just whether or not the formality of having him approved to go there is what we're talking about.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, all right. I see your dad is on the line. Mr. Slaughter, you're welcome to say whatever you'd like to say, but I think the board is probably going to go ahead and grant his parole conditioned upon him getting into this facility that we're talking about today. But we're certainly willing to listen to anything you might have to say. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I had to unmute. I apologize. No, I don't have nothing to say. I just appreciate y'all getting things worked out for this, and it's been a little frustrating at first, but we appreciate it. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Pat, ready to vote? Yes. Okay, I'll go first. I'll vote to conditionally approve Mr. Slaughter's parole, conditioned upon him being approved for residency. I'm not sure exactly where it is. The warden knows where it is, but the residence that they're talking about right now that meets the sex offender requirements. That would be my vote. With the same, what were our other conditions?
AA, I think 3 times a week.
AA 3 times a week. Okay, all right. Ms. Jackson?
All right, Mr. Slaughter, in view of the fact that you got 3 favorable votes at the last hearing based on positive remarks and good conduct, my vote today would be to grant conditionally upon an approved residence that meets the sex offender requirements.
And so I'll vote the same for the same reasons. Best wishes to you.
Good luck to you, Mr. Slaughter. The board has granted your parole conditioned upon your getting into this facility.
Thank y'all.
Good luck to you. Warden, thank you so much again for your help. And,
yes, sir.
I don't know if we'll see you next time. When are you leaving?
You probably won't see me next time.
Well, enjoy life.
Thank you, sir.
The best is yet.
Ms. Jackson, y'all have a great day.
Okay.
207.
207.
Another cockroach. Actually, it's like I forgot about the previous case, but I think it's an interesting contrast that here you have it, a cockroach who committed incest with an underage relative gets out of prison because he finishes some programs, while the man who's convicted of dealing or whatever has to serve more time, right? But that's our system. That's our system for you. And we can go into details of both cases, but maybe I can start with our, he looks like a classic cockroach too. So, you know, there's not a lot of information on it. I didn't cover the case, recorded it, or see it in June of last year. I wasn't doing it yet. I was like kind of just starting to do it, to watch it, but not recording. Let me pull it up here. I have it up on my other computer, but not this one. I don't know if you guys hear the sound here. But we'll also look at where he's staying. I think there's one thing I'm happy about. It's that he's staying in a house in a residence with a bunch of other sex offenders. That sounds great. They should all be required by law to go to that place if they ever get out. Can you imagine you can just move into any place you want? He was going to move into his father's house. That's the funniest thing too. But the dogs and biting dogs and barking dogs and the parole officer didn't. The parole officer didn't feel good about it. I bet you before the parole officer came, the dad is like, you know, I can imagine it. He's like, go get him, boys. So he didn't want he wants his cockroach son coming to live with him. Waste of space. Remember, it was incest he did too. He didn't only commit this on a child, but he did it to his own flesh and blood. And he only got a 10-year sentence. 10 years. What the hell? Oh, the guy, he was conspiracy, possession, distribution, life sentence. Okay, yeah, 10 years. And get out early. He got parole. Freaking believable. You just have to complete these programs, and then you're good to go. Sorry for the mockery, but it is a mockery of of what we watch is a mockery of how we protect our children. It's a mockery of how we view law and order in this country. It's insane. You know, I was thinking to edit it and create this its own, but it's better to see the prior case. Yeah, he's got all these write-ups and all these things, but so what? He was sentenced to 10 years at hard labor with credit for time served on March 12, 2015. And so this is his he filed an appeal, of course, because, you know, 10 years is way too harsh of a sentence. Due to the lack of case awareness, let me see. So he like filed, these are all the reasons that he filed why he should, you know, not have gotten his terrible sentence of 10 years. In response, the state contends, where is it? Here's what I'm, sorry, I'm just going to share with you that here it is. This is the classic, you know, the whole thing can last like a minute. He gets in front of the judge. The prosecutor says, this is what we would recommend. This is a plea deal. The judge says, okay, let me ask you the questions. Are you sober? Are you on anything? No, sir. How old are you? 19. How far have you gone in school? Graduated 12th grade. Yes. Can you read and write? Yes. Have you spoken to the lawyer? Yes. Are you satisfied? Yes. The charge you are pleading guilty to is said to have occurred on Asir. I'm not gonna. I know I pronounce it wrong, and then the locals call me out on it. And fair enough. I'm not from New Orleans. On or about May 9th, 2014, and it said that you had committed the crime of aggravated incest with a person whose initials are SS and whose date of birth is August 25th, 2000. So do you understand what it is you are pleading guilty to? So if they were born in 2000, and this is 2014, they were 14 years old. So it was 14-year-old relative. And I'm guessing if it's incest, does that mean it has to be a sister or brother? I believe so. And his father would still show up for his hearing. The court, I want you to be aware of what the penalty is for this charge. You can face no less than 5, no more than 20 years. What? No more than 20? Love it. No more than 20 years. Like they actually have written into law a maximum sentence for committing aggravated incest on a minor is no more than 20 years. 25 years, that would be too severe. 20, that's okay. And they basically, go through, that you're going to be a sex offender, all these things. Okay. And he pled guilty, and that was it. And that was it. I wish they would have recorded something on the record of the judge reprimanding him of some victim impact statement, but there's nothing. Then he goes and he files a appeal on the sentence. There's no DNA proving I did it. You piece of trash. Cockroach. And he's going to be free. And he's going to go and, he's going to be hanging out with he's going to a perfect place for him. This is numerous registered sex offenders clustered in one apartment complex. It's kind of funny. On the outside, it appears to be a beacon of hope for military veterans in need, but on the inside, many of those living at the Veteran Lighthouse in Shreveport have some dark past. Many are registered sex offenders. I feel scared. I don't like it. Who lives across the street? Yeah, I don't blame you. Imagine living across the street from that place. Chavez found out about his neighbors only after moving in with his wife and 5 children. Can you imagine? Oh my God. Imagine moving somewhere with 5 children and finding out across the street from you is a building of cockroaches. Holy cow. That's my worst nightmare. Those neighbors at the Veterans Lighthouse live in subsidized or low-rent apartments for transitioning or formerly homeless veterans. Can you imagine they also do this? They do this to veterans who are not cockroaches that they'll mix with then registered sex offenders? Half of them are registered sex offenders. Well, the other half shouldn't be there. What a way to spend your final days with a bunch of roaches. Oof. And there's an elementary school 3 blocks away. You can't make it up. There's an elementary school 3 blocks away from this compound. Unbelievable. Great job, Louisiana. You're really doing a great job protecting our kids. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, don't worry. There are 16 cameras at every exit and entrance, and a probation officer comes twice per week. Yep, that's really gonna make sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're just happy you're getting a check from the government. We gave them a chance to rehabilitate, and that includes housing, and I feel like I can help, Gibson says, adding that he only allows Tier 1 and Tier 2 sex offenders, those considered the least serious crimes. Yes, Gibson, while you're getting paid hand over fist from the government to house them. Yes, of course, you're really doing this because you care about rehabilitating them. Tier 1 involves sexual contact with another. Tier 2 are repeat offenders or against minors. Tier 3 are the most serious, like forcible. Okay. I don't think my group of 1 or 2 offenders is your biggest nightmare, Gibson. You know, you don't? Well, you're right. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's not our biggest nightmare. Tier 3 would be our biggest nightmare, but they're our second biggest nightmare. Why don't you go move in with them if it's not such a big deal? Why don't you go move your kids in with them? Clowns. You know, if you're going to go and take that business and house them, just accept it. Say, you know what? I'm getting paid hand over fist. I want to make the money. I'll do my best to protect it, but don't twist it and spin it around and start saying how it's okay because it's not. Gibson, who is also a music minister at Houghton First Baptist Church, disputes the number of sex offenders. Wow, this landlord is also involved in the first. Wow, that's just great. Yeah, but this is real. This is real. Let's see if there's another article. They have this, which is interesting. Sex offender one-stop resource, the state of Louisiana. You can't make it up. It's like sex offender one stop resource.com. it's wow. Wow, look at that. It's a Gmail. Sex offender one stop resource at gmail.com. There's enough, there's so many of them there, but that there's actually a business to be made in this like website that hasn't been changed in 25 years. I have housing for sex offenders. This is posted oh, good. It's not, people don't post that often. I see the business hasn't done that well. Well, actually, here it is, March 17, 2023. Need a place in Shreveport or Bossier for my boyfriend. My landlord said he can't stay at my house. He needs some place. Wow, you moron. She writes this at 3:30 a.m. She needs a place for her boyfriend because the landlord says he can't be in the house. Wow. Imagine you're a landlord and you find out, and here she is writing from at 3 in the morning. Anyways, I really do digress. I guess, what am I supposed to say? I guess I'm just relieved that at least he is going to be living in there. Now the other person who we just covered. It's funny how quickly I completed Marvin Willie. So it's actually interesting. He was doing pretty sophisticated, I mean, compared to what we've seen, type of dealing, which was like a little while. I was surprised that he had all those write-ups and things. So he in 1999, a jury convicted him of racketeering violation. He was sentenced as an habitual offender to life imprisonment. Because why not? Wait, do I have the wrong? this is not. Oh, maybe, you know, I have the wrong document. That's not who he is. That's why. Is that possible? Maybe his court, it pulled up because his court case. Oh, that, you know, it kind of makes more sense now. Because this was a pretty sophisticated scheme he was doing, and it didn't sound like the scheme, like this guy. So I was like, how is that? You know, it just didn't add up, but probably because I have the wrong link. I think that he must be referenced in here as part of the appeal. Yeah, this is not. So this court hearing was what he was doing was he was actually having women fly around the country and do drops for him, and then he was wiring them money, which, you know, was like the first mistake, I would say. Like, who, you know, why, if you're gonna be doing dealing, why are you wiring money, which is totally trackable. But he was, you know, being very clever. He basically had mules that were doing like a lot of the major dealing for him, and he was eventually caught doing it and given a life sentence. You know, harm a child, whatever, 10 years, do some dealing, marijuana, life sentence. Lock him up, throw away the key. But might have been a wrong case, but serves the point. The system does not care that much about our children, but they do care about keeping the devil's lettuce off the streets, which is just totally insane because it's going to be legal in every single state in the United States very soon, and we're going to laugh about how it was illegal, and the history books are going to say, can we believe that we've incarcerated more people than most countries combined in just the state of Louisiana, and many offenses are for marijuana. Well, that's why we show this stuff. Change can't happen with their head in the sand. With that, I'll let you go.
Committee on Parole is called back to order. The time is 9:51. Our next case is Mr. John Marshall. Mr. Marshall, would you give us your full name and DOC number?
John Edwin Marshall, 104386.
Mr. Marshall, let me explain our process to you. I'm going to read some information into the record, then we're going to do a parole interview with you. After that interview, you'll have an opportunity to say whatever you'd like to say to the board, and then we'll vote. You understand our process?
Yes, sir.
This is a matter of John E. Marshall, DOC number 104386, date of birth January the 6th of 1955. He's an 11th class felony offender. He had a parole eligibility date of May the 29th of 2019. He does not earn good time. He is serving a life sentence for distribution of cocaine, having been convicted and sentenced to 30 years, and then the district attorney filing a habitual offender against him, and he was adjudicated a habitual offender and given a life sentence. Is that pretty accurate, Mr. Marshall?
Correct.
Mr. Marshall, your case was assigned to me, so I'm going to begin our interview process, okay? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Marshall, how old are you, sir?
68.
And how long have you been in prison on these charges?
15 years.
How much education do you have, Mr. Marshall? How far did you go in school?
Well, I went to Booker T through the 11th grade.
Okay.
And in the course of the time I was locked up in 79, I got locked up for a misdemeanor. And Southern came down, some people from Southern University came down and gave us tests, those didn't want to participate. And it was the evaluation for to see our grade levels or where we could be placed. And just so happened I was eligible for college, so they enrolled me in Southern University. So I went to Southern 2 years.
Okay.
And got a certificate. I got my associate degree in sales.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your work history. What kind of jobs have you had on the outside?
Since '74, I've worked at Levi Strauss as a cloth spreader, a material and non-material. I worked a lot of temp jobs.
Okay.
Linux company doing air systems, super Walmarts, putting in booths at restaurants and casinos. I've also digging. I did a lot of work. But I worked at Dothan's doing trampolines, repairing them. And it ain't for one company in the state. So, we did pretty good business here.
Mr. Marshall, I'm looking at your arrest history. You've been arrested over 35 times. A lot of theft charges, a couple of robbery charges, a lot of drug charges. Tell me what all that's about.
Well, at one time I was on drugs.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about your drug use. When did you first start using drugs?
In 77.
How old were you? About
23, 22.
Okay, what did you start using?
Preludes. It's a speed.
Wow. How did you get started? How'd you get hooked on that? Usually people start on marijuana when they're teenagers, but had you smoked any marijuana before that?
Excuse me?
Had you smoked any marijuana in your teenage years before you got hooked on Preludes?
No. No, I drank a little bit.
All right. So tell me how you got hooked on the drugs at 22.
I came from Texas Penitentiary, and one of my brothers, my oldest brother, the one that I really wanted to be like, that's what he was doing. So he introduced me to it.
Well, you had a lot of arrests before that, before you started using drugs. I mean, your first arrest was in 1972 for burglary. What was all of that about? Tell me about all of those crimes.
In '72, I did do a burglary at a Radio Shack. And like I say, I wanted to be like my older brother. I didn't have a father. And when I was younger, my oldest brother was one he used to do whatever he did to get the money that he got, and he'd come home and ask me to help him separate the change. And all the pennies and the nickels, he would let me have that. And I was being impressed with it at a young age that I was. I was being impressed with it. And, and like my mother, by her working at night, she slept in the day a lot. So, and then I'm at school. So she missed out on a lot of things. And I was studying, patting myself after my brothers.
So let's go back to your drug use. At 22, you started using drugs. How often were you using drugs?
When I started doing speed, I was doing it almost every day.
Okay. And were you doing drugs almost every day, every time you were out of prison?
Mostly.
Mostly, okay. Let's talk about this last time you came to prison. That would have been in 2009. Tell me about that.
Okay, before 2009, I had went 4 years without doing any crime.
Okay, so what happened? You got back to selling drugs at that point?
For a while, then I stopped. Then I stopped and started working.
Are you a drug addict?
No, I'm not.
You're not?
I don't smoke cigarettes, I don't drink, I don't get high, I don't do any of that.
Well, you were doing it before you came to prison. Were you a drug addict when you were on the outside?
I had stopped.
And how did you stop?
That's something I feel good about, because when I stopped, I didn't have to go to a clinic or anything like that. I just got tired.
And when did you stop?
In 2004.
Okay. And so from 2004 to 2009, were you just selling drugs?
Pretty much.
So you went from using drugs to selling drugs?
Yeah, for a while. Then I stopped doing that and started working.
Well, 2009, you got arrested for selling drugs.
But they didn't get no drugs from me.
I'm sorry?
They didn't get any drugs from me. They got drugs from a woman, and they she used my name.
She got drugs from you.
They didn't get any drugs from me.
Well, the police report indicates that a woman came to you and gave you $20, and you gave her some cocaine, and they arrested both of them. So that's not true?
That's what she said.
Well, didn't you go to trial and get convicted?
I went to trial and I was convicted.
So you say none of that happened?
I was convicted of my record.
Why should I vote to let you out? You've got a horrible criminal history. I've looked at, you have a high risk of reoffending. Our records suggest that you have a significant substance abuse issue. What is your plan to stay sober if you're released?
Well, that'd be something easy. Like I said, before I came in, I had already quit doing everything. I didn't even smoke a cigarette.
Mr. Marshall, let me say this. It's hard for me to believe you when I'm looking at a police record and you deny having sold these drugs. The jury found you guilty of the drugs. So, it's hard for me simply to believe that you just quit when all of the evidence supports the fact that you've got a serious drug problem. You say you don't have a problem, you're not a drug addict. So how are you going to stay sober? Have you ever gone to AA meetings? Do you know anything about the 12-step program?
Yes, I do.
What do you know about it?
I have certificates here.
I don't need your certificates. I want to know what's in your head and your heart. What do you know about
the
program?
My head and my heart is this.
I'm sorry?
Like, what's in my head and my heart is this. Then like I put a lot of time in these places. I wasted a lot of my life in these places. I have grandchildren I haven't even seen. That's very important to me that I do meet.
I agree with all of those things, Mr. Marshall, but you're asking me to vote to release you early from a life sentence.
Yes, I am.
Because you're going to go back out and never reoffend again. Yet I'm concerned about a lot of things, especially your substance abuse. You're in prison because you were selling cocaine. You deny that. A jury convicted you. You tell me you've done cocaine. You've done drugs, speed all your life, and you quit on your own. Yet all of the evidence points to the fact that you still have a significant substance abuse problem.
All right.
Tell me a little bit about the fight that you got in last July. Not last month, but last year. What was that about?
My sugar had dropped. I didn't have any understanding. And see, by me being a diabetic, when your sugar drops, it can go so low that like reasoning is something that leaves you, logical thinking and stuff. But it's when an individual kept picking, messing with me, that I snapped. I went off. I'm already under pressure. I done went 5 years without a write-up, trying to, you know what I'm saying, maintain so that I can have a parole hearing and come home. But that particular day when this dude kept picking at me, I went off. And I hit him one time. He hit me one time and it was over.
Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Marshall?
Sir, he's talking to me.
Sir?
He's talking to me. Mr. Marabella, I share y'all concerns. You know, he's had a long, extensive criminal history and back and forth. It concerns me. I hope that his age is catching up with him and he's changing his way of thinking by now. He has done some substance abuse programs. He hasn't had any, he's only had one contraband write-up, which was for one pill, his own pill, looks like way back in 14. He's been trying, he's been doing better. Again, I hope that he continues it.
Thank you, Warden. You have a question?
Yeah, I have two questions for you, Mr. Marshall. One, I see you say that you're gonna receive retirement. What are you gonna receive retirement from, or is that Social Security?
It's retirement and disability. I did a lot of different jobs and I was gonna try for my retirement from that. And when I was on the streets, I was getting disability when I had my triple bypass.
Okay.
I've being a diabetic and
you told Mr. Marabella, you know, that cocaine wasn't yours and the woman just mentioned your name, but the $20 that the police gave her ended up in your pocket. How did it end up in your pocket?
because I gave her 10 for 20. I gave her 2 10s for a $20 bill. We just got to gambling on the sidewalk.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Marshall, is there anything you'd like to say to the board before we vote?
Yes, sir. One reason I know that this is snapping me and I won't be back is because of my health. My kidneys is going out, triple bypass. I have a box on my chest. I had to have surgery to get oxygen to my brain. I can't hardly breathe. And, you know, I mean, just have so many health problems when it wouldn't make sense for me to go out there and try to do anything. It wouldn't make no sense at all. And the little time that I think I have left, I would like to spend with my daughter and my grandkids. I'm sorry for the things that I did. I mean, I can't take that back. But I do feel sorry for the things I did, not just because of the effect it had on others, but the effect that it had on me. Because I missed a lot by making the wrong choices. See, and with just little time that I have, I could speak to people at juvenile facilities, you know, at church, maybe even at a school or two. But I can't make up for what I did. I can only try to do something better. And that's where I'm at. That's where my head is set. I don't want to do wrong no more.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. I appreciate your comments. Pam, ready to vote? Mm-hmm. All right. Mr. Marshall, you know, sometimes it's hard for us to escape our past. I mean, you've got a horrible criminal history. You've been arrested over 35 times. You've got your 11th offender. You've got a lot of drug charges. You've got a lot of theft charges. You've got robbery charges. You had a fight just a year ago in prison. You're a high risk. And you've got a serious drug problem that you don't recognize. You think you licked it and you beat it. And you're not being honest about why you're in prison. Look, I believe your sentence was excessive for what you did. But you deny you even did it. So it's hard for me to want to help you when you're not even willing to admit what you did. We know what you did. That lady was given a $20 bill by the police. She gave it to you, you gave her cocaine, and you both got arrested. But and a jury convicted you. But you're denying that. And you're also telling me, oh, I don't do drugs anymore. I just think you got a little more work to do. You're working hard. I mean, you're 68 years old. I want to help you. I want to give you some relief. But I don't want to just let you go back out there and start this all over again and get thrown right back in prison. So I think you need a little more work. My vote today is to deny. Ms. Wise?
Now, Mr. Marshall, I listened carefully as well. The things that you're trying to convince me that you have down pat in 2022 when you had that fight, you didn't use it. And that's concerning. You have a poor supervision history. All law enforcement is opposed to your release. So do some more reflecting and reapply as soon as you're eligible for a rehearing. Best wishes to you. My vote is deny as well.
I concur. My vote is to deny.
Keep working, Mr. Marshall, and perhaps next time will be it. Get into some substance abuse programs and really understand your disease. Good luck to you, sir.
Gosh, it's what can you say? He was given a life sentence.
With 35.
Really was all a setup. You know, the police just wanted to get him off the street. A $20 deal and he gets a life sentence because he was an habitual offender. But still, if that's not, in my opinion, just nuts. I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts because other people who do the worst to children get few years sentence. And how can you possibly have a parallel between the two if you're going to give this man life? And you know what? I mean, it is on him that he didn't get out. You would think that at his age of 68 years old, he would actually understand. Just be honest. It's not a big deal. You could have admit that you sold $20 worth of stuff. But instead, he's going in there lying. And it's actually befuddling. It's like, how? Why would you have you no insight? Have you not spoken to anyone about how to do a parole hearing? I mean, you're not, it's hard to believe. And even if for some crazy reason he was innocent, it's the same point. You would still just say, yeah, I sold $20 worth of stuff. It's strange. Like the cops gave $20 to the woman and then arrested her also. I'm confused about that. On April 10th, 2009, John Ann Williams was charged with 1 count of distribution of Pepsi Cola. From operation with undercover police. The trial of both defendants before jury commenced on July 1st, 2009. Nevertheless, on the second day of trial, the court allowed Williams to enter a plea guilty. So, it seems they charged her as well. It was like, hey, they walked up to, it seems to me, like from what I'm understanding, that they walked up to an addict, gave her $20. She said, whoa, it's my lucky day. Turned around and walked over to the street corner dealer and got it. And then they're like, yes, let's arrest 2 of them and give them life sentences. We're doing a great job. And I get it. The addiction was a major problem and all that stuff. But it's like, come on, is this really solving the problem? You're getting this local street corner guy and some like, it doesn't make sense. And of course, it's, all these years later, proof's in the pudding. But then he went and pled guilty. And after hearing testimony from participating officers, the jury returned a unanimous verdict of guilty charge. I don't get why the jury would say guilty if he also pled guilty. Nevertheless, the trial, both defendants, nevertheless, on the second day of the trial, the court allowed Williams to enter a guilty plea in exchange for the state dismissal of a second charge after hearing testimony of participating officers. I don't understand what that means. Why did they continue to try it? Then he was sentenced to 30 years and a $50,000 fine. You know, so if you're not enough that you're going to bury him, but now make it impossible. It's like, and I wonder if they were taking from the little money that he was getting from work, if they were taking that out of the $50,000. I mean, this judge just like threw the book at this man. Then they came in later and said, haha, that's not a long enough sentence. We're going to give you the habitual offender bill. They said since it was dating back to 1972, he received stolen goods. He had simple escape. He had a crime against nature. Well, that I don't appreciate. That can be a lot of really bad things. So I don't feel bad for him anymore. Attempted felony theft, illegal discharge of a weapon, simple robbery, illegal possession of stolen things, possession of controlled dangerous substance, middle grade theft, second felony offender, and he was adjudicated a felony offender. In the transaction, Williams approached Marshall to purchase 4 undercover agents. William approached Marshall to purchase Pepsi 4 undercover agents. Marshall argues that the evidence was insufficient to convict him on a charge of distribution of 2 grams. It was sentenced by the agents prior to her contact with Marshall, raising the possibility that she had possessed all the time before the transaction. Oh, I see. So they walked up to her and maybe said, hey, look, we're nervous to buy it. Go buy it for us. So she went and bought it for them. And then they arrested both of them. It's just so crazy. I mean, I'm just laughing because it's like you give an addict money and say, go buy me some stuff. What do you like? But hey, it's I guess give the cops, they don't need to hire, they don't need to do any cameras, and they don't need to have a cooperating, someone from the street. That's just an easy way to do it with witnesses. It's cheap and simple and easy. And apparently legal. You would think something would be legal, like unethical about it. It's just like, here's money, go buy me stuff, and then I don't know. But even in his trial, he was still stating, he was claiming innocence from the moment from day one. And hey, maybe it somehow was, maybe somehow she was being clever and she didn't buy it and just kept them. No, it doesn't make sense. He had the 20. She didn't ask for change. I just don't buy it. William that she could get them some, got in the vehicle, undercover agents. Road, 5 individuals. Just seeing if there's anything interesting. I'm a little curious about this. Resulting in Williams' arrest and cross-examination, he admitted that Williams had not been frisked any time before she approached the group of individuals. Officer Adrian testified she was working undercover on a dating question and was riding in the front seat of the vehicle. Her testimony identified Cliff in the streets. It's funny though, they do all this and then they have to show for trial. But I don't get, unless he pled guilty and she didn't, and that's why I don't. There's a lot to go over here. I'm not like, you know, I guess the bottom line is he was found guilty, or he pled guilty, got 30 years. Then they said that's not enough. Let's give you $50,000 fine, and that's also not enough. Let's go give you the habitual offender, give you life in prison. That's Louisiana for you. But again, he wasn't helping himself. He's just denying it. It was a horrible interview, and they had to deny him when it's all said and done. But that's just my opinion. Love to hear yours. And with that, I'll let you go.
Would the offender please introduce yourself for the record, stating your name and DOC number?
Excuse me. Glenn Sparks, 11-2808.
Thank you, Mr. Sparks. Let me explain the process to you. First, I will read information into the record, then the board will conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we will allow the participants who have indicated to speak to have their input. We have two participants here. We have Ms. Tracy Barbera. He's Banner's ADA, who will be speaking in opposition. And we also have a victim who is present here, but will not be speaking. At the end, Mr. Sparks, you'll be allowed to make a brief statement before the board votes. Do you understand the process, sir?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is the case for Glenn Sparks, DOC number 112808, date of birth July 30th, 1962, classified as a fifth felony offender. Offenses: aggravated burglary, simple escape type 1, unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling, attempt aggravated rape, aggravated burglary, 2 counts, forcible rape, simple burglary, attempt unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, 2 counts, unauthorized entry of a place of business, aggravated burglary, simple burglary, unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling, and aggravated rape. Sentencing date, September 20th, 2012. In May 23rd, 2001. Sentenced to a total of 60 years. Parole date not eligible, full term March 28, 2056, full term July 19, 2057. Is this information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Roche.
Thank you, Ms. Teresa. Good morning, Wardmeyer.
Hello, Mr. Roche.
Good morning, Mr. Sparks. How are you?
Morning, sir.
Good. My name is Alvin Roche,
Yes, sir.
and I've been assigned your case, and I prepared a presentation. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and if any of my information is incorrect, please let me know, okay? Mr. Sparks, you are currently 59 years old, and you've served 24 and a half years on a 60-year sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you got about 35 and a half years left on the judge's sentence, and you've only served about 40% of that sentence. You're a fifth felony offender with over 25 arrests on your record. You have 5 felony convictions along with multiple misdemeanor convictions. You have an extensive history and often with violence. You are eligible today because of Act 122 of the 2021 Louisiana State Legislature. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is your first bite at the apple. So what I mean is this is your first hearing.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And you didn't expect to have a hearing today before last year when that act passed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I didn't.
So I'm going to first of all start your programs by saying that you completed your sex offender program in 2007. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, and I want to keep everybody to keep in mind that date of 2007, where he completed his sex offender treatment some 14 years ago. So tell me about some of the other programs that you've completed.
I've completed a few religious classes at Grace Chapel.
Sir, tell me about the good time classes or the good time programs that you completed.
I don't have any good time classes, sir.
That's what I'm getting at, sir. You completed your sex offender treatment in 2007, and you didn't enroll into 100 hours pre-release into November of 2021 when you realized, whoa, I might be eligible for parole. But for 14 years, you didn't take one good time class. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Your supervision history, you've been on supervision 4 or 5 times. You've been revoked 4 times, 1985, 1988, 1991, and 1997, and you've been incarcerated since 1997, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I would classify your supervision history as being terrible. It's not poor, it's not bad. Every time you've been on supervision, you've been revoked. And you were on supervision at the time you committed this crime spree, because I can't say offense because it was a crime spree. You attacked the Holland Road area of Baton Rouge, the Steele Avenue area of Baton Rouge, the Capitol Heights area of Baton Rouge, the Government Street area, the downtown area, Perkins Road, Segan Lane. Every area of Baton Rouge, you committed either a break-in, a robbery, or some sex crime. And you were on supervision at the time. Tell me what your job at the facility is, Mr. Sparks.
Sir?
What is your job at the facility?
Oh, I work in the kitchen, sir.
How long have you been in the kitchen?
5 years.
Okay, what do you do in the kitchen?
Basically clean up and
so you're an orderly.
Foods, white tables, stuff like that.
You're an orderly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to ask this, but I think I know the answer. Are you a trustee?
No, sir.
Do you have any vocational skills that you acquired since your incarceration?
No, sir. I tried to get in, but they said I had too much time. I had talked to some people back there.
Okay. Let's talk about drugs. At what age did you start using drugs?
14.
14. What was your drug of choice?
Well, it started out with like marijuana, and it progressed to like gangsters and hash and stuff like that.
So most everybody starts off with marijuana. At least that's what they tell me. So tell me, what did you graduate to?
As the drugs came forward, like hash and angst dust now. all that stuff. And then it went on to, as I got older, it went on to cocaine.
Okay.
And
How often did you use drugs?
as much as I could get, I guess.
So every day if you had it.
Yeah, sure.
How long did your drug use go on?
Days and weeks, about weeks.
When's the last time you used any illegal drugs? And this will not count against you, either with Warden Meyer or myself. When is the last time you used any illegal drugs?
I haven't used illegal drugs since I've been in prison, but I was rolled up by in Angola one time for they said I was drug trafficking, but I never did any drugs since then.
Okay. Let's talk about your disciplinary record. You had 32 write-ups and 24 years of incarceration. The last write-up that you have was October 21st, 2014, on number 24. That was 7 years ago. Is that about right? Sir, is that about right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Excuse me.
Okay. But even though it's been 7 years since your last disciplinary write-up, I have serious concerns about your general disciplinary conduct. Warden Meyer,
Sir.
would you explain to the panel the negative behavior that's involved with a 30L?
30L?
Yeah, 30L. This offender has 11 30Ls on his record. And I'd like to know the negative behavior that is involved in an offender getting a 30L.
You kind of caught me off guard there, Mr. Roche. I don't have the reports in front of me. I'd have to look at those. There in a second.
Mrs. Sparks, do you remember the 30Ls?
A 30L?
Yeah.
No, sir. I don't know what it means.
You've been written up 11 times for 30L. One time for 30E, one time for 30W. All of those are prohibitive behaviors. Each alphabet represents a different behavior. I'd like to know what a 30L is and what negative behavior that you would repeat 11 times during your incarceration. And Warden, you can now go on. If you get anything, just let me know.
We're getting that information for you, Mr. Roche.
Now,
I'm gonna say it probably has something to do with it.
Another concern of mine is you have 5 21s. And you know what a 21 is. Aggravated, aggravated sex offense.
Yes, sir.
3 of those 21s happened after you completed your sex offender treatment. That is a concern that in your last sex offender write-up was in 2012. And that was 5 years after you completed your sex offender treatment. That is a serious concern of mine. You completed all 4 phases of your sex offender treatment, and you're still committing aggravated sex offenses. Your currently being incarcerated for the following offenses. And I'm going to read the litany of offenses that you're currently serving time for. Aggravated rape, attempted aggravated rape, forcible rape, simple burglary, multiple counts, aggravated escape, type 1, when you're at the hospital and you escape from the emergency room, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, unauthorized entry into an inhabited dwelling, multiple offenses, aggravated burglary, and some of the charges that were brought against you were not even built. You went on a crime spree like no other in the Baton Rouge area. So tell me what was happening at this time that caused you so much difficulty in following the rules and regulations that a productive member of society would follow.
So I was just basically, my wife and I, we split up. I was on drugs and I just continually, and I was depressed and I was just out of control and I started doing drugs and I was trying to make money and get more and I was.
Do you remember the age you were on your first arrest?
That's a June 14. 16, I think. I ain't sure.
So you were a juvenile.
Yes, sir.
To add on to your disciplinary record, if you were earning good time, that's if you were earning good time, you would have lost 690 days of good time because of your disciplinary problems. You've been in an extended lockdown or the working cell block 7 times during your incarceration. You do have multiple letters of support, and these letters come from your oldest sister, Miss Lillian Sparks.
Yes, sir.
And Miss Lillian wrote a very fine letter in support of you and said that your residency plan would be with Miss Lillian when you got out. You also have letters of support from Nina Sparks, another sister, and Michelle Smith, another sister. You have letters from a niece, Catalina Sparks, and a letter, very nice letter, from a niece, Crystal Sparks. You got your GED in 2016. You're currently enrolled in Living in Balance. How are you doing with Living in Balance?
Oh, I'm doing good, sir.
Okay. And you've completed 100 hours pre-release in November of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like the members of the board to know that he has a moderate risk assessment, which tells us today that he has a moderate chance of reoffending, and he is still in medium custody, housed at Raymond LaBorde. Ward Myers, do you have any comments, observations, or remarks?
Yes, sir, Mr. Roche. Just to clarify on that 30L, that was making 3-way phone calls, which is prohibited. on the phone system. But as you alluded to earlier, and we had a long conversation with Mr. Sparks the other day in our interview. I think he needs some more programming. The 2007, it's been since then since he had risk management. I really think we considering his history of multiple sex offenses that it would do him good to revisit that, as well as anger management, victim awareness, things of that nature. Because as you mentioned again, his risk assessment is moderate, and there's concerns there. So I'd like to see him have some more programming. I do think he has remorse. He's improved his conduct drastically over the last several years. But in order to help him succeed, I think we need to do a little more.
Thank you, Ward Myers. Mr. Chairman, that completes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. I see today an opposition speaker with Ms. Tracy Barbera with the East Baton Rouge ABA. You would unmute your mic and give your statement.
Good morning. I believe that Mr. Sparks, quite frankly, is a poster child for someone that Act 122 should not apply to. And I will not address my words directly to Mr. Sparks. I will address them to the board. But I think it's very important he know that just because there are not faces or voices on this screen, on this Zoom call, other than mine, does not mean that there are not multiple individuals who strongly oppose his release. These victims are very courageous women, and they have submitted letters. I can only imagine the emotional trauma that they went through to relive these horrific events in their life and reduce this to writing. To appear to verbalize this again this morning would cause even further emotional pain for them. They've been through physical pain, they've been through emotional pain that will never go away. Their letters say it all, and I speak for each of them today. The ripple effects of what Glenn Sparks did back in the 90s in this community will never end. It has affected these victims, every member of their family, friends, their sense of security. I do not believe that Glenn Sparks committed these offenses because he was doing drugs and because he and his wife separated. There's something extremely wrong in the mind of a person who had a wife, had sisters, and a niece. I realize the niece didn't exist back then, but when these offenses occurred, this man had sisters. And someone that would violate women, and these were not crimes of opportunity. These women were stalked. He selected them in a way I do not know, broke into the home, was lying in wait for them to go to bed. One in particular that I'm speaking of. This man to stay incarcerated until his good time parole release date. I know it's many, many years away. These were plea agreements. I understand that three of you had nothing to do with the passage of Act 122. But these men entered into these plea agreements with the understanding that the release date would be so many years down the road, it would be basically a life sentence. And for them to get these phone calls that because of that act, he is eligible for parole 20 years into the sentence, which one of these victims, he has not served 20 years on her crime. But I did have Mr. Abbott was very kind to reach out to me, explain the way DOC is calculating these sentences. But I mean, I know the result today is going to be a denial. I just hope that the law changes and that these women do not have to go through this again any time soon. They have been victimized by the system once again. And we just ask that it be denied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barbera. At this time, no other questions there. Is anything you'd like to say to the board, sir?
Sorry, I just went down the wrong path. I just hope they can find it in their heart to forgive me. I have sisters, but
all right. Okay, well, thank you very much. At this time, Mr. Roche will be voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To elaborate a little bit on what Ms. Barbara said, I've been serving on this board for 6.5 years. I've never seen the volume of victim opposition that I've seen in this case. I would estimate between 50 to 75 pages of victim statements adamantly opposing any release. And this was from the rape victims, this was from the robbery victims, and I've never seen the volume of opposition that you have in this case. Based upon an extensive criminal background, poor supervision history, a moderate risk assessment score, law enforcement opposition, opposition from the DA's office, multiple victims, adamantly opposed. You need additional programming, and your general disciplinary conduct is unacceptable. And until you get sex offender treatment again and prove to this board that you're capable of not getting write-ups for 21s, then we can talk about release. But based on everything I've just articulated, my vote is to deny your request.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, good morning, Ms. Pearl Wise.
Good morning. Mrs. Sparks, I had an opportunity to read your files, and I echo what Mr. Roche said. But in my time on the board, I have not read the adverse impact of the rape and burglaries that you've had on the victims. They were able to articulate the impact that you had on their lives. And for me, sir, my vote is to deny for the reasons already been clearly stated on the record.
At this time, I'm going to be voting, my vote is going to be the same. My vote's to deny your extensive criminal history, over 35 arrests, your 5th class offender, strong opposition from the DA's office and law enforcement opposition. And let me tell you something, as Mr. Meyer said, get you some more programs. Work on programs. That's the only thing going to make it better. Today, you've been denied. Thank you very much. At this time, that'll conclude our hearing. Mr. Myers, I want to thank you for all you do down there. And man, you've done a good job. I'll see you around later. And thank you very much,
sir.
Mr. Myers.
Enjoy your retirement. Good to see you. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Enjoy your retirement. Maybe it was known he was retiring, or he's referring to when he, because I believe he was an investigator in the prisons before his job. I love this DA. This is the poster product of what a DA should look like. She's just amazing. Sorry, I pressed the pause button. I had a call come in. 10 minutes later, I'm jumping back, but I have this new feature where I can actually click pause. It's a brand new feature. And can you imagine that there's like recording software that is a mainstream recording software? It never had a pause button. If you got interrupted, you just had to edit it but anyways, my favorite DA, she knew she didn't have to show up. She said, I know you're going to deny him, but she showed up anyways. And that's what I yell about, because it shows that you care. It shows the way that she talks about the victims and the way that she brings them up and empowers them and says it's not that they're, they are brave to take and write these letters. She took the time out of her day to get on this call. And it's not so simple. They say it's going to range because they don't know how long each hearing will be, right? So she needs to block out. It's like waiting for the cable guy. I'll come between 9 and 3, right? She had to block out a chunk, but she did it. She showed up. She showed up with a powerful statement. I mean, I just adore her. I don't know. I hope she's going places. And she shared light onto how vicious this crime was, and he was caught in 1998 that he did. It was 13 years before that he was caught through DNA. They only caught him through DNA from which was brought up from an unrelated case, according to even the warrant that they had. And she was assaulted in 1998 in her home. He took the rug from the floor, put it on her head, pointed a sharp weapon in her back, and then assaulted her. Act 122, we've gone through this before, and I've said this before. Every good path is paved. Every path, what is the saying? Road to hell is paved with good, paved with good intentions. And Act 122, I do believe we have seen people come up with hearings who have been given life sentences by the corrupt Louisiana for stealing diapers or for possession, or and Act 122 was put in place to fix that. But somehow, some way, I doubt by mistake, it was snuck in there like bills, like how things are done, and people like this offender and other monsters we have seen qualify under Act 122, and it makes no sense. It makes no sense because this bill is not meant to do that. But I've also, maybe it was, who knows who was fully behind it. I mean, I think the Louisiana Parole Project was heavily behind it. Of course, it also, that's, you want to follow the money, follow the cookie trail, follow the money trail. And prisons in Louisiana, most of them are publicly traded. You can buy stock in Angola. And what's really expensive? Well, old inmates are really expensive. So what can solve that problem? Well, a bill, 122, to allow eligibility for parole. Whew. What a coincidence. Then who else can make money? Well, non-for-profits housing those prisoners. Louisiana Parole Project. That's great. Profit-making machine. And non-for-profit, I don't know. I'm no expert. I haven't done all my due diligence. Some people who have written me emails sharing information. But just my opinion, right? Follow the money if you want to find what's going on. And when it works and it's for the right person, it's a beautiful thing, and I can hug this Act 122. But when it's not, and then you're putting the victims up through this and giving the opportunity for parole for someone who has been getting write-ups for aggravated offenses. That means he's literally probably assaulting other inmates. He's had 5. Like, are you kidding me? and that he has to put the victims through getting that notice in the mail and they have to relive it, and they have to write a letter, and they don't know. You're nervous. The DA could have said he's not getting out, but they have to lose sleep over it, and she's probably gonna have to write them all emails or call them and text them and say, don't worry, he's not getting out. But there we go. At least we saw the system, in the sense that the DA showed up and put him in his place. And for Mr. Roche to say that it's the worst case you've seen in all those years, you know that it's bad. You know that it's bad. But with that, I'll let you go.
Would the offender please introduce yourself for the record, stating your name and DOC number?
Say your name and DOC number.
Name and DOC number.
Stanley Waldron, 423579.
Thank you, Mr. Waldron. Let me explain the process to you. First, I will read information into the record, then the board will conduct a parole interview with you. At the appropriate time, we will allow the participants who have indicated to speak to have their input. We have Mr. Charles Ward, St. Bernard Parish ADA, who will be speaking in opposition. With him is the victim, Ms. Amanda McCall, who will be speaking in opposition. And they have Ms. Karen Arias, the St. Tammany VAC. And we also have Mr. Bryant Clark, St. Tammany ADA, who will be speaking in opposition. At the end, Mr. Waldron, you'll be allowed to make a brief statement before the board votes. Do you understand the process, sir?
You understand the process?
I'm sorry?
You understand the process?
Actually, I couldn't understand the words you said.
She just said that she talked about if he was gonna be speaking in opposition to you, and at the end, you'll be given a chance to say your part.
Oh, okay.
Say, so you understand.
I understand.
Okay, this is the case for Stanley Waldron, DOC number 423579. Date of birth, October 15, 1955. Classified as a first felony offender. Offenses, attempted second-degree murder, molestation of a juvenile. Sentencing dates are April 7th, 2000 and May 22nd, 2000. Sentenced to a total of 65 years. Parole date, August 1st, 2021. Good time, September 6th, 2046. Full term, September 2nd, 2062. Is this information correct, sir?
If I understood what you said, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Pearl.
Thank you. Good morning,
Good morning.
Mr. Waldron. Good morning.
I said good morning.
Oh, I can't hear you. Oh, I'm sorry, now, Mrs. Stanley, I can't hear you. How's it going?
Oh, I'm doing good. Fine.
Doing good? Oh, good, good. Call out for the record how much time you have served on this 65-year sentence.
Close to 25 years.
Close to 25 years, okay. And say what now?
Counting pre-trial time.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's exactly what I meant. The records I have show that you have 14 years of education. Tell me about your education.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell her about it.
High school graduate, and I have about 2 years of college.
What college did you attend?
Oklahoma State University, well, several different colleges. Oklahoma State University, Community College of the Air Force, Southeastern University.
Okay. Okay. And what were you majoring in?
Originally electronic engineering, I changed it to computer science and math.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. Good. And the records I have also indicate that your marital status is married. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Yeah,
Divorce.
you're divorced? Okay, that should be divorced. Okay. When did you all divorce?
When did you get divorced? Not sure about the specific date. It was while I was incarcerated, probably around 2003.
Okay, okay. And the records I have also indicate that you are the father of 6 children. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where are your children?
Beg pardon?
What kind of relationship do you have with your children?
I haven't had any contact with any of them for probably 24 years.
Oh, okay,
okay. My oldest son from my second marriage came and saw me for one visit. And my youngest son in my first marriage came and saw me in a visit while I was incarcerated.
Okay, okay. So there are no letters or anything?
No, my wife refused to allow them to have any contact with me.
Okay, well, all right. That's, yeah, okay. I understand. And but all your children are grown. They are adults now, are they?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, let's talk about this 25 years. The records I have show that you have 398 days of programs. So call out for me the top 3 programs that meant something to you, that had an impact on you.
The ones that I feel were most important to me.
Yes, sir. They had an impact on you that you felt like really made a difference, made a change.
Risk management program.
Okay.
The men's work or anger management, and the NOBTS program.
Okay. Now, when you say risk management, are you referring to the sex offender program?
You asked me, did I attend the sex offender program?
Yes.
Twice. Once in Angola, and I took it again second time here at Raymond Board.
All 4 phases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what is your takeaway from that?
What did I take from it?
Yes, sir.
Well, I learned of all the different ways, at least from the risk management, was all the different ways that we try to delude ourselves from accepting responsibility for actions that we do, justifying our actions, blaming others for our actions, denying our actions. And I think actually the program is so good, people, not just sex offenders, should attend it. And I think it can be used primarily for anybody. Only a few of the risk management factors are actually sexually related. Most of them, like blame, deny, and justification, we do when we grow up learning to do that, you know, from our peers and from even our parents, even countries blame, justify, and deny actions and stuff. I've been a strong advocate and helped as a facilitator for the risk management program for several years, which I enjoyed doing. From the anger management, I got, I have, I guess it would be called a passive aggressive personality. I'm not a violent person or anything, but I don't like expressing anger, getting into confrontations. But that anger would still be there and it would come out in other ways, which I wasn't expecting. And by learning that and everything, I've been able to learn how those factors appear in my life and everything.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir. It's interesting that you said that you're not a violent person.
Beg pardon?
I see that's you indicated that you are not a violent person. And
No.
and you're saying that as you sit here today.
Yes.
Yeah, not who you were 25 years ago.
Well, I've never been violent person. And if you're referring to the attempted murder charge and everything else in that, I was forced to defend myself and injured him worse than he injured me. Consequently, they charged me with attempted murder on it. But I paid a hard price for that violent act, which I'm not talking about the incarceration. My mind shattered from doing that. The fact that I injured him. I spent a year and a half at Jackson Mental Health Facility before I went to trial. And I deeply regret having injured him. It still bothers me.
All right, all right. Are you okay today? Are you receiving any treatment from the mental health department?
I really don't make use of the mental health department that much here.
Okay.
Because they don't really try to cure or get down to root causes of mental illness. Basically, they medicate you. And I do not like taking medications if I don't absolutely have to.
Okay. Okay. So are you on any mental health medication today?
No.
Okay.
Originally, I was on Valium for like 3 years or so before I stopped taking it.
Okay. Okay. All right. And the records I have show that you also was a GED tutor. You're a GED tutor as well, right?
Yes, I spent 12 years teaching as an inmate tutor at Louisiana State Prison.
Okay. Did you happen to keep a count of how many you assisted in getting their high set they call it now?
I really couldn't tell you. There was so many people that I worked with over the years.
Okay.
I mean,
well, I know some people kind of kept a count of the ones they helped, and they got their high set. They didn't pass the test. That's the only reason why I was asking. Yeah, some people keep a count, and I see you didn't. And looking at your disciplinary record, you've had 13 write-ups in these 25 years. That speaks well. I think your last write-up was in 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. So what do you do every day now at the prison?
I beg your pardon?
What is your job assignment now at the prison?
I'm Squad 9 LBI, but I've been working mostly as a peer minister, and when that program was being active here, and doing ministry work, and I also act as a concession salesman.
Concession salesman?
Visiting shed concession. They
Okay.
sell food to the inmates.
Okay, okay.
Facilitate
that. There was some indication that that somebody reached out to the victim, and there was statements made that you know the victim's address. What can you tell me about that?
I'm not aware of anything like that. I did write my ex-wife and my children.
Okay.
About the parole hearing and about the fact that of the non-unanimous jury verdict, I had an 11-1 jury verdict.
Okay.
And that I would be getting out of prison, and that I didn't want to really do parole time here in Louisiana. I wanted to do parole time outside the state. But unfortunately, you cannot do an interstate compact unless you're with immediate family, which is why I never contacted my stepdaughter or indicated anybody to contact her.
Okay, because you know that is a violation to do that.
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware of that.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that was clear and that was on the record. So if you are successful today and you are paroled, where would you live and how would you support yourself?
Well, if I was granted parole today, I wouldn't actually try to go out on parole this time. I'm really waiting to see what happens with the non-unanimous jury verdict.
Okay.
If that's granted, made retroactive, then I will be totally finished with all my time. I would then move to Mexico, where I would start working with my church in the ministry field in that area.
Okay.
I'm 60 years old, and so therefore I qualify for Social Security. I'm also working on getting my disability benefits from the Veterans Administration. I'm working on that. And if I had to take a part-time job to flush out any resources I need, I would do that.
Okay. All righty. So even if you were granted parole today, you would refuse it, is what you're telling me.
Not to say I would use parole, but I would not want to try to get out on the street at this time. Not unless I exhaust all my other possibilities and I can't do an interstate compact.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Do we have any other questions?
Dear Ms. Wise.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Waldron.
Good morning.
You know, I was sitting here listening to you, I guess in utter disbelief at your lack of grasp of reality.
What grasp of reality is that?
I'm about to talk to you about that. You sat there, you talked about the risk management program, which taught about accountability, accepting responsibility, denial, and blaming others, and what a great program that was. And yet on October 24th of last year, you wrote a letter addressed to Alicia. Alicia is the victim in this case, is that correct?
Like to read.
Yes or no? Alicia is the victim in this case, is that correct?
I did write her, but she is not the victim in this. My alleged victim was my stepdaughter.
Well, who is Alicia?
Alicia is my natural daughter.
Right. When you wrote her that letter, part of what you said in that letter, the state used fabricated evidence and lied about the evidence. You would be suing the state of Louisiana for $500,000. You claim that there was extensive mental illness within your family, and that probably contributed to your situation. You go on and on and on about yourself and how, you know, you're going to get released if the Supreme Court makes the non-unanimous verdict retroactive, and the state would be crazy to retry you. I don't hear not one bit of acceptance of responsibility. You sat there and you claimed that you were acting in self-defense when you almost killed Mr. McCall. You cut him so badly, in his neck, his stomach, that his intestines were visible.
His wound on his neck was a superficial cut.
And what about the one to his abdomen, Mr. Waldron?
Accidental stab wound.
Okay, so you see, that's when I say you have no grip on reality and no ability to tell the truth. I don't have any more questions of you, Mr. Waldron. And I'll tell you, I'm going to grant your request not to be released.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Are there any more questions?
Yes, Ms. Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. Go ahead.
Mr. Waldron, good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to do a brief follow-up on Ms. Jackson. You said that this morning and said that you defended yourself from being seriously hurt. Why would someone who's about to go on trial go to the victim's home for anything?
Well, sir, like I said, I was mentally ill. I didn't make good decisions because of that. If I had been thinking in my proper mind, I probably never would have went over there to begin with. However, I hadn't had sleep in several days. Things were getting desperate back at my family, back in Florida. So in desperation, I went over to talk to the man. He decided to take that as a advantage to do away with me, kill me.
Okay. So he tried to do away with you by you putting the knife to his neck, putting a pellet gun to his daughter's head, and they were trying to do away with you. You admitted this morning that you were sleep deprived, you were mentally ill. How come 24 years later you remember exactly what you want to remember about that day? And you don't remember that you were the aggressor and you went to intimidate witnesses so they wouldn't testify at your trial.
I didn't go over there for that purpose. I went there to talk to him.
Okay. Sleep deprived, mentally ill, and you wanted to talk.
Beg pardon?
Sleep deprived, mentally ill, and you wanted to talk.
Right.
Mr. Waldron, you have not accepted responsibility. You have not come to the reality that you are a violent person and basically a person who does exactly what he wants when he wants, and you care less about any other individual.
Well, sir, I have to disagree with you, but I
Well,
will.
you can disagree with me, but that's my opinion. Ms. Wise?
Welcome to your opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. Looks like we have no other questions. Ms. Teresa.
We will hear from Mr. Bryant Clark, St. Tammany ADA.
Good morning, Brian Clark with the St. Tammany District Attorney's Office. Just a few words about this case. Obviously, listening to what has been addressed so far has been quite shocking and eye-opening as well. The heinous, absolute heinous nature of these crimes, the molestation of a child, then followed up by the attempted murder of, I believe it's the father of the same child, in this case is absolutely beyond reproach and completely heinous. Not only was the victim had her dignity and had her innocence taken, but then Mr. Waldron felt it necessary to then take the victim's father out of her life as well, just to add on to her misery, add on to her suffering. Listening to the basically cold and calculated answers that have been given, the very measured answers that were given, this looks as nothing more than just an embodiment of evil. And to release Mr. Waldron back into society would be a complete insult to the victim, to the victim's family, and to society in general. And I would oppose any granting of a parole in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will hear from Mr. Charles Ford, St. Bernard ADA.
Good morning, y'all. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of the victim in this case. She's here with us today. She's on the other side of the table. Her name's Amanda. When I say the victim in the case, by all measures, she is a victim. She was present when her father was stabbed, and in many senses, she's a victim every bit as much as anybody else in this case is. I think it's very telling that even as we sit here today, as Mr. Waldron seeks his freedom, that he still can't bring himself to express remorse. He can't take responsibility today, and he still claims self-defense. Coincidentally, I'm reading a book about the Charles Manson murders. And when I picked up this police report to read about this case, what I read is every bit as bad as what the Charles Manson murders did. And let me just go through a couple of the things that is, I guess, was proven at the trial of this case. And the first is that they found that the telephone lines were cut to Mr. McCall's house. Secondly, what they found was 2 blood-stained gloves outside of the residence after the murder. And the evidence was that when Mr. McCall broke into the house, and he did break into the house because it wasn't his, that he saw fit to wear a wig, a mask, and by all accounts, possibly body armor, because that's what it appeared to Miss Amanda, who, when she came down the steps after hearing her father scream, Mr. Waldron was on top of her father, stabbing him. And Miss Wise, as you pointed out, he had multiple stab wounds to his arms, face, neck, chest, and abdomen. There was also what the doctor found to be a depression in Mr. McCall's head, meaning that Mr. Waldron had struck Mr. McCall with a hammer. At least that's what the suspicion was. So the jury heard all of this evidence. They heard Mr. Waldron's explanation for it, and they found him guilty. And the judge, after hearing the same evidence the jury did, sentenced Mr. Waldron to 50 years in jail without benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence. There was a good reason for that, and that is that Mr. Waldron was a dangerous man, and by all accounts that we've heard today, is still a dangerous man. So with that, I conclude my remarks. And Ms. Amanda, do you have anything that you want to say?
I would just like to say that it was not self-defense. Stanley Waldron broke into our house and premeditated everything he did. He did not come to talk at 3 a.m. He broke in. And can I read it? Yeah. Can I read it on her behalf? My name is.
Let me ask permission. Ms. Wise and Ms. Jackson, Mr. Roche, do you have any objection to the victim assistance coordinator reading the statement that Ms. Amanda prepared?
No, sir, we do not. We welcome that. We
Well, thank you
understand.
very much. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Karen Arias. I'm a victim witness coordinator at the St. Tammany Parish District Attorney's Office. Most importantly, I am related to the victim in this case. So will read her victim impact statement. The actions of Stanley Waldron have haunted me for as long as I can remember. Stanley Waldron ruined my childhood with sexual abuse. Images of what he did to me as a child are still stuck in my head. Stanley Waldron broke into my dad's house just before the sexual abuse trial and tried to kill my dad and me so that we could not testify against them in docket number 268835. Stanley Waldron stabbed my dad 47 times. I saw my dad's insides hanging out of his stomach during the struggle to try to stop Stanley Waldron from stabbing us. There was blood everywhere. He threatened me with a knife and a gun as my dad and I tried to get out of the house to get help. My right hand was cut in the struggle. I had to have surgery and my pinky was nearly severed off and I had severe muscle and tendons in my hand. Severed muscles and tendons in my hand. This was the scariest night of my life. I don't think a person could ever be the same after experiencing someone trying to murder you. I can't just enjoy regular activities without worrying that somebody might hurt me or someone in my family. I am always looking over my shoulder, wondering if someone is going to hurt me or someone in my family. I have nightmares and trouble sleeping and terrible anxiety. I see news articles about offenders being released from prison and committing the same crime soon after their release. And seeing these type of stories scare me to death. I get anxiety so bad that I can't sleep and can't function properly. At the hospital, I heard my dad screaming in pain as they tried to save his life. He couldn't have any pain medicine because he had lost too much blood. The doctor came out and told me that my dad was going to die. After staying in ICU, blood transfusions, and multiple surgeries, my dad lived, but he wasn't the same. He didn't sleep as he had nightmares, started unhealthy coping habits, and suffered with a lot of physical and mental pain. He had trouble at work after the attack. He changed his whole life for the worse. Stanley Waldron caused so much pain and hurt in a lot of lives, not just mine and my dad's. His own children have suffered because of his actions. My siblings had to grow up without a father and on the income of a single mother. They suffer financially and emotionally because Stanley Waldron. I would be devastated if Stanley Waldron is released from prison. I fear for my life and safety. I worry Stanley Waldron will look for me and hurt me and my family. Stanley Waldron has reached out to my mom, brothers, and sisters recently with the news of his parole hearing. None of them believe he should be released from prison. He had no trouble finding all of their addresses, and that scares us so much I can't even express my words. My family members were on a no contact list, but they still received the letters. How did he find these addresses so easily? How does an inmate have access to search for people? Stanley Waldron attempted to murder me and my dad while he was out on bond for the St. Tammany Parish sexual abuse case. My dad wanted to me see the justice in that case. Instead, Stanley Waldron made a choice to break into our house in the middle of the night, cut the phone lines, and try to kill us. I've had nothing but fear and anxiety since finding out that there was a parole hearing. I can't understand why there is a parole hearing since Stanley Waldron was sentenced to 50 years at hard labor without the benefit of parole, probation, or suspension of a sentence. During the trial, the court indicated that the lengthy sentence was the only way to ensure that Amanda McCall would not be endangered by him again in her lifetime. Stanley Waldron should never be free, as I will never be free from the pain, suffering, emotional, and mental torment he has caused in my life and my family's lives. Also, the one person that is not able to speak at this hearing is Amanda's father, as he is deceased. I think that Amanda in her letter expressed how he ended up coping, which eventually ended up leading to his death. Stanley Waldron, in a sense, did complete what he entered that house. He killed her father.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Powell, that is all of our speakers.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Is the panel ready to vote?
Yes.
All right. I forgot, Mr. Waldron, you have an opportunity to make a statement before we vote. Is there anything you want to tell this panel before we vote?
Not really.
All right, thank you.
You all made up your mind already with
Thank
anything
you.
I said. Change your minds.
Okay, thank you. And Warren, I apologize. I forgot for your input. If you want to at this time, you're welcome.
No, ma'am, Ms. Pearl. I think y'all covered about everything. The only thing I would like to I would like to say that I disagree with when he spoke about the mental health staff facility not trying to help. I mean, we have one of the best mental health staff in the state. Dr. Young, our mental health director, is excellent, highly educated, and works tirelessly to help the offenders. And Mr. Waller, his level of care is 5, which is the lowest level of care that we have. So I would disagree with his statements that he said about that earlier.
All right. Thank you, Ward. Thank you. I'm glad you had an opportunity to put that on the record. I'll be voting because your case was assigned to me, Mrs. Stanley, so I'll be voting first. My vote is to deny your request of parole due to the nature of the offense, the age of the victim, the strong law enforcement opposition that's been expressed in the record, as well as here at this hearing, and the impact that you had on the victim. My vote is to deny your request of parole today. Mr. Roche.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Ward Meyer, I didn't give that statement any credence. After 6 years, I know the level of care that the facility at Raymond Board supplies to the offenders, and I didn't believe that for 1 minute.
Thank you.
Mr. Waldron, based upon express opposition from the DA's office in St. Tammany Parish and St. Bernard Parish, the adamant opposition from the victim, the insufficient time you have served, you've only served 38% of your sentence. The judge sentenced you to 50 years, well, I think 65 years, for a reason. For the nature of the crime that you committed and the intimidation that you brought upon the victims of this crime after committing the crime. Personally, I think you're a danger to public safety. You were cold, calculated in the interview this morning. I noticed the attitude and the coldness in which you presented the information this morning. And I really think you're a danger to public safety, and you were untruthful throughout the duration of this interview. For those reasons, I'm going to deny your request.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. Mrs. Jackson?
All right, Mr. Waldron, a lot of times when I've entered these hearings, I come in sometimes thinking that I'm going to do one thing, but after interaction with the offender, my opinion changes. My opinion about you did not change. Unfortunately, you reinforced everything that the record revealed about you. So you made up my mind by your untruthfulness, your inability to accept responsibility, the horrible, horrible nature of this crime. You have opposition from every quarter, including the victim.
You have never accepted responsibility for your actions. And I agree with my colleagues. You are a dangerous man because you have no conscience. And I could not, in good conscience, I don't care how many programs you sat in, not one of them penetrated your mindset. You were just a body in the room. And there is no way in good conscience you should ever be released again into society. And so my vote today is to deny your request for an early release.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. So, Mrs. Stanley, you have 3 votes to deny. Your parole has been denied this morning. I want to thank everybody that participated in the process. We really value your input. I really appreciate the courage, Amanda, you showed this morning. We thank you. We really thank you.
Well, let's unpack that. This case was just something else. Miss Jackson again with another mic drop. This man is delusional. And I have the court records to go over. And who would have guessed? Who do you think represented him at trial? A fool himself. He represented himself at trial. He was then in the position to actually question his victims. And of course, he was found guilty. How one jurist did not find him guilty is madness. I just, some people are just nuts. What can you do? And his head in the sky, just, you can see how crazy this man is. He actually thinks that he's somehow going to get this overturned because it wasn't a unanimous verdict, and that the state wouldn't retry him again, and that he's going to sue for $500,000. It just adds. He's just so what you would call a full-blown narcissist. We've seen people in recent trials that match his exact personality. I'm not talking about parole hearings. I'm talking about like actual trials, if you know what I'm talking about. And yeah, there's something very wrong and broken with them. It is so great to see not one but two assistant district attorneys show up to keep this monster locked up. And it's 82 pages long. The court dockets here, and I need to find a way to go through it efficiently but there's so much in it. So I'll put the link in the description if you want to go through it yourself, because we just can't do it all here. I can start with this. So Amanda testified that Larry was her father and that the defendant had been married to her mother at one time. She awoke on March 12, 1998, after hearing her father screaming. She ran downstairs to find the defendant on top of her father, stabbing him. She did not recognize the defendant at the time because he was wearing a wig and something covering his face. He was dressed in all black jeans, black sweatshirt, shoes, Velcro. He was wearing plastic gloves and may have had other gloves over those. Amanda said her father was screaming that he was stabbing to call 911, but the phones didn't work. Her father told her to get help from a neighbor, but the defendant stopped her as she attempted to run out the door. At that point, Larry attempted to run out of the back door, but the defendant caught him in the kitchen, where the two men struggled. She testified that she picked up a frying pan and hit the defendant in the head twice, but it did not faze him. What a hero. She's sitting there defending her father. The defendant's mask fell off, and only then did she realize it was the defendant. So can you imagine? Remember, he assaulted her in a sexual nature, as I believe he was her stepfather. They were going to court. He didn't want her to go to court and testify, so he went to the home to threaten them to not do it. She runs downstairs seeing a man stabbing her father. She tries to call the police and the phone lines were cut. She tries to run out and he chases her down. Then when her father tries to run out, he jumps back on him. She grabs a frying pan and hits him twice in the head. And just like the scariest movies that we watch, his mask falls off and she sees that it's him. This crazed man who already did that to you is now in your kitchen trying to kill your father. And who knows what he will do to you. Amanda said that it was Stan. Afterwards, she grabbed a knife out of the kitchen drawer and tried to stab the defendant several times, but each time the blade broke. Amanda said she thought the defendant was wearing a medieval chest armor that tied on the sides, and he was wearing armor, which is just it's just nuts. After they stopped fighting, the defendant stopped stabbing her father. All three went into the living room where they sat down. The defendant said it would have never happened if they had made a deal with him. He's like, it would never have happened. You just make a deal with me. While in the living room, she kept telling the defendant her father was about to die. The defendant replied that he was not going to die, that he was fine. The defendant even went over to her father and spread apart the wounds and looked inside. She also testified that she told the defendant to go into the bathroom and wash up, get out of the house, and let them go to the hospital. After the defendant went on to the bathroom, her father told her to go out of the house or he was going to die. She opened the door and her father ran out. Although she attempted to follow, the defendant grabbed her and put a pellet or BB gun to her head, but she still escaped. The defendant chased them, but was diverted by a neighbor turning on an outside light. The defendant then fled. Amanda said the defendant had a mallet that night, but took it with him when he left. Amanda also testified that the defendant entered the residence through the sliding glass door and wiggling and jimmied it open. Can you imagine? Remember, the defendant had been charged with this of Amanda. The defendant now this is where he's cross-examining her on the stand. Remember, he represented himself. So now, not only does she do this to him, to her, he assaults her of a sexual nature. He goes into the house and tries to kill them, and then she has to face him on the stand. Wow. And again, to think that he's still sitting here today saying it was self-defense. The madness, you can't make it up. I wonder why he didn't get a life sentence or multiple life sentences. It is possible. I have seen judges say, I'm not going to give you a life sentence because then you're by default allowed to have parole after 25 years. So I'm just going to give you 60 years without the opportunity of probation or parole. Maybe that's what happened here. I would like to think that's what happened here. The defendant asked why. Now, this is the defendant acting as his own representation. So he said, asked her why she told the police that he had been charged with this, when the only charge was for this. It was for molestation. It wasn't for, And she replied, so now she has to answer him. She replied that she wished he would have been charged with this because that was what he did. The defendant asked him, at least she got the, why did you say that? And he said, well, because he should have been, because that's what you did to me. The defendant asked Amanda how she got the cut on her hand that night. And she said it happened as she helped her father bend back the knife that the defendant had placed her father's throat. The defendant quizzed Amanda about her attempt to stab him in the back. So here he is sitting up there in front of the jury, asking her questions. He probably thinks in his mind he's doing the most amazing job. Breaking the knife in the process, inferring that it was then that she cut her hand. Lawrence confirmed that his ex-wife had voluntarily surrendered custody of Amanda to him because of problems in the household of his ex-wife and the defendants. He confirmed that he pursued some action in St. Tammany Parish with regards to those problems, and that was ongoing on the date he was attacked by the defendant. He testified that on the night of the attack, he had fallen asleep on a sofa after watching TV when he was awakened by a blow to his head. He also felt a knife raking across his neck. He opened his eyes to see a masked figure in front of him. So this is how it happened. He's asleep when the guy hits him in the head with the mallet and then pulls a knife across it. But no, he's just defending himself. He just wanted to talk. Mr. McCall recalled that it felt like the defendant had heavy plastic on his back and chest. He stated that he did not know that the defendant was an attacker until his mask came off after the struggle had moved into the kitchen. He said he was cut on his chest and hands during the course of the struggle and that defendant was definitely trying to off him. He also testified that the defendant stopped him and Amanda from running out the door. He said he was feeling so weak that he had to lay down on the sofa. He said that based on his emergency medical service training, he knew that at the rate he was bleeding, he would soon be unconscious. He believed he spent 6 days in the intensive care unit and another week in the hospital. He confirmed in cross-examination that the defendant had hit him only once in the head. Mr. Call said it on direct examination that he was in his underwear that night. The defendant self-reported that he lost 65 to 70 pounds, poor guy. He was declared competent to stand trial in 1999. The defendant had problems in prison, so it was thought best to keep him in the forensic facility until he went to trial. He continued to receive psychological treatment. Dr. Carrington believes in the defense distress of being in jail resulted in acting in such a fashion, likely the result of being sent back to a more hospitable environment. Dr. Carrington said that his role was not to address the defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense, but to restore the defendants to competency. And the defendant had no write-ups. What a shock. On that note, it was great how the warden called him out. You know, sometimes the warden sits and talks to the inmate after, but when they have here, for someone to go and bash the facility of the prison that the warden is in there, just, oh man, it was great. He just kept like kicking himself in the face. He's like, I actually don't want to get paroled because I don't want to deal with any of it. I want to, and it's like, okay, really? Wait, you think you're going to play reverse psychology with the parole board? You moron. Carl Waldron testified the defendant lived with his wife after being charged in St. Mary Parish for doing that to Amanda and released on bond. The defendant worked during this period. When asked how the defendant coped with separation from his wife and family, he said that he was quite concerned. He took a part-time job as a cashier so he could send more money to his family. Sure he did. It's really unbelievable. You know, the nightmare of what occurred in this situation. He does that to this girl and then sneaks into the house to finish them off. And it's just remarkable. And then to add insult to injury, he represents himself so that he can put them through another level of intimidation.
Introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Calvin Couvion, DOC 470425.
All right, Calvin, my name is Brendan Kelsey. Along with me is Miss Bonnie Jackson. Miss Cheryl Nelson will be your panel. I'll explain the process to you. We'll read some information to the record, have a parole interview, ask you some questions. You can respond. At the end, you can make a statement, take a vote. You understand the question?
Yes, sir.
And we have good many guests here today that be able to speak at the appropriate time. We have Carrie Myers, Emily Ratner, who speak at the end of after you. I suspect you want to wrap up at the end. Tracy Calais, Abigail Couvion, Allison Couvion, Laura Cutler, Mark Wybrand, Felix Bourgeois, Jade Bourgeois, Denise Hewlett, Vanessa William, Asha Harbison, Heather Kirkendall, Blake Leish, Christopher Kirkendall. And then we have Miss Sharon Roberts, Lucy Booty, Wayne Rogers, Scott Ferguson, Judy Ferguson, David Rogers, Eddie Roberts. Thank you all for being here. We'll speak at the appropriate time. All right, Calvin Couvion, DOC number 470425. You're a first class offender. Parole eligibility date 2/16/2024. Good time date 3/3/2028. Full term date 2/18/2030. 28-year sentence for manslaughter and simple escape. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you please answer Ms. Renata's questions?
Good morning, Mr. Couvion. How you doing?
Doing fine, ma'am. Thank you.
Good. How old are you, sir?
I'm 41 now.
And how long you been in jail?
I've been in prison going on 22 years.
You were 19 or 20 at the time of the offense?
I had just made 20. Yes, ma'am.
Well, tell us what happened.
So the night of my crime, my fiance and I were moving from my apartment down the street, not far, maybe a mile from my apartment to a house. Unfortunately, all we had was her car because my truck was in the shop. So we were moving some furniture back and forth, and we really needed a truck to be able to move some big things. So the only person I can think about to contact was my friend Justin Stein, who lived in Laplace. And so I contacted him, and unfortunately he was delivering pizza that night at Domino's, but he did refer me to his brother Brandon, who he had said was with a friend who owned the truck. And so he gave me his number, and I called Brandon, and it wound up being 3 guys that came over to my apartment and met my fiance and I, who was moving. It was Brandon and his cousin Timmy, who I did not expect to come, and they were in Jim Rogers' truck, whom I had met for the first time. And so we had all moved things back and forth from my apartment down the street to my house. At some point in time, after everything was pretty much in place in my home and my apartment was empty, my fiance Tracy went back to her home with her mom to take care of my youngest daughter, Abigail. And at some point, me and the guys smoked a joint, and we had everything set up with the futon next to my television, and we were taking turns playing video games. And at some point, Jim wanted to get up and leave and go home. And he got up and shook my hand, and I said, it was nice to meet you, and I appreciate you helping me. And he went to the door, and Brandon jumped up and went behind him and pulled him back. And I was sitting on the chair, and Timmy was on the futon to my left. And Brandon pulled Jim back towards me, and I moved my chair out of the way because it was a closed area with the television in front of me. And as I moved the chair back, I felt a pop to my face, and I looked up, and it was Jim moving his arms. And I got up out of reflex and hit Jim a few times, and I paused, not trying to fathom what's going on right now, because there was no argument between anyone, so I didn't understand what was going on, why there was this conflict. And then next thing I know, Brandon has Jim in the other room, and as I approached where they were, I saw the belt for the first time because the whole house was dark. There were no lights on, only the television, and I could see from the bedroom with no curtains. I saw for the first time that Brandon had the belt around Jim's neck. And that's when I realized that Brandon was trying to kill Jim. And now I realize that I feel that I helped kill Jim because I hit Jim and because I helped Brandon cover up this horrible crime. I realize now that I did help kill Jim. And I know that I could have done a lot more. I could have stopped Brandon. I could have pushed Brandon off of Jim. I could have called the police. I had my cell phone on me. I could have did many things, but instead, I did not. I chose to be reckless and foolish and to help him cover up this horrible crime.
And so why didn't you help?
I think because I was just young and foolish, reckless, and my thinking now, reflecting on back then, I obviously was being selfish because all I could think about was them getting out of my home. I just wanted them out of there, and like I say, selfish because I didn't care where they were going, and I should have called the police. I should have made sure that Jim got help, and I did not. I aided.
So you've been in jail for about 21 years, and so you've had a lot of time to think about the events of that day, that night. So you hit him, Jim, after he was restrained.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you come to any determination as to why this happened?
All I could imagine, it was out of pure reflex from being hit myself.
No, I meant the whole crime. Why did it take place? You
I'm
said
not,
you were trying to leave and then it all happened.
I don't know why Brandon did it. I don't know why he,
So you had a jury trial. You were originally charged with second-degree murder,
yes, ma'am.
and the jury reduced it to manslaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have a mandatory release date, good time date in March of 2028. Your parole eligibility is February of next year. So if you were favorable today, you wouldn't get out till then. Tell us, as you can imagine, there's very strong opposition to consideration for early release, and we'll hear some of that a little later today. We do have in the record a letter from the sheriff. Strong opposition, believes you should serve out the remainder sentence and that he does not support parole. But tell us, if you would, please, over the last 21 years, what have you been doing?
Well, ma'am, I have been, as you know, I don't get good time. So I've been, over my whole incarceration, I've just been trying to find ways to be a better person and to develop as a man and no longer an irresponsible boy, but to take the programs that DCI has. And when I first came here, I enrolled and got my GED, and then try to help others as well obtain their GED by being a tutor. And then after doing that, I immediately enrolled in the VOTEC and got certified as an auto body collision repair worker or technician. And then I also, upon graduating from that, became a tutor to help other people obtain their certifications as well. I try to help people. Being in a situation, I've worked in the infirmary with the hospice program, helping older ones and infirm ones who are pretty much on their last dying days, their last days here with us, trying to help those people out. And also with the DB court, I would help in the past with DB court. Before I made trustee, I was on the compound, and I would help the colonels out when they would have Spanish speakers and they couldn't really understand what they were saying during court. I would help out with translations. I've taken many different programs, as I said, to help me become rehabilitated and change my ways of thinking, my rebellious ways of thinking, to just help become a better person and to help those, to be an example also for my children, an example for those, for my loved ones on the outside that do observe me, that do keep in contact with me, that they can see that I am a better person and they can be proud of me for the changes that I've made, although incarcerated, although I am here and not into society, I am a better person now, and I'm constantly developing to become a better person for that day when I do come home into society. I can help out. I can be an asset in my community, whether it be to children or an asset to anyone that I can help them learn from my experience of what not to do, and I can be a living example to those ones. But I also,
You mentioned as soon as you got there, or shortly thereafter, you got your GED. What grade did you complete in school?
I dropped out in 11th grade.
Why?
Honestly, I was smoking weed, and I had a part-time job at a car dealership after school and on summertime, but I was skipping out of school and missing school, and so I really felt like it didn't make any sense to stay in school because I was wasting my time, so I quit and worked full time.
Any other drugs, marijuana?
I'm sorry?
Any other drugs?
I had taken other drugs before, but marijuana, I was dependent on marijuana.
So the night of this murder, were there any drugs or alcohol involved?
Well, we had been drinking Smirnoff Ice. I had actually one beer that night, one Smirnoff Ice. The guys had been drinking. It was Mardi Gras, and they had been drinking before showing up in my house, and they did bring some Smirnoff Ice.
So you
I found out.
drink?
I had one drink, yes, ma'am. I found out after the fact, after my arrest, that my landlady, she showed up at some point in time at the house and sold Brandon Stein some cocaine that he supposedly had did at my home, which I did not know at the time.
Right, so your prison record looks pretty good. You've only had, in I could see, in the 20+ years, 3 write-ups. The last was in 2008, which is good. You have a low risk score. And I do make note that you have, your volunteer work, the community service work you've done within the prison community. You have lots of letters of support, but you do have opposition that's expressed by the district attorney's office, the law enforcement that I mentioned. So why do you think, given all that, and the opposition that is there, that you're aware of, why do you think we ought to consider you for early release?
Well, because ma'am, I'm very deeply remorseful for my involvement in this crime. And I'm just ready to give back to society. I'm ready to go out and be a living example of my rehabilitation, of how I have changed from being a reckless, irresponsible boy, 20-year-old boy, to a man now, and just to be a better example into society, as I have done here in prison. And I just thank you all for giving me this chance today to be here and to express my sorrow and my remorse to all those that I have affected. I cannot say enough how sorry I am for what I have done.
So all the classes you've taken, you mentioned a few, which one had the most impact and why?
I really enjoyed Thinking for a Change, which was facilitated by Mr. James Duvall, who's here with us today. I feel like that class was really hands-on for me personally, because it had dialogue. It had a lot of dialogue, which helped allow me to see a different, as the class is called Thinking for a Change, it allows you to have a different perspective, to be able to change your way of thinking. For example, we would have dialogue which had negative and positive outlooks. So it would allow you to sit back if someone was to offend me a certain way, whether I'm on the yard playing basketball and someone gets offensive and wants to fight, it allows me to step back and to really see that the bigger picture of things, and to understand that my actions and my reactions not only affect me, but affect those who love me and those who are around me. And so it allows me to really to think more, not just for myself, but to think for others. So I really enjoyed that class.
Tell us about the simple escape on your record.
So at that point in time, I had just made 21. I had a court-appointed lawyer who advised me to take 40 years for manslaughter or go to trial and get a life sentence. At that point in time, I had gotten into a few fights in the parish jail. As you could imagine, there was a lot of tension, a lot of stress. Everybody in the jail pretty much was facing a life sentence on violent crimes. So I felt as a young kid, I was trapped. I didn't understand the judicial system. I didn't respect the laws either. And my scope on life was so short, not even understanding that I would once again jeopardize my family's lives by making this decision. I had no plans at all as to when I got out, I wouldn't be able to stay in contact with my family. So it was another foolish, childish, reckless decision that I made.
What you mentioned plans. What are your plans now? No matter when you get out, you're gonna get out. What are your plans?
Yes, ma'am. My plans right now are to receive the support from LPP, the Louisiana Parole Project in Baton Rouge. As you know, I have a great support system with my family and friends, many homes waiting on me. However, I feel that from experience, from guys that I know that have gone to Parole Project, Warden Bickham has told me how the Parole Project is a very big support, my attorney as well. And so, although I have family support, I look forward to going to Parole Project and to have them help me to enroll in certain classes, not only at the Parole Project, but for when I do become into society, to help me with my transition to go back into society, certain classes that they feel that I may need upon evaluating me. Whatever the classes may be, I look forward to doing that.
All right, what happened to the Parole Project?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
On that.
Okay, upon release from Parole Project, my fiance, Tracy Kaye, her boss, David Wascom, is an owner for Turnkey Construction in Holden, Louisiana. And he is offering a job to be able to go out and do renovation on homes, building homes, and which is good because right now Warden Bickham has allowed me to be doing that type of work, to go out in the free world and get hands-on experience with homes and industrial, commercial buildings, to be able to work with that and just to get ready.
Warden Bickham, what can you add?
Well, I'm gonna correct something real quick. I think he didn't say it quite right. He learned skills in here, so maybe in the future he can go out and work on homes and stuff. I think he made it sound like I let him go out and work on homes. I don't. But I tell you, I got to talk about Calvin just for a minute. It's absolutely terrible what took place, but I can only speak to what's happened inside the prison. So how he's been here, and I'm gonna tell you, he has been a very good inmate in the prison system. As you mentioned, he's only had 3 write-ups in 21 years. The last one was 2008. So he absolutely stays out of trouble. He is in our honor housing. He stays in our honor housing. We have him there. He's a Pride member. He, of course, is a member of our Pillars program, which is a little trying to be helps with that. He's going with the parole project and stuff, and he's learned some skills. What he's talking about is he's been a carpenter lately. He's a trustee. He didn't mention that. He is a trustee here that helps with the carpenter crew going and doing some things like that. So he does hobby crafts and stuff. I know one person fussed because he in a joking way, he drew some unicorns on there without the ears, and I think the little girls were upset about it and stuff. So he's got some learning to do on there, but he's really done well inside the prison. I have to speak for him on that.
All right, we'll hear from Mr. Kerry Myers now.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Yes, Mr. Couvion is a client of the Parole Project. We're prepared to offer him our services should he get granted today. It's obvious just listening to Mr. Couvion speak that he isn't the 20-year-old who made many poor decisions. He is a mature man. He's also, at this point in his life, ready. This is a perfect time. He's very employable. At his age, he's got the ability to sustain work and stability for a long time. He's shown stability while he's been incarcerated during his time, particularly living in honor housing, being a trustee, and the programs that he's taken. So we are prepared to help him through things like technology and connecting him to all his services. We're prepared to get him a mental health and substance abuse assessment. And I know that he will comply with any of those recommendations. I think that Mr. Couvion is just at the prime age in showing, based on his record, to be released now so that he can actually get his life back together and live a full, complete life and reach his full potential. So we would ask this board to grant his release today.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ratner, you're going to finish up the end, correct? After he speaks? Okay, great.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, we'll hear from Ms. Sharon. Is it Ms. Sharon Rogers? I'm sorry. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I apologize for misstating it earlier.
I'm Jim Rogers' mother, Sharon. I said you all have read the letters and know who away my son was taken. It was a senseless murder, and both Brandon Stein and Calvin Couvion facilitated. There were 2 attackers, and Jim had no chance. Calvin Couvion showed no mercy to Jim as he begged for his life. His life meant nothing to him. A human life meant nothing to him. He had helped Calvin that night move furniture to his new residence. He helped him, and this led to his death. Calvin didn't care about human life.
In fact, he chuckled when recalling that murder. It may be funny to him, but it was no joke to any of us. And we are a strong family. Several of them are here today. Some came from Tennessee, some from Texas, Washington, D.C. There's no closure for the pain in our hearts. Jim will ever be 17 and away from us. I listened to all the things that Calvin accomplished in prison. But one thing has not changed. When he tells what happened that night, he's not telling the truth. As he was being strangled by Brandon's gun, he intentionally punched Jim several times. There wasn't any accident. So what's in this man's heart? Words are easy. I don't trust him. I think he's a narcissist, a liar, lacks moral values, and does not accept responsibility for his actions. And that obviously has still not changed. He doesn't show empathy for others. He can say the words that people want to hear. There's no true remorse in his heart. Jim got up to leave, and he restrained him from doing so. So tell the truth, Calvin. I do not think he should be released to be around law-abiding people, and I ask that parole be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I will hear from Mr. Wayne Rogers.
Calvin's here, my son is not. I have to speak for him. If he can't. Still going over this in my head. How could Calvin just spontaneously fall off and hit my son multiple times? Is this really believable? I ask you. Timothy and Brandon had planned this. It's in the court records. They planned this for over a week. They talked about it when they were together. And Calvin, yet they're going to ask my son to help him move Calvin over to his house, pick up all his stuff and help him move his things and his family into that house. And then he's just going to shake his hands and then step back until he swings violently and hits, and he's going to punch him multiple times in the face. This makes no sense. It can't be what happened. He's still not telling the whole truth. He's making everything look best for him just so he can get out of here. And so all I can ask you is do us a favor and please measure the words he says. Look between the lines about who he's really truly talking about. Is he talking about Jim? Is he talking about the family? Does he have trueness in his heart, that he told everything the truth, that he's opening up everything in true remorse? How can you be remorseful if your story still doesn't make sense and yet you won't clarify enough for us to know what really happened that night and why he jumped in on this execution of my son? So I ask you please to consider that. He's given punishment. He should serve the full time for that punishment because of the nature of the crime and what he did to my son. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Miss Betty Rogers.
I ask us all, how can we now believe a word that Calvin Cunningham is speaking today? He just gave it the summary and he left out, it's in the court record, that Brandon and Calvin discussed murdering Jim 2 days before. Check it, it's in both the court record and in the appeals document. I've just read them all. And he is a Lion King from February 13, 2002 until his sentencing. Under oath he lied. And if that man is today using the word reflex, he said reflex. Take a look at the photos of Jim's face when his body was recovered. He has made up this whole story. Judy Cullen, the prosecutor, she stood up in the court beside him and said, shaking her arm, show me how a reflex works. Calvin said, Brandon strangling my nephew Jim bumped into Calvin and he jumped up and in a reflex punched Jim 3 times. Julie said, how do you punch with a reflex 3 times? It's not possible with the human body. That's not a reflective. And Calvin today in 2023 is still saying reflex. He has not taken responsibility for it. He's lying. Again, look at the photo of Jim's face. And he lied from the very beginning. He made up this story. He was in Bourbon Street. Jim shows up, moves his furniture. Calvin leaves, and then later Jim's gone and his mattress is gone. Calvin already knew that Jim was dead and that his mattress went with the body in the back of the truck. He didn't mention that he hopped on the tailgate of the truck and rode with the truck with Jim's body behind him from his new house back to his apartment. And then they took my nephew's body and threw it in a swamp. And Calvin knew that's what they were going to do. They were going to dispose of it. And Calvin gave him their mattress. And when they found Jim's body 3 days later, can you imagine what our family went through in those days? That mattress matched Calvin's mattress. Calvin helped put it in the truck. And Calvin, I'm going to repeat this, 2 days before that, Brandon discussed killing him. So it's great. He's rehabilitated, we support it. We support it 100% that he can do that rehabilitation in prison. If that man is still using this bogus reflex, look at Julie Cullen's words during the trial. Reflex today in 2023. That man does not deserve to get 1 day early at prison because until he learns to let go of the reflex and tell the truth, as Brandon wrapped his belt around Jim's neck. At first he thought they were joking, then he begged for his life, and then he died. Calvin was punching him while Jim was begging for his life. That's not a reflex. I just ask you. That man deserves, and he will be better off for it if he serves his full sentence. This is a very difficult day for all of us, and we're grateful that you're listening to our side of the story. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you for your comment. So sorry. All right. Calvin, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
Yes, sir, I would.
Speak to the board.
I know that the word sorry is it's not enough. It can never bring back Jim. It can never bring him back. And I know that no matter what I can do, it will never take back the horrible thing that I did do that day. Me hitting Jim and me helping Brandon cover it up by removing Jim from my home and placing him in his truck. I understand that no matter what I do, no matter what I say, it will help anything. But I cannot express how very regretful, how very sorry I am for the person that I was then. And I hope that you can understand that I'm not that person now, that I have learned from my mistake. I have learned from that reckless person that I was then. And I understand now that I was very wrong and being lawless and helping out in what I did. I'm very, very sorry for the lives that I have harmed. There's so many lives from what I have done that day. And I know I will never understand the impact of harm that I did to the Rogers family and many others as well, loved ones. But I just ask that you can please allow me to display my sorrow, to display my remorse when I do come into society. And I hope that you can eventually please see my actions here in prison that I have not been a violent man. I've had many chances to be violent among violent people, but I have not, because I want to display a better person. I want to display a better way of life in here so that when I do come home, I can continue doing that. I can continue being a law-abiding citizen. And I am very sorry for what I did do as a child back then.
All right, thank you. All right, Miss Emily, would you like to wrap it up?
I would, Commissioner, but would it be possible for Ms. Kaye to speak before I do?
Sure, she'd like to make a brief statement. She wasn't on the list to speak, but if she wants to make a brief statement.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tracy Kaye. I'm Calvin's fiance and mother of his two daughters, Allison and Abigail. We're all very emotional and look forward to the possibility of Calvin coming home. When we were teenagers, I knew Calvin very well. He was hot-headed, immature, and reckless. He didn't think things through before acting or reacting. His immaturity led him to make a huge mistake on that awful night. And then we both made even more mistakes when we tried to cover up what had happened instead of immediately telling the truth and trying to get help. Calvin and I are both so regretful for our part in what happened. We both wish we could have made better decisions, and we will always fault ourselves for not choosing better. As parents ourselves, we agonize over what we have put the Rogers family through. I'm so sorry for my role. There aren't enough words to express the guilt and remorse that I and we feel. We will both spend the rest of our lives wishing we could change the terrible decisions we made back then. As adults, we have tried very hard to teach our daughters that every move they make matters, and have used our past shortcomings in life to try to strengthen their morals. They understand what their father did, and they know he's paying the price his crime demands. Today, Calvin is a better man. He has grown immensely and has taken every opportunity to learn and better himself. While gaining good time is a major incentive for people to take classes in prison, Calvin took all the classes he could in an effort to grow, knowing he wouldn't earn good time from them based on his sentence. He did it because he wanted to be a better person. During his time in prison, he has changed and found great moral fortitude. He learned to be patient, have humility, show grace to others, and care when he sees people having a tough time. He helps those around him and encourages them to be better and hold themselves to a higher standard than they've accepted for themselves. He has learned to take responsibility for his decisions and knows that every decision he makes is an important one. The Calvin of the late 90s and early 2000s didn't know that. Now he does. He will be an asset to me and our family. Our daughters have waited a long time to truly feel their dad's presence in their lives outside of the prison and are excited to get the chance to experience a life with him here. My sons, who are 8 and 10, are very excited to have Calvin living with us, and I'm eager to have him help shape my sons so they can grow into good men one day because of his influence. He has been on this journey of growing and rehabilitating for 22 years. I know he'll be skilled at helping shape them. The children and I hope you will see fit to grant Calvin's release on parole. I have a home in Mandeville, and we are counting down the days until we can hopefully share it. I'm a property manager and do marketing for a couple businesses, so I am financially independent and capable of supporting Calvin upon his release. He also has his own professional aspirations, and I will emotionally support him while he works toward his goals. I appreciate you all for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I hope you can see that Calvin is no longer the impulsive, hot-headed boy he once was, and that you will grant release to the man he has become. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ratner, would you like to wrap it up?
I would. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly wrap it up, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I've been representing Calvin for a little over a year, and I've gotten to know him, his fiance, and the whole Couvillon family pretty well in that time. And I can say that Calvin sits before you as a transformed person. He is no longer the reckless and self-serving young man that he was when he committed this crime. He is an example of a remarkable rehabilitation. I think you've heard that from the warden, and you can see it on the record. 3 write-ups in 22 years, Class A trustee. Calvin is remarkable. I cannot imagine what the Rogers family has suffered, and I don't pretend to understand their experience. I think it is my role here to correct the record. My understanding of the record is there was no evidence at this trial that Calvin Couvillon was in any way part of any premeditation within this crime. Calvin and I have discussed this crime again and again and again. In our parole preparations, I have told him, as I tell all of my clients, owning your whole action in the crime is the key. You have to show that you can fully own everything you did on that night. I fully believe that if Calvin had had more of a role than he has owned for you today, he would have said so. I believe that. I've been doing this work for a decade. I think Calvin is being honest with you to the best of his memory. At the same time, Calvin is responsible for the death of Jim Rogers. He owns that responsibility. He lives with it every day. His jury concluded that manslaughter was the appropriate sentence, and then the appropriate conviction, and his judge set his sentence. I believe Calvin has completely transformed in the way he understands his activity at that time. And I hope that you've been able to hear the remorse that he expressed today, as well as Ms. Kaye. I think much more compelling and reflective of Calvin's remorse, much more than his words, are his deeds. He's worked all over this prison. He built the attorney-client visitation room that I've been meeting with him in. Every skill he's developed in here, he immediately turns around and shares it. He's tutored people here in GED and auto body collision repair. He taught himself Spanish in here, and he's interpreted for disciplinary court. And not to curry favor, not to prove that he is not the child that he was when he committed this crime. This is how he is showing his remorse, by serving others. That's how he lives every single day. You heard it from the warden, how Calvin Couvillon shows up every day for the community here. DCI is a better place because Calvin Couvillon is in it. And in the letters that you've received letters of support from Norris Henderson, Calvin Duncan, Matt Pineda. These are individuals who know exactly what it means to come to prison on a homicide conviction and serve others, not only rehabilitate themselves, but help others on their path to rehabilitation. Not only successfully re-enter, but help others on the path to re-entry. And they are all telling you that is who Calvin Couvillon is here at DCI. That is who he will be if you choose to release him on parole for February. Calvin is ready to come home. He has the full support of the Parole Project, his fiance, and the whole family sitting behind us. They're ready to support him in any way that he needs. He will not only successfully re-enter society, he will help others re-enter society. He cannot undo what he did. And he has to live with that reality every single day. But he can go out there and help other young people who are struggling to choose the right path. He can go out there and try to stop the next young Calvin Couvillon from hurting the next Jim Rogers. I believe that's what he will do if you release him. I think that's what the people you're hearing from, the warden and others who have successfully re-entered, that's what they're saying. He'll follow any terms that you set. He'll meet any conditions you want to see before release. Calvin Couvillon will make this board proud of a decision to grant his release. And I hope that's the decision that you'll render today. Thank you for hearing from me.
Thank you. All right, time prepared to vote.
Yes.
Ms. Renata.
All right. I want to thank the Rogers family. We do appreciate your travels to be here today and share your thoughts with us. And I made a note in one of the letters that we did get, where the crushing weight of the grief is expressed, that you say he needs to continue his imprisonment until he serves his sentence in full. He owes us that. His debt to us, the Rogers family, remains unpaid. And I sympathize with your feelings there. I don't know how you ever repair the harm. I don't think you can. I mentioned earlier the strong opposition by law enforcement and the district attorney's office. But I also look at the work that he's done, keeping in mind the age he was when this crime was committed. I do believe his time in prison, during his time in prison, he's demonstrated growth and maturity. He's worked to improve his prison community. He has, I made particular note of the hospice volunteer. I know that's very difficult work. Not anybody, just anybody can do that. That speaks to your character. I listened carefully to Warden Bickham and his remarks, the remarks by your supervisors that are in the record. You know, it's hard, but I would give you a chance. My vote would be to grant conditionally, but you'd have to complete a victim awareness program prior to release. After release, of course, you'll remain on supervision for the duration of your sentence. You're to have no contact whatsoever with the victim's family. You're to perform community service work, speaking to at-risk youth, a minimum of 8 hours every month for the duration of your sentence.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson?
Ms. Gouvion, I've listened very closely to you, to your fiance, to the Rogers family. And this is really a really difficult case. But my take on this is a little bit different from Mrs. Renat's. I really don't think you have fully owned your level of participation in this case. You say you wish you could express how sorry you are to the Rogers family. Well, you can show them that by saying, I'm going to serve out the sentence that I was given. It's not like you have a life, if you had a life sentence with no possibility of ever getting out, maybe a commutation at some point in the future would be the right thing to do. But you only have 5 more years left on this sentence. And I don't think you really understand the extent to which your release would further harm and traumatize the Rogers family. You know, as I listened to your fiance, she had some wonderful things to say, but I can put myself in the shoes of the Rogers family and say, Jim never will have any of those opportunities. And so if you truly are remorseful, sorry, and if you really do care about pain that is inflicted on the family, serve out your sentence. Continue to do where you are. And then when you're released, you'll have the opportunity to do even more good in the world. But for me, because of the nature of the offense, the adamant opposition from the victims, and the fact that you will be released on a mandatory release date within 5 years, my vote today is to deny.
All right, you have 1 vote to deny, 1 vote to grant. Again, everything's been said. It's a difficult case, difficult. Everything. It's bad. It's bad for everybody involved. I appreciate Rogers family for being here. Appreciate your support for being here. Again, you know, we make these decisions. We see these cases all the time. We see, you know, we hear them, we listen. We always try to make the best decision we can. And it's difficult. It's not easy. It's not easy for anybody involved. Again, I'm, you know, taking everything into consideration, taking what you've done in the past, what you've been doing, what you continue to do, your comments, the work you've done. I'm going to vote to grant your parole. You'll have 8 hours of community service. You'll have technical awareness. You'll have a curfew from 10 p to 6 a, and no contact with the victim's family. That's my vote for today. So 2 votes to grant, 1 to deny. Today your parole's been granted. Good luck to you.
Thank you all so much.
How do we unpack this? I agree with Miss Jackson, and I agree with Miss Jackson for the points that she raised. If he really did care, he has 5 more years. My lighting, I don't know what happened to my lighting. It's just, I gotta fix this. If y'all want to help me, I have on Buy Me a Coffee a wish list for lighting. The links down below in the description. I don't know if I've ever asked for that before, but there you go. Gosh, it's frustrating. So we have the court transcript and we'll go over it. And I agree with, was it the victim's aunt that said it? He comes in here and he says the same exact thing that he said on his trial, which was, it's a reflex. And he came back here and he said the exact same thing. It's a reflex. And that pisses me off because in my opinion, it just shows like he's really, what has he learned in all these years? It's not a reflex to hit someone 3 times. And then also what was disturbing to me, I don't know if you caught it, but while she was talking, he straight up yawned. I mean, this is to have any respect for victims. He literally yawned. Like he was just bored. And there's just something wrong, it seems in my mind, wrong with him that he can do that. And also pretty fascinating. She was his fiance when this all happened. And she was charged as accessory to a crime because she lied and gave him an alibi. I don't know exactly what happened to her, but pretty incredible that they stayed together. That's mind-boggling to me. So So yeah. So it involves a lot of parties right here. And by the way, something that they didn't mention here is that they claim actually the doctor record showed in the trial that he died from exposure. So not only was he not killed in the apartment, but if he had called police at any time, they would have saved him. It took them 3 days to find his body, and they said he died from exposure under a bridge. So, he's fully culpable in it. At the sheriff's office, Timothy's statement was recorded via audio tape at trial. The tape was played by the jury. So that Jim picked him up at around 8 p.m. They picked Brandon up at his friend's house. The 3 boys then drove to the Sabres where Brandon brought the alcohol to everyone, and they drank. According to Timothy's statement, he attempted to give a description. Okay, according to Timothy's statement, Jim was leaving to the gas station when Brandon came up behind him and grabbed him around the neck, dragging him into the room. Timothy stated that he heard noises of a struggle and Jim calling for help while the defendant and Brandon were in the room with him. He then watched Brandon and the defendant drag Jim's body into a blanket in the living room and put Jim in the back of the truck with a mattress on top of him. Brandon threw Jim's lifeless body over an overpass. Just so sick. It's just so sick. Timothy admitted that he took a CD. According to Timothy, Brandon told him earlier that night and one time prior to that night that he was going to kill and rob him. St. Charles Parish Office was immediately notified of Jim's death, probable location of the body. But you want to see where it says reflex? Here it is. Later in the interview, Calvin admitted that he did not go to Bourbon Street. He was adamant that he never met Jim before that night. He further stated around midnight, Jim said he was ready to go home. He explained that when Jim got up to leave, Brandon went behind him, put a belt around Jim's neck, and pulled Jim backwards towards the back door of the house. Calvin then stated that while Brandon was pulling Jim back, Jim accidentally hit Calvin. You see that? He hit him out of reflex. He hit him several times. I'm sorry, but I totally agree. I'm not sorry. I agree with the aunt. Like, you can't come here all these years later and use the same BS excuse. You don't show remorse. You don't show respect. Just own it. Say you hit him out of reflex. What does that even mean? How can you parole him 5 years early when he comes here at his parole hearing and he still says that he doesn't know, he just hit him out of reflex? That is insulting to the family. It's insulting to our judiciary system. It's making a mockery of human life. It's making a mockery of everyone. And the idea that he doesn't even have the awareness and the even just the common sense to not say that is scary. Because, well, who's going to know when the next person is reflex gets in the way? It's just absurd. He stated that when he hit Jim, blood gushed out of his nose. He said he told Brandon to stop, but Brandon pulled Jim into the back room. He told him to stop. Sure, he did. He's like, oh no, my reflex. I hit him 3 times. I told him to stop. The defendant stated that Brandon checked Jim's heart and said he was dead, which he wasn't. Brandon then told Calvin that Jim was the guy he was talking about. See, again, this is the more signs that there were. Brandon, this is the guy he was talking about. I mean, there is premeditation, I think. I don't know. The attorney is just, I've been dealing with him for a year and I know there was no premeditation. Okay, well, maybe you should have read the report. Brandon wrapped Jim's body in a blanket. He stated that they threw Jim's body into the truck with a mattress on top of it, and they dropped Calvin off at his old apartment. When they executed a search warrant on defendant's house, which yielded a box springs that matched the mattress, found Jim's body. And all of this was done for what? To rob him of some stuff? Likely a yield set of keys. They also recovered a stereo and a speaker at Brandon's residence. Yeah, they stole the speakers from his truck. They did this all for speakers. Unbelievable. I'm sorry, but you don't get. And he's lucky he got just 25 years. He said he had no idea what was going to happen. He testified that Jim picked him up. And if you want to argue that you believe him, that he really didn't know it was going to happen, you still cannot show up at this hearing and still say that you reflexively hit and you don't know why. Shame on you. Instead, he testified the defendant helped Brandon. Defendant was hitting Jim as Brandon dragged him into the kitchen. Can you imagine you're a kid and all of a sudden these monsters jump on you, start hitting you and grab you, choke you in a chokehold and wrap a belt around your neck? All because they want your speaker equipment in your truck? He could not breathe and he was struggling, but he dragged him into another room, into the back of the house. Timothy stayed on the futon and he did not see what was going on in the back room, but he testified they remained there for 10 to 15 minutes. Thereafter, Brandon wrapped Jim's body in a blanket and drove Jim's truck around to the back door. Brandon and the defendant moved the body to the back door. The three placed Jim's body in the back of the truck, and the Timothy and defendant placed a mattress on top of him. While on the overpass, Brandon got out of the truck and threw Jim's body over the railing. After getting back into the truck, Brandon came up with a story to tell the police that Jim dropped him off at the Time Saver and Timothy walked to Walmart to call his friends. They're such brilliant geniuses. Let's come up with this great idea so we can steal a speaker set. The two arrived at their grandmother's house where they removed the speakers, CD players, and CDs from Jim's truck. Timothy took one CD. Thereafter, Brandon dropped Timothy. He took a CD. Wow, I really hope that was worth it. Yeesh. At trial, Timothy testified a week before the incident. Brandon told him that Brandon was going to kill Jim and take his truck. Timothy testified that he believed Brandon was joking when he stated that he was going to kill Jim. On cross-examination, Timothy stated that he did not initially tell the police he saw the defendant hitting Jim because he was afraid the defendant just had a baby. Also, on a cross-examination, defendant's attorney questioned Timothy about apparent discrepancies in his trial and previous statements that the truck he put into the mattress and the body of the truck. Well, it was definitely premeditated by at least two of them. So to believe that one of them didn't know, I don't buy it. It's possible, but I just don't buy it. This is where his girlfriend, defendant asked her to tell the cops a bourbon Monday night, but lie about his whereabouts. She told him he had gone into a fight. She later did tell the truth. Tracy Colley, the defendant's fiance and mother of his two children, testified that the defendant called her and told her that they were playing a game, and Jim said he was ready to go, and Brandon attacked him. Here's her story. Brandon attacked him. He told her Brandon dragged him into the kitchen area and that Jim elbowed the defendant in the jaw. She admitted to initially lying to the police at the defendant's house. Tracy was also arrested and charged with accessory after the fact. His wonderful fiance. Defendant explained that Jim said he was ready to leave. As Jim walked to the door, Brandon got up and put his belt around Jim's neck and pulled Jim backwards while Jim flailed his arms. Defendant claimed that he believed Brandon was playing around, but when he put his belt around Jim's neck, when Jim accidentally hit him, defendant reacted by getting up and hitting him back 3 times. Defendant claimed punching him 3 times in the nose was a reflex. Thereafter, Brandon pulled him into the room. You lying. You're pathetic. But he came back and said it again. I know I'm beating a dead horse, but it's just to me, you can't have the audacity to still in the I'm just repeating myself over and over. I'm going to stop, but it's frustrating. here they have different. One doctor says that he died from being thrown off, and others say that Dr. Susan Garcia, an expert forensic pathology, testified that she performed an autopsy on the body of James Rogers on February 16th. She listed his death as homicide and determined the cause of death as ligature strangulation. She testified something was placed around his neck and tightened to cut off his blood flow. Testified this could have been a weapon. She noticed that the victim received blunt force trauma to the side of his face, with bruising and abrasions to his left eye, left cheek, mid-forehead, and the side of his nose. She testified that punching in a manner in which these injuries could have been sustained, but also he was thrown off a. And then they had the courage. She had the courage to face him again. Part of his appeal was saying that he shouldn't have defended himself. I love how they fight to defend themselves, and then the part of their appeal says, "Oh, you shouldn't have allowed me to defend myself." It's just so. This is really a gem. Thank you, Richard, again, of a document in terms of there's so much in it. Here it is. Let me show you this. This one was great. So this is all the questions the judge was asking him. Are you sure you want to defend yourself? When asked what the trial court noted that one of the motions the defendant was fighting that date indicated he was given the state note. Where is it? The trial court concluded by stating that it agreed with the general rule that a person should not represent himself, but found the defendant certainly demonstrated a capacity or an ability to do that. The court noted that as early as July 6, 1998, when Dr. Culver testified, the defendant was aware of his legal system, although the court did not parrot that he found the defendant knowingly and intelligently waived his right to counsel. It is obvious the trial court made that finding. The defendant acknowledged to the trial court that court did a commendable job of exploring with him the wisdom of representing himself. The defendant submits nonetheless, in this case, considering him established mental instability. It was, he said no, but because he was mentally unstable, it was an error to permit him to be counsel. He recalls that he further testified after receiving mental health treatment and examining the evidence of the case, it began to recall details of the incident. He recalls that Larry lured him into his home and attempted to off him, and the defendant acted in self-defense, although he said the single life-threatening wound he inflicted on Larry was inflicted accidentally. Can't make it up. The defendant argument conflicted his acknowledgement that the adequacy of the defendant's self-representation legal competency. The court advised it was almost always unwise for a person to represent themselves, whether a lawyer or a layman, and that it's usually worked at their detriment. The defendant acknowledged that he had heard that as well, and as well as the adage that a lawyer who represents himself has a fool for a client. He said that. Yes, you are a fool. You are a fool for a client. You are a fool for a lawyer. You are a fool in general. You are the epitome of a cockroach. They could make a movie out of this. It is really a thing of, it is just so scary. And this man can never see the light of day for the safety of everyone involved in this case. It is just terrifying. And he thinks he can sue the state of Louisiana. It's, what a clown. What a clown. Really, it's amazing to say, and really, if you didn't see it, you might not believe it, because it's hard to believe that people like this exist, but they do, and that's part of why we do this. People, it helps to understand and see with your own eyes how evil does exist, and maybe you know someone like this in your life, and it's time to stop making excuses for them, because you can't fix it. You can't fix it. But with that, I'll let you go.
And tell me a little bit about the manslaughter. What happened there?
It was a fight, and guy grabbed the hammer, tried to hit me with it. I took it from him, hit him with it.
Some question about him.
I was working on his house for him, fixing a redwood ceiling. It was falling in, and we had some tools laying around. He grabbed one, tried to hit me with it.
Y'all fighting about money, women, or drugs?
So he was drunk and being very belligerent.
We are about to watch a parole revocation hearing out of Louisiana, and look at that background. Look how scary this looks. I mean, this is always what I envision a Louisiana jail would look like. Now, he has been serving basically most of his life in prison since 1980s for a vicious homicide where he hit someone over the head with a hammer over 10 times, but just released and then quickly brought back. Can you even imagine? Let's see if they decide to revoke his parole, or if they give him another chance.
We are ready to go. Okay, the committee on parole now is going to go to, let's see, we're going to Beauregard Parish, I believe. And is Beauregard Parish there? Okay, Mr. Leonard Scott.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Leonard Scott, do you have any staff in the room with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Deputy Scott.
Okay, you're Deputy Scott, and we're here with Leonard.
No relation.
Yeah, no relation.
Okay, all right, time is 9:19, by the way, when we'll start this hearing. Mr. Scott, we've already introduced my cohorts next to me. We're gonna be hearing your case. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna be hearing your case now, and there's certain rules that you signed a piece of paper, said you would abide by when you got paroled out.
I didn't find it. I don't remember that.
Okay, do you have something in front of you right now with your name on it?
No.
Okay, we're gonna put something up. Do you recognize that form there?
Yeah.
Was that yes in the affirmative? You do recognize that? And that's what we're gonna be talking about today is the fact that you can get an attorney, but you're not gonna be appointed an attorney.
Okay.
You can pay for it yourself and have an attorney, and you wish not to have it. You're not gonna pay for an attorney.
I'm disabled.
Okay, this case is my case. And so I'm gonna go over certain rules and you tell me if you are guilty, not guilty, or guilty with a state or not guilty with a state, okay?
Okay.
All right, the first rule, upon release, I'll report no later than 48 hours to probation and parole, Office of Public Safety. Okay, did you, as soon as you got out of jail in Ohio, did you report to the Louisiana State Probation and Parole?
No, sir.
So, excuse me?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, did you know you were supposed to?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you're saying you're not guilty with a statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me what your statement is. Why didn't you report? If you had signed something, say,
I didn't know. I mean, I just spent 15 more years incarcerated. I had 37 total years incarcerated. I had no idea that I was supposed to report back. I had no means to report back.
okay,
Just discharged from the Ohio system with nothing, with a bag with a couple of items that I had, and that was the only thing I owned. I ended up in a halfway house in Toledo, Ohio.
do you have a place to live in Ohio?
No,
No?
no, sir. I was on the streets after that.
Okay. So you pled not guilty to that. Okay. Number two, rule number 2, I will submit a monthly report on the 5th of every month until I complete my supervision. Are you guilty or not guilty of that?
I didn't know I had to.
Okay. All right. And number 3, I will live at the address of the certificate and on this certificate. And I'm assuming, how do you plead on that?
Not guilty. There's not even an address on the certificate.
Okay.
There's no address. I don't have an address.
Okay. So you're pleading not guilty, but really you're guilty of not reporting because you didn't have one. So it's
all based on one thing that I didn't report, and I didn't know I had to, sir.
okay.
I just spent 37 years in prison. I lost my mother, my father, my stepfather, my uncles, and my cousins, and everything while I was in prison. When I got out, I was homeless. They literally put me out on the streets. They took me to a halfway house and dropped me off.
Okay. All right. I understand that. Were you arrested in April of 23?
Yes, sir.
You got out 22. You were arrested in April of 23. Tell me about that charge.
It was a simple fight. I got into a fight with a guy. He attacked me, and he chose not to pursue that because he knew he was in the wrong. He attacked me, and I defended myself. That's all it was. And they dismissed the charges. That's why I said, about a parole hold. I was in jail for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I went to court Monday morning. They gave me OR bond. I walked out. In other words, no parole hold on me. I didn't even no idea there was a parole anywhere on me. I didn't know I was on parole.
Okay.
I went to the parole board in 2045. I went to parole board at 2045 sentence, right? 25 years, 20 years in, 45 years of age, not denied parole. 2 years later, they discharged me. And they let me go to a detainer. They extradited me back to Ohio, and I spent 15 more years in prison. I discharged that number. They released me. They released me homeless, broke, with nothing, with a bag with about pounds worth of stuff that I had in my possession. It was my own life right there. I said my mother had passed away, my father had passed away, my stepfather had passed away while I was in prison. And I lost uncles and cousins. I didn't know nothing about being on parole. I surely would have reported if I knew. Because
Okay, if we don't revoke your parole, what are you gonna do here in Louisiana?
I'm not from Louisiana, sir. I'm from Ohio. My life is in Ohio. I have a fiance in Ohio. I have an apartment in Ohio. I have furniture that I've accumulated. You know, I have a life in Ohio. That's where I live. So I grew up. Lived all my life there.
I thought when you got out, you didn't have anything. You just had.
I've been out since 22, and I accumulated some certain items. And I went through LMH, which is Lucas County Metropolitan Housing, and was awarded an apartment. And I was taking care of that. I was getting this and that together, and I was amassing a life. You gotta remember, I've been in prison all these years. I never had nothing, so I had to start all over again. And I was just in the process of doing that.
Okay, that's where I was confused. I thought you were homeless and out of everything. And I understand you would when you first got out, but you've accumulated some things. And your home now, your home is in Ohio, correct?
Yes, sir.
You going back to Ohio if you don't get revoked, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I would love to as well. My fiance is waiting on me. She has a bus ticket waiting for me.
About your wife?
That's my fiance. She's not my wife yet. She will be.
Okay. All right, and let's see, you gonna get out if we revoke you gonna get out in a year and a half anyway, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Listen, I didn't know I was supposed to be on parole. I didn't know nothing about it. Never signed no paper saying I was on parole. That nothing. I had no idea that I was on parole because I would have reported to a month right now on probation, or unsupervised probation.
Okay.
So, next year.
All right, do y'all have any questions?
I do.
Yes.
Yeah, you got us in a bond here, okay? So if we don't revoke you, you got to do interstate compact to go back to Ohio.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know what the rules are in Ohio, but if she's your fiance, odds are they may not accept it because you're not kin to them and it's not immediate family. If we turn you loose and you can't go back to Ohio, what you gonna do? I mean, you gonna be back on the streets?
Contact with Mr. Rogers here, Terry Rogers, who runs a sober living house, and trying to get it established there if need be, where I could stay somewhere until I could get a job and get an apartment, or do something until I get my paper, my parole transfer to Ohio. I'm a resident.
How old are you?
Excuse me?
How old are you?
I'll be, in 2 days, I'll be 65.
Okay. I have further questions.
I was in the process of getting my Social Security disability. I have bad health.
Can you draw regular Social Security? Do you draw Social?
And
do you draw any Social Security now?
I was in the process of doing that when I got ended up on this.
Okay.
I mean, it's a done deal. Basically, I have to give my disability because I'm a veteran and I'm disabled. I can't really do much. I just had surgery on my leg. I'm going blind. I'm blind in my left eye.
Gotcha. I have no.
Okay.
David, you know what you want to do?
I was looking at your diminution of sentence certificate in Louisiana where we let you go.
Yes, sir.
There was an address, but basically what it says there, it says, if released for any reason prior to June 1st, 2027, you are to report to Sandra Ortego, 300 Louisiana, 337-238-6427, and that sheet is signed by you.
You are trash, Lindsay. You are trash.
Okay.
The same signature.
Oh, a few years ago though. And
So you just forgot about it.
my memory is not that good. I can't remember that. And you know, like I said, I had a lot of traumatic events happen over
All right.
the next.
One more question. I don't have all the details right in front of me, but I'd like to know a little bit about your manslaughter charge in Louisiana and your charge over there in Ohio. What did you have to do 37 years for? You said you did 37 years. That's a lot.
22 down there. I did 22 in Louisiana. And then I got out, I was on parole when I left and caught this charge, this manslaughter charge. And I had to go back and finish my parole time.
What were you on parole for over there?
In Ohio?
Yeah.
A robbery and an ag assault.
And then you had a manslaughter down here that caused that to get revoked?
Yes, sir.
And well, tell me a little bit about the manslaughter. What happened there?
It was a fight, and guy grabbed the hammer, tried to hit me with it. I took it from him, hit him with it.
So question about it.
I was working on his house for him, fixing a redwood ceiling. It was falling in, and we had some tools laying around. He grabbed one, tried to hit me with it.
Y'all fighting about money, women, or drugs?
So he was drunk and being very belligerent at a place where we were at, and he was disrespectful to this woman. And I told him, man, you ought to be cool. And he kept on stewing on that, kept on being mad about it, you know. And he finally got, or just, he was irate about it. He was very, very inebriated.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome.
No questions I have.
I move for an executive session.
Do I have a second? Got a motion and a second to have an executive session. I'd ask staff to call roll, please.
Freeman,
Yes.
Frame,
Yes.
Fowler.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to be in executive session just for a few seconds and a few minutes maybe, but we'll be right back. So just stand by.
Okay.
All right, so they're going into an executive session. I'm kind of curious as to what they're talking about in this situation. I mean, in one sense, they're like, if we just revoke him, it's another year and a half. Maybe that will just simplify things. He can finish his time. He can go do what he wants, or we don't, and now we have to actually, But it's interesting because look, he was caught in an outright lie, but it's not like he's done the worst type of offense for getting revocated. It's like you just didn't go to the office and sign up, right? Am I missing anything? Now we can, while we wait, we'll do this in real time. We'll do this quick because they're going on an executive session. We'll go over just a little bit of the details of this crime. It was pretty brutal. But before we do it, just this jail cell, like the background there, and with all the inmates walking around and stuff, it's like nothing we've ever seen. And it's kind of what I'd imagine when I would think of a jail cell in Louisiana, like a dungeon, a place you don't want to be, scary as hell. Like every type of negative vibe and emotion went through my body as I was looking there. And it's just so bizarre that they're making him do a hearing with with the jail population sitting right there. And it's like, you can't do that to someone. And what if he had a dirty jacket? What if there was something? I mean, this is how you get someone killed. But eventually it seemed that the CO took everybody out, but the guy in the wheelchair and everything, just totally wild. But man, that's the jail I always envision that we don't really see in these Louisiana hearings, right? Now, while we wait again, I think it's another 2 minutes on the executive session. It's really quick. But 1986, if you can even imagine, the man is locked up so long. And that's why I think you got to have some mercy on him, because maybe he was told and he did sign the contract, but the guy's brain is fried. He's been locked up his entire life. The defendant, Leonard Scott, met the victim, Thomas Bradford, in DeRitter. Scott was living with his aunt on Magnolia Street. DeRitter and Bradford lived next door. The two went drinking and ended up in Leesville. Eventually, the two men returned to Bradford's apartment. When they began arguing, Bradford took a swing at Scott and Scott swatted Bradford's hand down and hit him with his fists and knocked him on the couch. Bradford got up and swung at Scott again, and Scott grabbed a hammer. Ding. This is where it goes, huh? Off a table and hit Bradford in the head with the hammer. But it wasn't one hit. This is where it goes. Scott repeatedly hit Bradford in the head with the hammer approximately 10 times. You see, this is where it goes from maybe he could have gotten a lighter sentence. Maybe it could have been like manslaughter. Maybe to when it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, the head would have been disintegrated. And that's just scary stuff. Scott then threw a sheet over Bradford, took some of Bradford's money, his car keys, and left in Bradford's car and threw the hammer, clothes, towel in an isolated area. And Scott returned to drinking. He just went, I'm going to go back and drink now. It's just crazy. And I don't know. What is this? After the comment, oh, this is something. You know what? Let's go listen to the result, and then we'll go back to this.
Okay, time's 9:37 in the morning, and we're
I'll make a motion that we go back to regular business.
got a motion and a second, so we're back in the regular session now. And so we're still with Mr. Scott Leonard, and I think we're ready to vote. Since I had your case, I have to vote first. My vote is that you not be revoked, but that you have to stay in jail until you complete the interstate compact with Ohio. And if they'll accept you, then you can get out of jail and go back to Ohio.
Okay, sir.
Not come back to Louisiana.
Well, I hadn't never planned that. So I was homeless. I was living on the streets.
Okay.
I finally got an apartment. My life started to come together a little bit. You know, and it's hard when you're my age. I'm 65 in 2 days.
Okay.
My birthday's the 13th. I'll be 65 years old, and basically I've been in prison all my life, and I'm starting to get it together now. And I got a fiance. I got an apartment. I mean, you know, things are starting to progress in a positive way for me. And
we understand that, but the general public looks at your criminal history. You done some bad things in the past.
Yes, I did.
And I want you to know we understand that. We understand you may be misleading us. You're gonna get out in a year and a half anyway.
Yeah.
But we can let you out a few months early if you get your interstate compact and go to Ohio. If you don't do that, if that's not completed, if Ohio won't take you, you got to stay in jail.
Well,
Ohio bad.
I don't even know how to do any of this stuff you're talking about.
The probation officer will come, have to do the interstate compact.
Okay.
You'll be contacted.
Okay.
And when you sign that paperwork, you be sure and read it carefully and remember it this time.
Okay. Well, I mean, it was a long time, sir. I mean, it was a long time.
Yes, I know. 2006 is a long time. I remember signing something. So granting all that, and that we took that into consideration too.
Okay.
Anyway, to make it real short, we find you guilty of all of these violations that you did.
Yeah.
But we're going to grant your request, or at least my vote is to grant your request, providing you fill out and complete the interstate compact with Ohio, and that they accept you. Otherwise, you got to stay in jail till the year and a half.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to concur with Mr. Prater, but just to throw a few more details at you. The way the interstate compact works is the probation officer is going to come and ask you to get your address for your fiance over there in Ohio.
Yes, sir.
Going to send paperwork to the Ohio Probation and Parole Office, which you obviously know about them already. They're going to go and check out the address that your fiance has, make sure it's acceptable, and make sure she's willing to take you back. And if all that checks out, then they're going to respond back to Louisiana and say, Ohio is going to accept your case by way of interstate compact. When that letter is received by us, that Ohio is gonna accept your case, then that's when your release will become effective and you'll be able to go back. And you'll have like a certain amount of time to get over there and get in contact with them. Don't, wait and go 6 months later.
I have a birth ticket waiting on me.
Hold on, you need to listen to me because obviously it's the last time. I don't want you to get in trouble again. There's gonna be it's gonna be time dated, or from the time they accept you to the time you get over there and you go see them and you get everything straight on that end. Don't dilly-dally around over there or forget about it, because if you go over there and you don't meet the timelines, they're gonna immediately sign back saying he never showed up and we reject him. And then you're back in jail. There's gonna be another warrant. You're coming back over here again.
Oh, I understand that, sir. I'll be on top of that, everything. I got
Also, as a condition of probation, we're gonna add that, or condition of supervision, add that you pay the cost of extradition, what it costs us to get you back down here over a period of time, worked out with your probation officer, depending on financial status.
But since sir, I'm disabled, I am literally a disabled veteran. And I've been in the process of
run our money. Don't win the lottery, or else we'll claim our money.
These are good.
All right. The bottom line said if you're able to.
All right. Mr. Pete?
I concur, do not revoke, complete interstate compact, and upon release, pay costs of extradition.
Okay.
Okay, so that concludes this.
Can I pay that in small increments?
Yeah, they gonna set it up. They gonna set up a payment.
A payment you can afford.
Okay.
All right. Okay, that concludes our business at Beauregard. I think we're signing off from Beauregard. Thank you. And you are not involved.
Good.
Okay, and they took it easy on him. They gave him a break. I mean, he is the definition of institutionalized, right? So I think it was the right move. As Dr. Grande says, if there's one thing for certain, it is that we will never see Mr. Leonard Scott again.
Leonard Scott.
All right, Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, I'll introduce the panel to you. My name is Cheryl Renatza. Seated to my left is Mr. Danny Byron. To my right is Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. We're here for a revocation proceeding this morning. And do you have any paperwork there with you, Mr. Scott?
No.
Okay. Tell us your DOC number, please, sir.
112870.
All right. Do you see that that document on the screen in front of you?
Kind of. Huh. Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yeah.
Okay. Based on that information, Mr. Scott, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed without a lawyer today?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to read the allegations against you, Mr. Scott.
Okay.
You're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, and that's condition number 4. And it says, on April 14th, 2025, the state of Ohio advised Louisiana Probation and Parole of your arrest and conviction for disorderly conduct, amended from aggravated menacing knowingly caused to believe serious physical harm and domestic violence, knowingly caused belief of imminent physical harm by threat or force. On April 14, 2025, the charges were amended to disorderly conduct, 4th degree misdemeanor, to which you pled no contest and were found guilty. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4, Mr. Scott?
I didn't do nothing on that.
Now, sir, before you tell me all that, I need you to plead guilty or not guilty, and then we'll talk about it.
Oh, not guilty then.
Okay, so what do you have to say?
Well, when I was here in December and January and February, and I seen the parole board for a different violation. They said I violated, but I didn't. And when I went home, I had 3 different women living in my apartment. Okay, and I throw them out, and one of them came back and started camping out there, and I went and told her she had to leave. She's not on my lease. She's not part of my lease agreement at all. She's not listed as anything on there. She wasn't paying rent, and she had to leave. And she told me what I was doing in her bedroom. And I told her, "This is not your bedroom. This is my apartment, and you're not here. You're a squatter. Get out." And I told her, "Didn't leave. I was going
Scott, why didn't you call the police?
Excuse me.
Why didn't you call the police?
I didn't because I didn't know I could call the police on them, on squatters. Everyone told me, no, these squatters. I told a friend of mine about it. I said, oh, the squatters got so many rights now. So she called the police and said I threatened her. And then I found out the woman that co-signed that charge was the woman that rented her my apartment. They were being rented my apartment without my knowledge because I was down here in Louisiana.
Right, I do see we're in February of this year, the parole board did give you another chance, although you say you didn't do anything wrong. The parole board did not revoke you and allowed you to return to supervision, and you were transferred back to Ohio.
Yeah.
Now, the record shows that you pulled a pocket knife.
No, that was a lie.
On the lady Shelby Gaskin.
Yeah, that was a lie. I was, if you heard the conversation, the phone call, I was there standing right there, and I said, "She's lying. She's a squatter. I'm throwing her out of my apartment. That's why she's doing that."
Right. Yes, sir. But the fact remains that you pled in court. You pled no contest.
Right. Because I found out that the woman that actually had rented her my apartment signed a statement against me saying that, yeah, that's what happened. But the only reason she did that was trying to save face with the woman that paid her to stay in my apartment while I was gone. I got evicted behind all this.
Sir?
I got evicted from my apartment because they were staying in my apartment. I didn't know. I didn't even know them. I didn't know who they were. Nothing.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions. Mr. Byron, you have any questions? You just say no, ma'am. All right, Mr. Leonard. The fact is, as I said, you pled no contest in court. I do find that you violated condition number 4. So my vote today, sir, is going to be to revoke your parole. Mr. Byron.
I concur with Mr. Knox for the same reason.
Needs a statement. I concur. Mr. Scott, today your parole is being revoked, sir.
So what's the deal? What's going to happen?
You're going to remain in Louisiana and you're going to complete your sentence. That concludes our business in board. We're going to sign off at 40.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Ma'am, go ahead.
Can you give me the docket number that he was revoked on?
Yes.
I didn't need to revoke my parole for a misdemeanor.
Find it. We'll send that to you with the paperwork that we fax over.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we'll send it to you.
Thank you so much. And the effective date for the revocation is today.
Yes.
Thank you.
When's my discharge?
Okay. When's my discharge? Well, if they said at the beginning in February, he had about 1.5 years left, and this hearing happens in June, so like 4 months after that. So he's got like another 1 year and 2 months, and he'll finally be free. And look, you can't fault the parole board. They have no choice in this situation. He pled no contest, right? He literally, like, but in some ways, here's the crazy thing. In some ways, I believe him. You know, think about this. He's in Mississippi or whatever. He has an apartment there. He gets revoked. He gets extradited to Louisiana. They say, hey, we're not going to revoke you. He does the whole thing where they now ship him back to Ohio. He shows up, and in his apartment are 3 women. And it's not like, you know, I guess the dream scenario that he might have hoped for. Instead, it's a disaster. They're telling him to get out. He's like, but it's my apartment. And maybe he did pull a pocket knife on them. Who knows? But he should have just called the police, of course. But like, I don't know. You know, who knows? That's the thing. All he had to do was call the cops. He didn't. They called the cops. They said he pulled a knife on him. He got arrested. You know, who knows what type of situation in there. Oh my God, what's going on? And then they just said, oh, just plead no contest and whatever. It's not a big deal. But of course, that triggers the revocation process. And then they extradite him back to Louisiana. He sits in this jail cell and he's like, and you know what? The whole thing, it might be true, but but what can you do? Your hands are, you just gotta say revoke the guy. I mean, he can't exist on parole. He's been locked up his entire life. He has this long criminal record of just like killing people and things. And it just goes to show some people, you know, you're institutionalized. And I guess that's the one thing that, you know, I guess, you know, the parole project would have been the right fit for him. He needs like a soft landing. But the parole project, I think they mostly only like taking, you know, the worst of the worst. Although I think he'd fit in the bucket. He's got such a long record. But it's it was just, I don't know. I saw this back in the spreadsheet. Thank you, Sir Richard and Lady Holly, making it possible to connect the dots on these hearings. If you want to see more like this, go to the return of playlist. You know, I remember doing this one in February. It got very few views. Of course, it got demonetized. It got flagged. It has just 6,000 views from the original hearing date. And so I think most of you, almost 90% of you haven't seen this already, but none of you have seen the return of aspect of it. But that's what I do. We'll connect the dots when in these hearings. So make sure to check out the return of playlist. But anyways.
How old was the juvenile?
It's time 7.
7 years old. And you were convicted of indecent behavior with that juvenile, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did. What are you supposed to have done with the juvenile?
Well, sir, I really not really want to talk about that. I know it's your plan. I mean, y'all protocol, but I feel that, you know, I've done with court and I don't want to further incriminate myself.
Okay, when you think you've seen it all, I don't want to further incriminate myself. This chomo has been in prison for 17 years. You can't incriminate yourself. You've already been convicted. This is his first chance at parole for what he did to his 7-year-old stepdaughter. And I gotta tell you, this is one of the crazier parole hearings that we have seen. He is, you know, he doesn't want to talk about it, but don't worry. He's found God. He's found Jesus. Jesus found him. It's a wonderful thing. Don't worry about it. Let him out. Everything will be okay. Just wait until you see this hearing. And with that, let's jump in.
You're on. Okay. I think you're on mute right now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, all right, we're ready to go from Madison Parish.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good, David Augusta, is that your name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your DLC number is what?
562791.
Okay, and could I ask anybody from Madison Parish, are you in the room with you?
Yes, sir. Captain Alfreda Jones. I'm
Okay.
in security.
Okay, Captain, thank you for hosting us. We appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Augusta, we're here to because you had asked us for another chance at getting paroled out. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, we don't have anybody to speak on your behalf or speaking against you as far as in person or on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and I want to hear first off, I want to hear why you feel like that you're worthy of getting this early release. Then I want to hear from anybody there at Madison, the facility that might know you, and then we're going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis to ask some questions. So first off, tell us what you did, why you're there, and why you need to get out.
I gave my life to God, and I do a lot of Bible studies, and I like working out a lot. And I think, like I said, I'm not really a troublemaker. I'm just at the wrong place at the wrong time. But I feel that, by me being here, I got closer to God, and He's changed my life tremendously. And I have a lot of faith in Him, as well as my family. A lot of my family has passed on since I've been incarcerated, and I'm still trying to have a speedy recovery, but it's not, coming in as I like. But I'm being patient and putting all my trust in Him, God above, and He's the only one that can work it out for me. I believe that no man has the power to release me, only Him. And I feel that He has me here for a reason, to better shape and mold me as I should have been when I was free out there. And I'm reluctant, to have this done to me, because it really has made me a better person. Because I feel, I can do much better, and I've learned since I've been in, learned to know myself by acknowledging Him first and foremost, that He's the only one that can make a better person out of anybody. And I feel that He's done a wonderful job for me.
Okay.
And only through Him, that's the only way it's possible. Because He's taught me to be a better person.
All right. Okay, let's hear from the captain there. What kind of fellow is this fellow been at, while he's been in?
Oh, I'm not a captain, I'm a lieutenant. My name Lieutenant Robert Thornton.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, he's a good person, and what I'm saying is, I didn't even realize, I just got through talking to him before y'all came on, and I said, what dorm you in, where you came from? And he said, I've been in J dorm for all this time. And I didn't even know he was in there. That's how quiet he was, because I didn't even know he was in the dorm. But I don't have no problem out of him and stuff. He down to earth. I ain't have to give him no write-up. He ain't never been in lockdown. And then most of it, he just staying out the way. And that's what I like about a person. When they stay out of our way and stuff like that, don't give us problems. That's good. That's a good thing on their behalf.
Has he had any programs while he's there?
Well, that's the thing about it. We used to have a program, but it faded away for some reason. We had about 3 different programs, but they just fade away for some oddball.
So you don't offer any programs there?
No. That's the only thing about a lot of guys. They want to get in programs and stuff to help them, to pass time and stuff like that. But this place, it just don't have it. And if they can go to a place like Hunt's or somewhere, David Wade, where they got programs there, that'll be better for a person that, they can come up on things and learn about things, He stay out of trouble and stuff. And when they do, like they're in trouble and stuff, and then they got programs that teach you about right and wrong stuff,
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant. We appreciate it. Okay, right. Mr. Augusta, you never told us why you're there, before I turn it over to Mr. Tillis, you need to tell us, why are you in jail? Why you been in prison?
I was convicted of a crime of indecent behavior, juvenile.
How old was the juvenile?
It's time 7.
7 years old. And you were convicted of indecent behavior with that juvenile, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you did, what are you supposed to have done with a juvenile?
Well, sir, really not really want to talk about that. I know it's your plan. I mean, y'all protocol, but I feel that, you know, I've done with court, and I don't want to further incriminate myself. If I had, you know, the liberty, I would like to have a lawyer present with me, but I just don't have that resource at the time, you know, and, you know, so.
Okay. Mr. Tillis, I'm gonna turn it over to you for some questioning.
Well, how long have you been incarcerated?
The time now, sir, 17 years.
17 years. Have you
Yes,
tried
sir.
to get any classes or anything?
Yes, I tried, sir, but at the time that they shipped me here in 2017, and like the lieutenant just said just a few minutes ago, they don't have any programs over here, and I would like to be in some programs, like I said, to pass my time, to make me more a better person. But like I said as before, you know, I found the Bible in my life, and I never was the one really to put the Bible in my life when I was out there in that world, because I was moving a shaker and going to a job every day, providing for my family, and that's how it was. But since I've been here, I mean, I put the Bible in my life, and God has, I think he's done a wonderful change in my life. And like I said, I've had a lot of family members that passed on, and, you know, it's hard dealing with that while being incarcerated, but God has gave me the mental capability to handle situations like that. It's made me more stronger.
Okay, I heard you say that earlier, and I heard you say, and you kind of talked just about yourself. What about the victim? That was your daughter or what?
Was my stepdaughter, sir.
Your stepdaughter. You were responsible for taking care of them?
Yes, sir. I was providing for them, and pretty much did a good job. And like I said, I mean, other people, when me and my fiance at the time, they was in our business a lot. Her family on her side, and, you know, things just got out of hand, and here I am, you know. And
17 years. So
Yes,
you're
sir.
saying you're innocent or what?
Well, yeah, pretty much that's what I'm saying. But I mean, that's not the real case right now, because everything is done and over with. And like I said, I mean, things happen for a reason. Like I said, I was a moving shake out there in the world, and I really didn't really have time for God. Not to say that I was an atheist or anything, but I was feeling that I could do things on my own. But since I've been here, and I've really found God in my life, and like I said, I think he did a wonderful change to me. And like I said, I've lost family members, and most people, they would, like you say, flash out in quotes, but I choose not to do that, because I let God handle things now, as to where I was handling things myself.
Okay, thank you so much. I have no more questions.
Well,
I have one question. You ever took sex
Yes,
offender
sir.
treatment?
Sir?
Have you ever taken sex offender treatment?
No, sir. I would like to. Like I say, they don't have any programs over here. And
It's hard to consider you without that class. So we need to get you somewhere you can take that class. But yeah,
Yes,
thank
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, let's vote.
My vote is going to be, to deny, because of law enforcement. And, I think you were at a facility that you could have taken some, sexual classes and stuff, but you didn't. And it seems like you're just all about yourself and not thinking about a 7-year-old child. So, my vote is going to be to deny.
Mr. Kelly? Excuse me, Mr. Freeman?
My vote is the same, but it's because I think you need sex offender treatment, and I am going to request we move him to a institution where he can get that sex offender treatment, and then you can reapply. Well, I'm still not gonna vote for him unless he has sex.
Okay, we got 2 votes that your parole be denied, and my vote is that you be denied for the same reasons. I think you need some sex treatment to start with, and you need to realize you need some victim awareness training to realize that there was a victim in this, and you need to realize just exactly what you did, and I don't think you have. I appreciate the fact you got a better relationship with God, and I congratulate you with that. But I think you got some more work to do. So your parole's been denied at 10:38 in the morning.
Wow, I think we recorded Tillis's first ever mic drop. He actually was on the nose with this. I was so impressed and proud of him. I don't know. Let's see if he can keep this up. This hearing, it took place June 5th, 2025. I'm recording it July 24th, 2025. Thank you, Lady Holly, for pointing out the hearing. Sadly, though, there's no information on the case. I mean, in Lady Holly's doc, it says nothing. There's nothing here. He's 56 years old, but I mean, nothing. There's nothing on him. And the way that they do their parole hearings now, when Miss Renats is not there, there's no one, keeping things in format. It's we don't even know how much more time he has left. We don't know. I mean, they really didn't go over even the basic. Normally, it's like you're supposed to go to the hearing, you say what you're in for, you say the date you're in, you say the charge, what your good time date, full term date, none of that. So I have no idea. We just know what he told us, which is that he's been in there for 17 years. Now, for these type of charges, we've seen everything, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was a 20-year sentence. But again, I'm just guessing. But man, what a clown! I mean, again, you think you've seen it all, and then all of a sudden, you see this: someone in prison for 17 years without taking a single program. I mean, it's like, what? Like, is that even possible? I don't know. Like Madison Correctional Center, it's not one of the main prisons, right? And then you had the jailer there who just went on high lows. I don't know. This guy went woo. So, normally it's just like a concise answer by the lieutenant, whoever's there, will be like, I don't know him. That's a good thing. But here we had all the gossip and everything, and but it's here's the fascinating thing, I think, is I wonder if he had taken programs, if he would have known what to say versus saying what he said now, or if this is the kind of guy that just, I mean, there's nothing up there, there's nothing going on. I don't want to incriminate myself. Oh my gosh, even the words that he said, if it wasn't such a horrific crime, it's just funny, like how pathetic he is. I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time. I feel okay. So God is working everything out. I feel He has me here for a reason, to shape and mold me. I'm reluctant to have this done to me, but it's made me a better person. I learned to acknowledge myself. He's the only one that can make me a better person. He's done a wonderful job to me. He can make me a better person. He's talking about God. this is why it's so important for DAs to show up, really, to just bring in the seriousness, bring in the facts of the crime, like, smack the smile off his face, which at least the denial did quickly smack it off his face. But I just wonder, what is he thinking? Like, okay, you're going to go in there, you're going to talk about how God has changed you, how all these poor things were done to you, these bad things. You were a good provider, you were a good girl, great. It's like, at least he had no supporters. It really says something when you're 17 years, you show up for parole hearing, you have no supporters. There's nothing. You're just nothing. You're the last 17 years of your life. No one cares. But the idea, 7 years old, and that's what he's convicted for. Just to think how many victims he must have. And all they gave was indecent behavior with the juvenile, which is definitely a plea deal. But that's it. I don't have anything else. We have it's just one of those hearings. You just couldn't believe what you see spinning in the chair. He's got the big smile. Like, he actually thought that they were gonna parole him. Get out of here. We had a fact of the day from Lady Holly, which is more people live in New York City than in 40 out of 50 states. So New York is one big apple, home to 8.5 million people. That's more people crammed into one city than 40 other states in the United States. This fact about America is especially shocking considering that the area of New York City is just under 780 kilometers. At one point in my life, I lived in the Big Apple. I don't know if I've ever shared that with any of you, but it was a long time ago. I have a story actually of how I got in the Big Apple. This was during the Great Recession. And I didn't have money to live in the city, but this was a Great Recession. And it's shocking to think that it was just like then, 2006, 2007, that even the city was totally struggling. And there was a brownstone that was struggling. And they needed they needed like a super to be there to handle all the fixing and stuff. And I don't know how to fix things. I am not handy. That's not me. But when I heard that I would get a room in this building to take calls and fix stuff, and it wasn't a lot of, I said, yes, I can fix things. And I got myself my own room in this brownstone on 86th Street, on West 86, between Broadway and what was it, West End. It was on top of an Irish pub. Oh my God, I was in heaven. And it took like, I think 2 months until they realized that I had no idea what I was doing. And but I got to live in the city for 2 months. It was really cool. I took advantage of that opportunity. And then I ended up I've lived in many states. I've lived in many states in America. That is one thing that I've had the fortune. I've been able to see many different cultures, and it's cool. You get to learn a lot about people. It's the beautiful thing about America is every state is so different. Like, you have just the different accents and cultures and personalities. It's incredible. I mean, Louisiana, you got it's slower, and even the biggest monsters tend to speak politely. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. And you go to like Connecticut, New York, Boston, everyone's just yelling at each other. I mean, even like the COs in Connecticut yell at the parole board. They don't hold like their respect. The COs, they don't hold the respect that you see in Louisiana for the parole board. There's like nothing. It's just like these attitudes. It's just, I find it fascinating. Anyways, with that, I'll let you go.
Yeah, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, let's vote.
My vote is going to be to deny because of law enforcement. And I think you were at a facility that you could have taken some sexual classes and stuff, but you didn't. And it seems like you're just all about yourself and not thinking about 7-year-old child. So my vote is gonna be to deny.